think so. Oh, it all fit. Yay. Hardly ever remember how to do that because I don't know how to do all the emojis. I basically don't think you can. But when I email it myself, I can. So it's not got Mediumship Monday in the title. Kind of annoying me a little bit, but maybe that's because this is like this stands alone and then I'm doing that after. So welcome if you're new. Welcome if you're not new as well. I always think that's kind of funny when I'm watching it back. I'm like, welcome to everyone. But you know what I mean? It's kind of like, because then I go into explaining how I do stuff, but I haven't really got the energy. You can work out for yourself as you watch. Let's get this on. The pointless timer that I ignore, but it's more for sessions. Now, my back is hurting. So, first of all, give me a minute. Let's check the sound. My back doesn't hurt for no reason. It's someone's back pain. We need to find them. More for sessions now. Yeah. My back hurts and it only started hurting a wee while before doing this. That's how I know it's not mine. I was standing filming the video for tomorrow, but not for that long. So yeah, so I'm just gonna, until we locate who this is, because we will. They wouldn't do that to me, but it'll be somebody that's going to join live, or if you're shy, email me and be like, "Oh my God, that's me." Actually, I'm just there could actually I've just realised this could actually be linked to somebody in my personal life. That would make a lot of sense because I was just talking to somebody. Yeah. So anyway, I'll work out. But until then, I've got the unicorn strategically placed on my back. Right. So, going to get all the wee bits and bobs in. Also, it's somebody a highbie. I know that there are people out there that are that, but I did have this on when I went a walk earlier, and then I wasn't planning on wearing it. You know, they basically, it's like when I get up there, like they either tell me what I'm going to be wearing or I grab it quickly, and it's always got some sort of meaning. So all I know is this must have some sort of meaning. And the first thing that springs to mind is Hibs, right? So where I live, that's one of the football. But so because it's Mediumship Monday, it could be either I'm connecting with somebody that you're a Hibs supporter or someone in the spirit world is. That really doesn't, that doesn't, you know, it doesn't home in on as much as I would like to. But we'll see how that comes into this. But other than that, it was feeling like heart chakra awakening sort of stuff because I've done the video for tomorrow, the Divine Masculine one, and it was there was a bit that was like that it was like it was quite funny the way I channeled it, and I haven't watched it back, but it was, yeah, you'll see it when I put it out tomorrow. But yeah, the heart chakra card came out and I have got that deck there. So yeah, but yeah, whatever that all means. And also the other thing that's really interesting, so if he's watching or he'll come on at some point, I just got an email back from somebody and I had saw that person's birthday. When did I saw it earlier today? I don't know how I saw a variation earlier today. And then I saw it on the time when I was filming the video for tomorrow, and I even said it out loud. So, and then so I wasn't surprised right before I went to go live, that person had emailed me. So again, I'm kind of, and I just made a joke saying, no, that was your loved one in spirit telling me that you were going to contact me. So I think with all of that being said, it could be, this could be for him. But well, it might be for more than a few of you, but I'm just sort of I'm just piecing it together because it is really funny. That's why being a medium and a shaman's never boring, because it's like yeah, I'm just kind of like, how have I wound up wearing this green cardigan? Because it's, I mean, I do like it, mind you, but it's like quite funny. I don't know. I don't know. I had it all in my head. I was going to wear my new orange jumper that I've been really excited to get because it kept selling out, and then I got it. So there could be a theme here, like something that you're like, oh, fuck's sake, man, I give up. I'm never going to get that jumper. Much more than jumper that's going to be symbolic for. And then you just let go, you surrender, you go to check. Oh my God, it's there. You know, you're a little bit more patient. It's at the door. I feel like that's going to be about Twinflame reunions or something. But, you know, I was all excited to wear this jumper for the Halloween sort of. By the way, I did not do that. I'm not a Halloween person. I didn't get an orange jumper for Halloween. It's just weirdly worked out like that. Yeah. You know, I was going to film the first week of October ones with that. So I'll need to do that tomorrow if I've got energy, or I will do that on Thursday because I've got my wee doggy pal on Wednesday. So we're just going to have a wee rest. And tomorrow is dedicated to filming the unlisteds that I still haven't done. Sorry, ladies, I had every intention of doing that today, but time just absolutely ran away, mainly because I set my alarm and it didn't go off. So I woke up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, lunchtime, which isn't that big a deal if I'd been up late, but it was like I couldn't get to sleep. But yeah, I'd set my alarm a few hours earlier than that, and I was like, what the fuck's going on? And yeah, so it kind of stole after I went a wee walk with my mum and that, it stole the time away. But I've got nothing else to do tomorrow, so I'm gonna, unless anyone books, but I'm gonna get them filmed before. So right, and I've also got the names of the people for the thing that was calling the raffle, which basically is just to win a free live read-in while we're on here, a 15-minute one. So it'll be quite funny if somebody wins that's already due one of them that I'm doing tomorrow. If that's the case, you can have one, banked away. But yeah, let's get on with this. So I'm going to put in the wee bits and bobs. Now I don't know, like again, I don't know how long I'm going to be doing this for, but I don't. And again, famous last words, but I don't think it'll be like really, really late because I didn't walk ages, but I walked a bit, and you know what I mean? It's like I can feel that it's like, well, I'm already yawning, so my nervous system is relaxing. Do you know what I mean? I can feel I might not be able to, but it's not really about that. I go into a different state, and it's, if they want me to sit there that long, I will, kind of thing. I'm just trying to think. Should I put the link for the? Yeah, I think I should actually. Let's take that out. Oh my God, this is too much. Nah, I'll just leave it at that. So again, not nobody, but it's not very often that people won a 30-minute live one where I just do it here. But if you do, there's that, because that flies by if you think about it. But or the 15-minute one, or you can, or basically the free options because when you click Ko-fi, it takes you to donate, and then you click donate, and then it's got free options, and that there tells you what the free options are. There's 30 minutes, 15 minutes. And if you use the tenner option, well, it would at least be 5 minutes, but again, it's more like add more on to each or whatever it said it is. And then, or you can use the donate button, just the inbuilt thing for whatever amount, and then I'll give you a message as well. And also, if I start picking up on a loved one in spirit, you can just leave it and just see if it's yours, and you don't need to donate or anything. You can if you want. Yeah, and I think that's it. But I'm going to channel about Juno in the last of Scorpio for a bit, because Juno is in the last degrees of intense 6th Scorpio the next couple of days, and then it goes into Sagittarius. And so yeah, that's a totally different energy. So I've always found that interesting, the switch between any moon sign or whatever sign the planet or asteroid or whatever's in. But Juno is the asteroid about commitment, and so obviously with me channeling about love and true love and twin flames all the time, Juno in the very last degree of intense Scorpio. When twin flames is that, it's like everyone knows what soulmates are, and then like not everyone, well, it seems like everyone does know what or they think they know what twin flames is. Twin flames is that kind of intense, mad, passionate, extraordinary love, and it's, to people that aren't even on the twin flame journey, it can be like, oh my God, fucking hell, I never want that. It seems like hell. And again, that's the distortion around it. It isn't fun at a lot of bits, but there is a haunting beauty to it as well, that only if you were on that journey would you know. And yes, it is love. That's bright guides in the spirit world that have just pulled me to the word love. So that's quite funny. I am going to use that deck tonight, but I can't see where the rest of it is. I just looked down and that was conveniently sitting there. Yes, so I've already pinned that. So the other thing is, um, I've decided that I'm going to hold the Meet Your Warrior Guide Power Animal workshop. It's a bit of a mouthful, but that was what I was guided to call it. And I made up the wee thing on Canva, last night in about 30 seconds. So yeah, I'm going to hold that a week tonight at 9 o'clock UK time. So it'll be 9 till 11. Again, I say 11, it'll at least be that. But so we'll just go with the flow. If people get in touch and it seems like Tuesday for any reason might be better because that's the actual full moon, there's no reason why I can't do that. But I was guided to, hello Nathan, how are you doing? I was actually thinking about you earlier, wondering where you were. So I hope you're doing well. So yeah, I'm going to be holding that on Monday. So as long as there's, it'd be great if there's at least 3 people, 3 or more. But to be honest, I put in the membership earlier when I gave them their link. If there's 2 people, if there's 2 of you, I would run it. You know what I mean? I think I would. I'm not going to totally say that I would. I'm not running it with one person. That's pointless. Do you know what I mean? Like, and again, even with 2 people, I'm like, but 3 or more, I'll run it. But we'll see how I'm feeling. If 2 people want to do it, I'll trust that you're the 2 people that need it. But yeah, I've had loads of signs about. Well, it's just it's not like, oh, I don't, it's not will it help people, will it not? It will definitely help people, but it's um whether it's the right time for everyone involved, me as well. And I've just got loads of major signs to put out there, so we'll just see. And then if not, we'll do it in about a month's time, or we'll at least do it at some point because they've told me to do that for people for a reason. And it's because it's in line with the last session I just had, where it was just and again, it's not the first session that I do with people. That was slightly different because that person didn't actually know about Twinflames. I don't know if that person had actually ever heard of Twinflames. That happens every now and again. And so, we're not going to sit there and talk about a twin flame story when she hadn't even heard it. You know what I mean? But by the way, can I just say it always turns out that you actually are one whenever that happens that way too. Because I can't stress enough. God picked it that way. I'm a true twin flame and I'm a true twin flame shaman. It's like I only attract twin flames. But I am more open minded, especially because lately I've noticed more of the soul family that are coming. There is the potential that it just feels like even I can feel like even some people that aren't talking are not twin flames. And I know that there's people from my past and that watch that aren't twin flames. People that not just people that don't like, there's people that like me too. The mixture of people. There might even be people that love me. But uh, yeah. Sorry, Nathan, I'm going to read that in a minute. Yeah, I'm just hoping that I always saw clairvoyantly the time where I've said this for the past couple of years when more people would come to the channel that it wasn't solely about the twin flame journey. And it might be that when that starts happening in waves of people, I might actually just start a whole brand new channel, to be honest. Like I'll still have this, but we're like nowhere near doing that. I experimented with a bit of that. It's too annoying. It's too hard keeping up with one. Do you know what I mean? Like, God, when people can run more than a few channels, it's like well done because it's quite hard to do. Basically, I didn't really put them all in it, but you know what I'm saying. It's like, so yeah. So I'll use a bit of the. In fact, I'll do it now before I forget. Let's just. Nah, I'll read Nathan's comment and then I'll do it. So, take my boundaries. Well, that's good because that's to do. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Nathan. I thought you just won. Oh, you didn't win it. You got, yeah, because you came into quite a bit of money there. I hope that you invested well with that. Um, right. Well, I'm praying for your abundance to pick up there. I'm just wondering, you might resonate with the video that I've done for tomorrow. I used charms. Have I brought them through here? I meant to. I'm sure I did. And fucking love it, by the way. I was so excited. I was like a big kid. But there was quite a few, like, I done the divine masculine cards and then, well, the charms, and then I done the divine masculine. I did bring it through. Where are they? Because that, and there was lots of things to indicate witchcraft. It was like bats and all the things I associate with bats and cats and no offense if you like cats, that might be some people's power animals. But as I've said before, cats on all the cards that I've got are never a good thing. It's got jealousy, two-faced friend. It's always things like that. I think I can think of. I think actually this might be the deck where it's the cat isn't a bad thing, and it's something about being independent. Every other thing. So because I've had a lot of these decks for years, some of them like 10 years, 15 years, it's like drummed into me. But also, I'm a dog person. But it doesn't mean I don't like cats. I just want to stress that cats are amazing too. But you know, you usually are one or the other, and I'm definitely a dog person. Well, I won't get them now. That's so annoying. I swear I brought them through here. One more look, because they don't seem to be here. The thing is, you're not going to be able to see them. I didn't get a chance to save anything because I don't read this Outlook, but I was forced to be like my mother's car payment. Oh, or it would have been repoed the same. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Nathan. That sounds a bit difficult. And also, it's quite interesting you're saying about your mum because that's come up. Well, it's not come up in tomorrow's one, but it's come up loads. Like it's been coming up for months. And again, every time I say that, I want to say like years, but it's the I know from doing the shorts there was loads of stuff because I used these ancestral cards about that. So, and then just because unfortunately some of the just keeping anonymous, some of the sessions that basically some of the sessions that I've had this year, we'll just make it at this year. I've done loads of sessions where it is about a karmic mother. And not everybody can say, oh, your mother's karmic, mum, dad, but, or like, some of the ones I've done recently, because it's not even, that's not, it doesn't need to be anonymous because that person's even said in the chat, like karmic father energy of the most horrendous kind. Like, so it's all this stuff is coming up to be faced, basically. Or just healing your own masculine feminine energy, like healing, like I'm helping people a lot with like family curse, generational curses, because like I'll say, we're the generational curse breakers, but that can run a lot deeper for some others than you know than some other stuff, basically. Okay, no, that's kind of all I can really say, because like I've said before, I said this in the video earlier, and I say it quite a lot, like I would love to be able to go into more detail about some of the stuff I help people with, but even when it's anonymous, it doesn't feel right doing that. Do you know what I mean? So, but like I said, they're literally everybody I always work with. They're all like, most people say, or just say anything, but I just know, even if you said that to me, I don't like. I know you can make your own decisions in that, but I sometimes take that with a pinch of salt because sometimes, you might, you know what I mean? I think, yeah, I just go with what I feel on that because it's like, anyway, I'm going to get the charms. Wait a minute. Oh, I had left them after all. So you might think you've done something and you could be adamant, and it turns out you're wrong. And I know it's not that deep for the charms, guys, but you know what I'm saying. Also, side note, I know nobody cares, but these are not my leggings. They're my fuck off, fuck right off. Yeah, that was annoying. They're my jammy bottoms, so they're like faded black, and they bought them like that. I said that it's like they're shite material, like when they're brand new. They're like, I'm just sorry saying, it's had my bath. I've got one half my jammies on. That's how it rolls when you sometimes got off here at like 4 in the morning. I was explaining that to my mum earlier. I was like, I really must be in a portal when I do this, right? Which I know that I am, because sometimes I'm sitting here on a random Tuesday, Monday, Thursday, and it's like 4 in the morning. Do you know what I mean? And I'm like, I'd understand if someone was like, shut the fuck up, but they don't. So we're gonna we're gonna keep on assuming it's all right until there's a knock at the door. I hope nobody's dealing with the police. That sounds like there's a knock at the door. Nothing else is joking. Right, okay, so oh, I put them out on. I better watch because the lid's not on them. Can you? Oh my god, can you imagine that? That's quite heavy. By the way, I've got a much nicer setup for these. It's just I can't find the plate I bought 2 years ago. Specifically, that's how much I plan things in advance. I bought a plate for it for the charms, and then I kept putting off getting the charms, and I was like, oh, because I've got like wee bits and bobs of charms, but I'm like, nah, I need a ton of them, and I'm totally into it, so we might do some of that tonight. Right. Right, did I read all these comments? I didn't get a chance to save anything because I don't. Oh no, I did read that bit. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Nathan. I'm going to keep you in my prayers because you're always in my prayers anyway. So everyone is that's part of the channel. I really just need to fix because again, it's really interesting. So there's definitely, I don't know, I would say there's like a lot of support or concern or whatever words you want to use around the males of the soul family. Because not only did you pop into my, it was when I was eating my tea, I just thought, oh, I wonder how Nathan is. And then, so that's just funny that you've popped up. And then it was my guide telling me. And then I saw one of the other guys' birthdays. And I just explained that at the start. And then right before I started, I saw that he'd emailed me. So, because I can feel you coming before you actually turn up. That's the truth of it. So and of course, this could be about that, you know, whoever you are out there, like you're divine masculine or you are the divine masculine, but particularly males, because it was that is kind of funny because we do have an abundance more of females round here that are the divine masculine, funnily enough, than how's that? Oh my god, that's how cold it is. That was boiling when I poured it, and it's like warm now. So I'm just going to pour some more in there. Oh, by the way, who's got the sword back? Nathan, you've not got a sword back, have you? Somebody's got a fucking. I think this might be someone in my personal life, so. But my God, if it is, they're really like that is bad because it just came on like right before. Yeah, I know who this is. Yeah, this is definitely this is right where it is. I know that this is. I know who this is. It could be other people watching too, but I'm like, this is that survey telling me like I need to. Good Lord. Right, so where are we going to go first with this? It's not very fun doing the shuffle, the shuffle. It's not very fun doing the raffle when the people aren't here. So we'll just keep the names there or who that's for. Let's do some talking about the Juno thing. So yeah, basically like what I said, Juno is in the last of Scorpio. So basically what that means is that whilst Juno has been in Scorpio and it was retrograde as well at some points, um, it's been doing a number on your relationship, if you're in a relationship, or your twin flame connection, whatever's going on in your twin flame connection, whether you see them in person or not, it doesn't really matter. It does matter and it doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? You'll have felt it strongly either way. But definitely the twin flames, like the divine masculine male and females that have been in karmic situations, like it will have made it so clear to them that some of them might be on their way. Because look what I just look what I just look, I'm on my way to you. So out of all those cards, that's the one. That's the one that was standing out the most. So that's going to be relevant to someone. And I watch the very Scorpio card. I'm your secret admirer. I watch your social media. I search for you online, and I sometimes try to be you where you are. Very stalker vibes, but not stalker in the way of karmic, just stalker in the way of helps you spiritually awaken. If we can take the banter out there. So, and I want to follow my heart. So again, you see, Juno in the very last of Scorpio could be that kind of I want to follow my heart. It'd be like Christian Grey kind of I can't bear this longing, you know. And do you know it's so funny because I wondered why they made me catch that. Like the 50 Shades of Grey's films are honestly like some of they're probably definitely my favorite trilogy, right? But like I just love it. I love the intensity. I love the love story before your mind goes other places. But you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I do. I just love the love. I love the love story. I was even thinking that last night. I was watching. You know what I mean? Like some people don't like this because they're like he's too much. But I'm like I just love it. You know what I mean? It's and like I was totally giving away where Mad Juno actually is. Mad Juno's in the eighth house. So Mad Juno is like Juno and Scorpio. But if you've got Juno in the eighth house or Juno and Scorpio, you might be a bit like that too. Um, but I've said where it is before anyway. But yeah, it was the second one, 50 Shades Freed or whatever. 50 Shades Free, something like that. Freed. 50 Shades Freed, I think. And in that one, if you've never seen it, it's where you know they've left it falling out because at the end of the first one, I've said this before. This is hilarious. I think this is going to be quite funny tonight because I'm just realizing when I'm channeling that, it's like it's a Scorpio moon. Like, you know, at the end of the first one, I always switch it off before it gets to the very end because I'm like, this is brutal. I don't want to watch this. She doesn't like whatever he does at the end, and I'm away. So just like she's fucking running off at the end, I remember that much. I'm turning it off before it gets to that bit. And sometimes I turn it off too early and I mistime it. But I know it's like right then, so I'm like, right, I'm turning it off now. I want to stick with the love story. I'm no wanting, you know what I mean? Anyway. So anyway, at the second one, he's like, you know, sorry, darling, here's a bunch of flowers. I'm going to buy you all the pictures of you. Can we be in love again? You know? And so that's basically the gist of it. But all jokes aside, yeah, it starts like that. You know, he's making up there, so that could be relevant here. And that is very, like I'm saying, that's why I've obviously caught that last night because I've seen that about a million times. Because up until when was it? Up until it must be 3 years ago now. Up until 3 years ago now, I hadn't actually saw the second and the third one, and I couldn't believe that because you know what I mean. But I don't know, I just hadn't. And now I've seen them like you know, like I said, I've seen them all tons of times because they're always on the movie channel or like some of the other channels. Um, but I hadn't watched it in a while, so I thought, oh, I'm going to watch it. And that is very much, yeah, Juno last degrees of Scorpio, anything last degrees of Scorpios, but Juno last degrees of Scorpio it's like either intense fear about commitment or you could really know, like, no, this is what I want. Like, there's nothing swaying me. This is what my heart yearns for, longs for. I can't bear this anymore. It's like that kind of. And then when it goes into Juno and Sagittarius, it's also passionate because you know, Scorpio is oh, what's happening there? The connection. Have I fucked off? Because there's a big circle on the. No, I'm still there. That was interesting. It was like a big circle interference. I'm going to assume I'm still here. And it froze and then it went off. But yeah, Scorpio is a water sign, so it's deep, intense feelings. And then Sagittarius is a fire sign, so passion, fire, desire. But I always think Sagittarius is more kind of playful. It's like banter, you know, party, fun, freedom, free spirit. And I, you know, that's like a part of my personality because that's my moon sign. But I always feel I'm more like the Scorpio rising part. Well, I don't know, I'm equal parts because it's if there's anything I'm the least of is an Aries, believe it or not. You know what I mean? Some people might think I am so Aries, and in a lot of ways I can be, but maybe it's because for the majority of my life I wasn't. I wasn't. Like I ironically had to fight to be an Aries, you know what I mean? Like I had to grow into my confidence and my courage and all that kind of stuff. Although I have been brave in other ways from when I was wee. So this is all going to mean something. So anyway, while I'm shuffling these, so let's keep that in mind. If anything comes up about either I'm afraid of commitment or I'm ready for commitment, that's interesting because Juno is commitment. But just kind of notice within yourself whether your feelings towards commitment, however you feel, kind of shift, you know, from that intensity to the energies of the so maybe like you know as well if I'd imagine if there was a fear around commitment you could have been like all or nothing and like you know like fucking terrified like it's your deepest fears and like oh my god it's like being like chained to something I can't get out and all this kind of stuff too you know, I could imagine you might even shift to being like, actually, relationships don't need to be like that. Commitments don't need to be like that. Marriages don't need to be like that. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, just that's kind of what comes up when I think about all of that. So, but like I said, very much the perfect example of Juno and Scorpio would be things like 50 Shades of Grey or After or any just intense sort of romance you can think of like that. That wouldn't be everyone's cup of tea, but it might be yours. Right, what have we got? What do the collective of masculines want to say before we move on to the next bit? I can feel you pulling away. Have you moved on? A little bit like how I just channeled at the start of that film. That, well, he isn't letting her move on. You know what I mean? But not in like a. I don't know. It is only a film, but it's. I was going to say not in a toxic way, but it is kind of creepy how he comes in and buys all the. It's like if you've never seen it, basically, what's more creepy is it's her best friend, but it's like a guy who's her best friend who's clearly got the hots for her, and she doesn't have the hots for him. And he's a photographer, and he's taking pictures of her, and then he puts them up in the art gallery, and he doesn't even ask her if it's all right for him. Well, I hope he asked if it was okay to take the pictures, but he doesn't ask them when he puts them up in things. So that's what I'm saying. That's more creepy than the guy buying them. Uh, and then it's Christian Grey that comes in and buys all the pictures because he's like, I don't want anyone else looking at you like that. So it could be that kind of energy. Do you know what I mean? Like somebody doesn't want, yeah, their love interest being desired other than by them kind of thing. And I can feel you pulling away. Have you moved on? So could be a group of masculines that are like, I don't feel your energy anymore. I feel like you've moved on. Like I was going to say cut the cords, but you can't cut the cords with a twin flame. But what you can do is you can free up the energy a little bit. You're never going to be able to cut the cords because you'd actually feel quite ill. Something wouldn't feel right. But if you do some type of clearing the energy in that way, you know, it gives you a bit of breathing room, and it's wise and it's healthy to do that basically. Especially if you're kind of like, you know, it's all consuming. It really just depends on what part of the journey you're at. But either way, it must be a group of quite detached feminines because this masculine's like, I can feel something's different and I don't like it. So that's creepy when that happens. That happens all the time. Look at all of them, and I just fucking pulled out the same one, and I've got a tarot reading on you. So this can be that either this person has went to somebody for an online or an offline tarot reading, or they've stumbled across someone like myself. Although again, I don't like to be referred as a tarot reader. I do have tarot cards that I read now and again. I more read Oracle, but I have got hundreds of tarot decks as well. But yes, if you're going to call me in, well, actually, basically, who cares? You can call me whatever the fuck you want. And like I would say, I'm sure people do out there. But yeah, it's not what I refer to myself as. But I do love tarot, and I love people that read tarot and everything like that. Do you know if that's what they call themselves? But yeah, shaman, because shaman covers all bases of what I do. But um, you know, they found somebody that does general readings and it might be really helping this person. What if you don't accept me for who I really am? But yeah, same card came out and I shuffled all of them. So I feel that's usually when that happens, that means that's all that wants to come out of this deck. So let's see what comes out of this one. What is the other feeling? Because I won't do this for too long because I just won't. It gets a bit boring. But I'm kind of getting to that point where I'm like, even if I wasn't taking a few weeks off, because that's where it feels relevant, right? There was a point last night before I was falling asleep, or it was, I don't know, I think it was when I was like, I think it was when I woke up, I don't know. I think I'd been asleep and I woke up and then I was thinking something and I went back to sleep and I was feeling like it was me. And then it was like, my guides were like, no, this is how some of the masculine feel. And that can be like, if anyone out there does similar to me, you'll know what I mean. Sometimes when you're channeling the energy, it could feel like it's you, and then you actually tune in. You're like, oh, wait a minute, this is actually a message that I have to give for the masculine. And the way I was feeling was, I wrote it down on my phone when I was half asleep, but I think I can basically remember it. It's like I was getting this feeling of like, I can't do this anymore. Like this is exhausting. I'm fed up. Like I'm just done, you know. But like, what I was laughing at was That makes perfect sense for me, guys, because I feel like I'm already in sun in my 12th house and I'm not there for another couple of weeks. But you know what I mean? It's like that's you know, I'm obsessed basically. I'm obsessed with it. Talking about Scorpio, but obsessed with like, you know, taking extra care when the moon is in your 12th house. But or really even any planets, you should keep an eye on it. But like, you know, when the sun is there, because it's, you know, near enough, it's not quite the month, it's I think like 3 weeks or something. Don't quote me on that, but for me it is what it is. No, actually it could be. Some of you could be there for the whole month. But for mine it's not as long as that. But you know, it's a time when you could go fall into your deepest fears for a bit longer than, you know, a couple of days. And I've given that example that probably is, it feels like that example is never going to go away from me. But when I had been at like one of my best pals' weddings and, you know, overdid it and then beat myself up for like near enough a month, it just so happens that that did completely coincide with when the sun was in my 12th house. So it makes sense that I beat myself up like, you know, just to a ridiculous, exaggerated state that like there was no need to do. But it's you know, we learn from that. You know, I definitely learned from that for me. And even at the time, I do remember being told that never forget this feeling of shaming yourself like that because you're going to need to remember it for helping divine masculines. You know what I mean? Like how we can make it so much worse than what it needs to be. You know, you can beat yourself up for longer than it needs to be. Maybe you do need to give yourself a stern talking to, or you know, or you need to, you know, teach yourself, or kind of be like, I don't deserve this, and blah blah blah, and whatever, you know. And then it's like, forgive yourself, you know, whatever all this is sort of bringing up. So, God, this is quite, this really is Juno and Scorpio at the last degrees. It's deep. Right, what else do we need to know from this? But oh yeah, shit, that's why I was saying that. But yeah, that's kind of the general feeling of what I was feeling. And then it was like I just felt like my guides and like God basically like, no, this is how the masculine feels. I can't stand this anymore. You know what I mean? Like I need to go and talk to them or need to do something. And then, so this is in the one earlier. Let's shuffle these. The card that was staring at me and I brought it through. Oh, look, I miss what we had in the past. I often reminisce about those times. Um, it said, I can't bear this longing. And then there's the heart chakra card that, oh, that wasn't even the one. So remember I said, I feel that's why I'm wearing the green, because it's like they're getting across the heart chakra sort of energy. Heart chakra, unfurling back to love. But it said, I can't bear this longing. What do you think of me right now? I think that came out. I'll just find it. I'll shuffle and see if it comes out again. But that's the kind of energy. And that is, like I said, very in line with Juno. Oh my God. I'm just warning you right now. Some of the cards in this are so triggering. Some of them are amazing, and some of them are like make me want to get the lighter and set it on fire. I pulled one of them for tomorrow too. It was like, you know, we've got many lessons to learn, and we'll learn them in the next life or something. Like, get yourself to fuck. Who cares about that? God, what an annoying card. Right, where is it? Oh, just trust me. It says something about I can't bear this anymore. Anyway, we'll just see. So, but let's just see what I actually did write in my phone. It was something like that. Oh no, that's a whole big. Was hearing I've had enough now as a divine feminine. Then was told that's how divine masculine feels. Yeah, that's all I wrote. It was almost like a conversation. That's kind of what I feel it was, you know. Like it was like a feminine saying, I've had enough. Like I can't stand this now. Do you know what I mean? Like I've been patient. There's been no sign of you, you know. And then it was like it switched and it was like the masculine, like I can't stand it. So that's the only way I can describe it. And also it feels like the longing is next level because look, both these decks, my little mini, I got these in the sale because it was like it was worth it because if I'd got them full price, it was like the same price as one, you know what I mean? And I thought it's quite good for it. I love doing like, you know, I love having doubler decks. So, but tomorrow, spoiler alert, the one I done earlier, I haven't watched it back. At some points, the devil was on both decks, right? So the talk about Juno and Scorpio, 50 Shades of Grey. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the desire is next level for union, because that's on the back. Sorry if you can't see the things don't turn up very well in this anyway. And just to hammer home, the desire for union, spiritual union, Four of Wands union card is strong. I mean, actually, I think that would be good for. We could stop the glare. So tiny, maybe I need to hold them. Yeah, so wait a minute, I'll put these down, I'll shuffle them in a minute. Just waiting. Yeah, that's nice. I love that card. I think it's really lovely. You know what I mean? The spiritual union card. It's like the lovely bit of 50 Shades of Grey. Do you know what I mean? Like, because again, I know that might not be the first thing that springs to mind with that film, but for me, it is. You know, it's like I do love the romance in it, the intensity. You know, I just love the romance intensity. I love all of it. I love all the songs too. I often sing the songs from that. Um, I regret what I did to you. So that's there too. What else? What else do we need to? Oh, that's quite a few. Fuck's. Oh, look. Sorry, this is so funny. They really are working with the 50 Shades of Grey thing. I want you. I can't help wanting you sexually. Your energy excites me. Your body and mind turns me on. I want you right now, and I don't care about anything else. Right, guys. Astrology doesn't lie. Look at what I've just said about Juno, last degrees of Scorpio. It's intense out there. You know what I'm saying? If you're feeling it, you're feeling it. Oh, I'm not signed in again. I've no idea what that means, but I don't like when I'm not signed in. And with a click of the finger, I'm signed in. Do you know what I mean? I really don't know what difference it makes, but it annoys me. There we go. So again, if you maybe that's to do with the connection, right? So let's just see what. All right, I'll read them all because they all came out like that. So I'm grateful. I can do anything with the power of your love. You give me the strength and confidence to be me. See, that is like 50 Shades of Grey, isn't it? Because it's like he only changes for her. I'm sorry, I miss you and hope that you can forgive me for all the things I've said and done. I know that I've hurt you very badly, my words and actions. I'm truly very sorry. It was all because of my own insecurity and fear. That's also like 50 Shades of Grey. Let's relax. I don't want you to leave me alone. What I do need is less time and pressure. Can we relax and just enjoy this moment fully? So I feel like that's like the kind of energy where somebody's been like running, basically. Do you know what I mean? So whether it's been a conversation or somebody's just fucked off and ghosted and whatever the deal was, got with somebody else usually. Um, like, you know, they don't like that now. They don't want you to be nothing to do there. Like, you know what I mean? They just want that they want to get to know you or you want to get to know the person that you ran from. I'm afraid, oh, these are all in reverse. This feels relevant. These two are in reverse. I walked away, but I intend to come back. My concern, but I did go to say connection. My concern is, will you be there when I do? I was running from myself. Look how many times I was saying this person was running from you and that, and then I'm running from myself came out. So that must be the realization that this group of masculines are having. I was running from that part myself. Like I was running from my feelings, like my real feelings. Um, I don't know if I can quote that because it's rather crude, but it kind of reminds me of in 50 Shades of Grey when he says to the old boot, you know what I mean? When he says, you taught me how to F and Anna taught me how to love. So I don't know how that comes into it, guys. That's a bit intense, but do you know what I mean? It's like somebody is, you know, because that's the Kim Basinger, the you know, the one that is meant to be the I love that scene as well. I love when the mum comes over and she's like, "Get away from my children." You're like, "Get out my fucking house." Do you know what I mean? Every time in America, it's like, "Step away from my children and get out of my house." And here it'd be like, "Get yourself the fuck away from my bears before I kick your." Anyway, it would go down slightly different in different parts of the world, is all I'm saying. But yes, the one that has, you know, she's been the family friend that's taken advantage. So again, I sincerely, to be serious for a moment, I hope that resonates with absolutely no one. But I think it's just getting across. It's like, you know, this is a group of people that are like, I know I don't feel like this about anyone. Like, yeah, I could sleep with people, but I have intense desire, longing, and love. My heart has awakened to this person. I miss you. I miss talking to you. That's all. This is the one. This is one I don't resonate with because it's like, you know, some of you might not do. But I sometimes I just take it like I miss you, right? But I miss you. But for whoever else this is for, I miss talking to you. That's why sometimes we can talk for hours in person or on the phone. I don't want our time together, no matter how long, no matter how it seems to you. So that might resonate with some of yous. Wasn't really about talking with me and mine, but anyways, it's like, um, I'm lost. Nobody seems to get me or understand me, but you. I feel so alone. I feel so alone. That is now again, I feel that is just very relevant to this person can't connect in the way that they once could. That's what I'm feeling. Whoever this is for, it's like if you're this masculine, you could spend time with other people in that way too. And it was no big deal. Like, you know what I mean? You could have a good time, whatever, but it's like this is somebody that's like, I can't do this anymore. Like something is not allowing you to be, I don't know, to connect with people in a casual way. Or if this was ages ago that you stopped being able to do this, it's just picking up on that energy. Everyone's at different bits. But it's kind of like, you know, it's like when you could just be surrounded with friends, or you could be like with a romantic partner, but it's like you still feel really alone. This person can't connect. This is somebody going through a spiritual awakening. And then just to hammer that home, I'm numb. When I feel dead inside, your love lights me up and I can breathe again. So it was also, I don't know who sings that, but that's kind of a more song that's like, it might be even just been this year, but is there not like a song that's like, nobody gets you, nobody gets me, you do? I don't know, because it's, but I remember hearing it somewhere, maybe probably on a shorts or something. No, nobody gets me. I think it's just something like, nobody gets me, you do. It's a girl. I don't know what that is. Maybe some of you know, but I can hear it in my head. Right, let's now shuffle these. Again, I don't think we need to do this bit for much longer. I just wanted to do something. But look, Mary Magdalene, Jesus are staring at me again. This card's been haunting me. It was over there, and then I moved. Oh, I think I put it there to show you. Sorry, I just burped, clearing the intensity, clearing the energy. Right to love and be loved, heart healing. But you see the heart, heart chakra, heart healing. It's intense. That's what I feel we want to get across here. Um, I'm so grateful for all that I've learned from you and our connection. Thank you. So see you later. I'll just thank you for all the lessons and thank you for what you've taught me. And now that's that. That's why I don't like this deck. Some of the you could take it that way. You could take it that this person is like not going to do anything about it because they're too scared of rejection. They're too scared to come back and apologize or whatever the deal is that needs to go on here. Or you could take it, I'm so grateful for the lessons, thank you, and I'm coming in to see if you'll be mine forever. You know what I mean? It depends if you're going to go 50 Shades of Grey, Christian Grey way that wouldn't give up, or I love the use of emojis. I'm just trying to work out now. Now, what's to found running around? You carry your pain wherever you go, oh, full of the blues that you're trying to lose. You ain't going to learn what you don't want to know. Is that a song or are you just coming in with the wisdom? Loving the use of the emojis, though. And hello, Maui Logic. Are you new? Um, no one will ever love me like you do, and no one will ever love you like I do. Love me like you do, love me like you do. That's given 50 Shades of Grey, isn't it? But no, that really is reminding me. Waited for a lifetime for you. Wasn't looking for love till I found you. Unfortunately, the late Liam Payne and Rita Ora, isn't it? I loved that song when that came out, actually. I'm so afraid of rejection that I haven't taken the risk to be with you. There's that one again. Oh, wait a minute. I've just thought of a story. So, oh, look, there's that one again. Same cards. I miss what we had in the past. I often reminisce about those times. Yes, you passing through wherever I feel. Thanks, wisdom. Oh, good. Well, that's nice. Right. Okay. Now, we have so much to learn and experience on other paths. We will always be connected, though. Right. We're putting these away. I'm sorry. Could anyone feel me on that? It's like, these are brutal. They're honest, though. They're brutal, but they're honest. It's like, fuck me hell. So, again, maybe that's where you're at right now. I think they're giving a mixture of where some twin flames are at. You did, in the past, a lot, you did have a lot to learn and experience on other paths with other people. But you will always be will always be connected though. But you will always be connected though. It's like I said, you can't cut the cords with twin flame. You can cut the cords with anyone else. You can't cut the cords with twin flame. But for some of you, that isn't in the past. That is still the case. You've got more to learn and experience on other paths. Maui Logic, are you just coming in and writing gobbledygook? I'm just checking because what does that mean? She's a Middleton, a 12, 12, 73. What are you talking about? I'm just sort of giving you a wee warning now. If you start writing the random crap that is just to fuck with people's heads on that, you're going to meet my Mars in Scorpio, and Mars is in Scorpio. I was holding on too tight and it was too painful. That is like the darkness of, that's like the shadow of Mars in Scorpio. Anything in Scorpio, you know, Scorpio's pain. But who's she? Sagittarius energy. Right. Let's see. I don't think, I'm afraid I lost you forever. Yeah, you see, that is again. This is so funny because if you've seen that second 50 Shades of Grey, you'll get what I mean. Like there is a throughout the whole film, really, there is more of a panicky energy in him that he's lost her forever. But he hasn't because he gets her really pretty quickly at the start of the film. Otherwise, you know, because that's we want to see that pretty quickly. But it's just getting across like that is the last masculine video that I done. I did title it that, like this person's panicking. Um, we're cool and joy, obviously someone who I'm dealing with. Well, it's not obvious actually. That isn't obvious to me, but you know, that's what we'll say to that. But I've been working on myself. Yeah, it is. It's so funny. It's like giving the energy of it's giving the energy of that film. That's why they do that. That's why they give me film. Right, okay, so before I forget to show the other ones, because I don't think we need to do that for that much longer. Um these I'm sure there was another one that pulled me in too, but I don't know where it is. But I have just been drawn to Twin Flames, Your Passion Ignites, so I don't think that's the thumbnail, but so Ascension lift. So 39, 39 could be significant. Prepare for rapid spiritual growth. Be ready for opportunities. That's pretty wow that pulled me in because that is what I've titled the shorts. It's already been released now for tomorrow. Was something about what did I title it? Because it was quite intense. And now remember, I filmed that over 2 weeks ago now. So that always fascinates me when something I've filmed long, long in advance catches up with the real time when I'm doing stuff. Yeah, Divine Masculine ascending old earth. Wait a minute. Divine Masculine ascending old earth, fear into new earth something. New earth frequencies, split earth timeline shift. So basically what that means is there is, there is a timeline shift. There's always timeline shifts going in your personal life and there's collective ones and all that. But what that means to me is like this divine masculine group are having a complete paradigm shift, mindset shift, like everything that they knew it to be has completely changed everything, so that the direction that someone's life was going in could be taking a complete turnaround and going in another way. And that is, you know, there's loads of astrological things I've already channeled about that all of this year, like Saturn retrograde in Pisces right now is one of them. That, you know, that's where you could see a turnaround when, now wait a minute, this is going to bother me with the maths, and if I don't get any of this right, then, you know, who gives a shit? But some people, but so don't quote me on any of it. But basically, yeah, Saturn is retrograde in Pisces just now, and then it will go direct at the end of November, right? So it'll still be in Pisces right up until right before Valentine's Day, and then it goes into Aries. So definitely, you know, so basically right up until even from the end of November too. Like I would say from about the end of November, people could start. There could be like even more like major epiphanies on you've been going inwards to discern and spot who's a karmic person in my life and who isn't, who's telling the truth, who isn't, kind of thing, all that kind of stuff. And then from the end of November, you could have like huge paradigm shifts in that way and be like, oh my God, how could I even think that this was that way? How could I even trust that person over that person? Like your mind could have really been, because I've been getting loads of messages and downloads about that anywhere, where it feels like Saturn retrograde in Pisces right now is part of the confusion illusion, spell work, black magic. It's the, you know, the way the dark energies trick people, the way they'll use anyone to do stuff like that. I'm already witnessing that, where it's like tricks of the mind, you know. So just be aware of that when you're selling, that Saturn retrograde in Pisces. Pisces is confusion illusion, whether it's retrograde or not. So really go within to be like, you know, is this true, or is this a bit of a trick of the mind or something, right? Especially if you've got some major sort of 12th house action going on. So you'll notice like I go by that because that's why, you know, I don't really want to be doing my work. And it's quite funny that, you know, sometimes I'm like, oh, I maybe should, because like for some of it, like, you know, I might just film stuff to myself privately and put it out, you know, either later or because, you know, although I go by being more tired and need more time to yourself and a bit of a rest and stuff, actually that tends to be when I can get a lot of major insights for world stuff, like not just twin flames. So although I get them all the time anyway because my Pluto's there, but you know what I'm saying. So it's just make sure that you have actually got the right end of the stick, is what I'm saying there, because Saturn retrograde in Pisces, confusion illusion, all these karmic lessons. I warned about this long before it, that you could really be getting hoodwinked in love. Like a lot of people will be with a karmic person right now, just point blank, right? And then even people that aren't twin flames, they could be in something, and then that comes out of being retrograde in Pisces, confusion illusion. But that could also be like, oh, I'm in love, rose tinted glasses, because you know, like Pisces is like soulmates. Never mind twin flames, it's like soulmates, twin flames, it's romance. And then it, you know, when it goes direct, it could be like, whoa, what the fuck? You know what I mean? But maybe not even. Like it might still be take it as that's it, unfurling back to love. And then it's like, unfortunately for some people, it might take right into next year. And ironically, right before Valentine's Day, when Saturn goes back in Aries, boom, there's the truth, bitch. Do you know what I mean? Sorry for saying bitch, but it felt like relevant. It's like hits you, the truth hits you. And that's why it's quite good to know astrology, or even if you don't know astrology and you don't want to look at that deep over yourself, it's kind of like that is basically the way that I'm looking at the energy. It's like a wee heads up, a warning to really tune in, because when anything's retrograde, it's like get in touch with the deeper parts of yourself. That's why I'm a great teacher. I'm not going to be modest of uh, like retrograde energy, because I have 6 retrograde planets, which is very rare. That's why every year when there's 6 retrograde, that people make a big fucking deal about it. Do you know what I mean? Like I was born with that, and I don't ever meet anyone with that. If you've got that, I'd love to know. I think somebody on the chat actually the other week, funnily enough, did say they had that, but I've never actually seen anyone's chart with that. But I've seen people with 5, but I've not seen the 6th one. And it's, you know, so for me, like I do go very slowly. I'm very patient, and I really, you know, take my time with things for myself. Like I said, you just heard me say I bought a fucking plate for the charms like 2 years ago. It might have even been 3 years ago. And then I don't feel I've never actually done the charms on the that, like I've done it with other things, but I've not actually done it with a whole load of them like in that jar. Do you know what I mean? So it's like I prepare for things for ages and then I forget about it. You know what I mean? So it's all kind of there's meaning in this, whatever you get from this. But yeah, so just look out for that. You know, that it's even though I'm saying it, you might be like, yeah, whatever, and then you'll notice if you look at astrology, you might be able to notice the synchronicities, or I definitely will if you're on my radar and I'm looking at your chart. But it's just wise to know right now, you know, that you might look at things very differently when it comes to karmic lessons come next year, February next year, when it goes into Aries. Because remember, we've already had that. Like Saturn was already in Aries before it went retrograde into Pisces again for another run around of the karmic lessons. You know what I mean? So that's when I said it wouldn't be unusual if some people have been pulled back to past relationships to give it another go, or you know, you've got confused about who's your twin flame and who's your whatever, you know what I mean? And then the truth slaps you in the face. So it's just kind of quite good to be like, you know, are you doing the right thing here? Like, are you actually, you know, I don't know, and I don't know who that's all going to resonate with. But anyway, there's light body activations too. I did channel that. I don't know. On one of the shorts. Now the thing is, because I channeled them all on the same day 2, 3 weeks ago, I feel like you've already seen it, but I've not put it out yet. So if I haven't, but I'm sure I have, I'm sure that's already been published. But yeah, there's major light body activations going on. There always is, but with the energies that are got like there's a massive solar storm going on right now. Is it like huge energy? So if you're needing to sleep more than usual, the Schumann resonance is always going crazy. You know, I can usually tell by if I can't even move from my bed. So actually, see, I haven't saw whatever it's doing today, but I don't need to look. I feel it. And basically, I would say the fact that my alarm didn't go off and I slept till that time is quite a good indication that there's some major activity there. But yeah, light body. Independence brings comfort, past restrictions, ancestral healing. So we've already touched on the ancestral healing when Nathan had shared that. And then I've got those cards. Actually, because that says that, let's get these cards. So what do we need to know about the ancestral healing? So get basically, I think that's it for the wait a minute. I think that's it for the Juno stuff. So just be aware of it that like from Wednesday, Juno, planet of commitment, will now be in Sagittarius. And yeah, just notice if you see if you notice the difference. Some of you will, some of you won't. But it's interesting because when you're a twin flame, it is about, you know, commitment, love, marriage in some cases. So um it's your ideal partner. It doesn't mean it's who you end up with. That's what I think's sad. Like I've looked at a lot of people's charts of all ages. Okay, mainly everyone twin flames, unless I'm looking at somebody's chart in my personal life or something. Um, and so that's what can be awkward. Like I could actually look and see what somebody's doing is, and I could describe to them to a T what they want, and then what they want and what astrology says would be the perfect match, or you know, need enough perfect because we never get perfect. The reality of what someone might be in might be like polar opposites, like awkward to what someone's in. Do you know what I mean? Like, so again, usually it's not awkward because usually well, it depends. Sometimes it is. I have thought of some. I think that's maybe when I wouldn't even. If you think about it, if I was just reading somebody's chart off the cuff and I was looking at stuff, you have to go into a different part of the thing to look at the Juno anyway. So that hasn't happened too many times, but it has a few times. But yeah, so either way, this is the masculine crown chakra being lit, getting all the downloads, activations, light body activations, light codes flooding in like shit. I need to course correct my whole life. Like seriously, that is what will be happening to a lot of people right now. Like I thought I was going one way and now I need to go the other way. Like this is not what I want. Romance, Cupid's arrow strikes. But I've always loved that imagery. Right, one more. And they're like, we said what we said. It came out again. That's all they wanted from that. Healing. Imagine yourself and your beloved surrounded by light. Feel the relationship being healed this very moment as they got me to wear the colour of healing green. So just take an actual moment, right? Let's do that, okay? So just breathe in, telling yourself relax. Breathe out, telling yourself release. Notice I haven't complained about my back. My back pain is gone. So whoever had the back pain, when I was saying to lift that, then it's and again that'll be funny if it is someone in my personal life, but just noticed that the back pain isn't so. And again, that's if you're new to me, that's my guides work very fast, and I mean that's why it's got in the info bit. Spontaneous healing can occur instantly, like instant healing, or within 24 hours, 48 hours. But usually it's people will be like, oh yeah, you know what I mean, it's gone. If it's people in the chat. Um, but oh, actually, I've just remembered something else. Wait a minute. Right, okay. So I just yeah. Um, it was just when I'm just thinking I was talking about something earlier, and I think that's actually why I was feeling that. Yeah, you know, because it is relevant when you're. Oh, I think they want me to read that actually. When you're talking, like I was talking about something earlier, and it's like I've soaked up the pain of somebody because I was thinking, oh, it's hard to describe. Uh, so I just kind of closed that off because I felt I was connecting with that person's energy too much. But energy is real. Um, what was something else that was coming to me there? Ah, one of those cards, whatever it was about, I don't know, one of the things triggered me to remember something. So again, this is an anonymous, right? But I heard a story recently. So this is anonymous, but I heard a story recently and it was something very tragic. And the thing is, I heard a story like this not too long ago and I remember telling it at the time. But it was basically something along the lines of after like decades apart, somebody getting together with like a childhood sweetheart and then it all going in the right direction. And then right before they actually got to be together, like to live together, the person died. So like so sorry to laugh, but you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like what it's like take from that what you will, but it kind of reminds I mean that's very Juno last degrees of Scorpio too. It is that old cheesy you know what I mean? Life's too short. So but I don't know, it was just because I literally just heard that today, I was kind of like, oh, do you know what I mean? Like it's just I was like, thank I actually said I was like, oh thanks for that. Yeah, great. That's brilliant. You know what I mean? But it's just but to on the other side of it, there's a couple again, I'm keeping this anonymous too, but there's a woman I keep seeing stuff and it's not twin flames, but actually I think they are twin flames. But it was something very similar where it's like this woman has reconnected with like yeah, it must be a childhood so teenage sweetheart or something after 20 odd years apart, having, you know, families, kids with other people and all that, and they've reconnected and I think they just got married. And so hopefully that can transmute the other story. But you know, there's definitely something in there about, you know, well, I'm sure I said something like that the other day. I did on the last live stream. I haven't watched any of them back. I want to, but I just can't be arsed, man. There's so many of them. I think I'll watch them when I'm off and I'll clip bits. But you know, if you can do something about if you can do something about it now, like don't leave it. Because look, it was when I picked up that again, swans making a heart. And if you don't know the banter behind this, basically, whenever I see swans, I always think true love because swans are a sign of true love. And all the different decks that I've got, it's always about love, right? And that swans are just basically known to be that. Um, and like basically, and then also side note, I'd said as well, someone that had checked on my energy not long ago had saw I can't remember. I think there was a swan on one of the cards too, so that was kind of interesting. And then I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, why are there no cards with like swans that make a heart? So I thought that was really interesting that that was in the post yesterday. There's somewhere around here that then I pulled the card in that deck that is two swans making a heart, and then I saw that, and basically I keep seeing two, I keep seeing two swans that do make a heart everywhere. So be careful what you wish for. Hello Beck, how you doing? But also the funniest one was because I'm binge watching The Office. Um, like in that episode, that's in the post I put like there's honestly just I know I keep saying it, but if you've never watched American Office, it's so funny. Like that clip I actually posted, it is brutal. Can I just say it's not true? Like I wear glasses actually more than I wear contact. Well, I don't know about that. It's probably more contacts, but when I'm in the house, that is all I wear is my glasses, right? And um, it's not true because I can think of loads of people that everyone actually, whether they're a man or a woman, that glasses actually make you hotter. You know what I mean? But it just made me laugh because it is just so because it's not true either because Pam's really hot. You know what I mean? But it's just the way he says it, man. It's just like it's so funny. I had to keep reminding, keep reminding it. He's like, oh no, Pam. You know what I mean? It's because he calls her like a wizard, a scientist or something. And um, but yeah, but it kind of did make me think of something I've said before that when I was younger, a karmic person in my life said I didn't suit my glasses. And again, remember, I wasn't very confident when I was younger as well. So I was kind of like, oh, you know what I mean? Great. You know what I mean? I'm fucking. Because again, I got my glasses really late in life. I was like 18, something random like that. 18, 19, I think it was 18. No, I must have only been 18 because I was still at school. No, I must have left school. I must have left school, but I was still seeing like my pals, like my guy pals in that uptown. But anyway, the point is, it was like then one night, I don't know why, but I decided to wear my glasses to a club. And all my guy pals are like, Cornwall, you look hot with him. And I was like, fucking knew it. He was lying. Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of like, that's what made me think of is it's not quite the same because in that episode, it's like, that is just, if you've seen The Office, it is just, he's not a dick. He is in that scene, but he's actually, the more you watch it, he's really endearing. You know what I mean? Because there's quite a nice bit when actually nobody goes to her art show. So this could be relevant to people too. And but he does, and then he says something to her that really makes her feel good about herself, and it's quite touching actually. Because, but yeah, it's just honestly, that's what I'm binge watching. And I was trying to binge watch the rest of it yesterday, and that was kind of creepy. I tried to get across how creepy these moments are. When I say creepy, it's not as creepy, but that was kind of creepy because like my telly just turned itself on and off, right? I'm used to that. That's actually a big reason why I moved through here too for a while, because that was getting on my tits. And then it's kind of funny that I so retrieved the telly too, because it has been working fine up until yesterday. And so, but when it just wouldn't basically let me put Prime on. And I was like, hang on a minute, how am I going to finish binge watching The Office? Um, and then what it went on to was The Greatest Showman. Now, I do love The Greatest Showman and I love all the songs. And so I was like, right, fine. You always want me to watch The Greatest Showman. So, but it was the line it came on, it was, the one that I quoted that was like, you, you can't go back again or something. What was it again? It was Come Alive, but it was like, in the world that you've been in, and you're dreaming with your eyes wide open. It is that one, isn't it? But it was whatever the line was, is you can't go back again. And I knew that we were saying that some people that like you've ascended so much, you've your mindset has changed, you've jumped timelines or you're preparing to that you can't go back to how it once was. Um, and then it was funny because I honestly, the Greatest Showman songs in order can almost be like the Twin Flame journey. I sometimes feel a big time feel because then it goes on to the one where it's like they're at the bar and it's like well, it's the way that I described that. I think it's quite funny. It's to me, it's like although it's two men, it's which it can be same sex for some Twin Flames, but it's to me, it's like the divine feminine, divine masculine kind of arguing a bit, like the other one in that, where the one swinging around saying this can't happen, and the other one's like, yes, it can. It feels impossible. It's not impossible. And then actually, by the end of the film, it is possible. um, but yeah, no, the one when it's Zac Efron and the other guy, it's you know, I quite enjoy the life you say I'm bored of. And I you know what I mean? It's anyway. I love all the songs. So does Charlotte. So that was good timing. Hello, Charlotte. But the other side. You know, going to the other side. If you really listen to lyrics, like it's like the guy's like, thanks, but you're saying I'm going to have more fun with you in the new earth. That's how I choose it to be. The masculine's like, thanks, divine feminine. Yeah, we've got a connection, but I'm just going to stay here. I don't want to come with you. I'm quite happy where I am. I'm going to wear my mask that I'm happy, even though I'm happy some of the time, but I'm not happy all the time. And actually, I'm kind of getting pulled back to you, but I'm just going to pretend I'm not. That's part of the journey. And then it's like halfway through the song, he's like, actually, and they negotiate, and it's like, you know, then they're both singing, I'm going to the other side, and then it's like New Earth, right? And then it's like, that's when I feel the mindset shift. It's like, actually, I'm not happy here, and yeah, you are having more fun, and I'm going to come and join you. I'm going to leave the past behind. Um, and then yeah, there's loads. I could go through the whole thing, and then when it's that one about this is me, which is totally Aries full moon energy, by the way. Aries full moon energy all day long, because it's it just is. This is me. It is. I can still remember to this day, which has got to have been 10 years ago now. If it's not 10 years ago, maybe it's 9 or 8 years ago, but I think it's got to be at least 9. I remember the first time I heard that, and I remember posting it on Crystal Clairvoyant, like on my Facebook page, and being like, "Oh my god, I've just heard this song, and it's like giving me," and everyone was like, "Oh, I love it too." But it's like I feel that song. I feel that song speaks to everyone in some sort of way. I don't know about everyone, but I think everyone in some sort of way. I think that you'd be hard pushed trying to find somebody that didn't connect with that. Maybe Aries people are a wee bit more passionate than most, but I think really because it talks about the scars and warrior and whatever else it says, you know what I mean? It's definitely you feel like a bit of a misfit in some sort of way. And again, when somebody, what was it? It was a personal session I had years ago, said something like that to me once. I think I've had a few people say that to me, that, you know, I can make people that feel like that feel like they belong. And again, I'm quite proud of that if that is true, if you feel like that out there. But you know what I mean? I do see it like that too, because it's like I feel I'm an underdog in a lot of ways because I just never fucking give up. Look how long I've had this channel. I've had this channel 10 years and we've only just hit 1,500, but yay. And you see what I mean? There you go. I'm proving that about retrograde energy. I go very slow with things in my own life, but I don't go very slow with how I help people. Have you seen how quickly people heal? And you know what I mean? It's like, I empower other people that much to heal themselves that they heal fast as fuck. You know what I mean? And it's in the grand scale of things. Because even if I was just a therapist, when people do therapy with me, it's like therapy at the speed of lightning. And I always have to say to them, this isn't what therapy is for, by the way. Some people can go and see a therapist for years on end, decades, and never have as much of a shift as what they have with me. And that is just a fact. It's because it's not just therapy that I'm doing. It's coaching as well, but it's shamanic healing and it's weaved in with everything. Arcturians, Andromedans, light beings help me with all it. But yeah, anyway, to get back to this bit. So anyway, watch The Greatest Showman if you haven't seen it, is the point, because that happened for a reason, and I didn't get to put the office back on. But hopefully, it's going to be too late tonight, I think. But well, I don't know. It depends. It looks like it probably will be. I'll watch it tomorrow. But yeah, don't leave it till Christmas Eve to be cute, I think is the message there for whoever needs to hear it. There's so much love in my heart, and it's wonderful to share it with my family and friends. But seriously, it's like whether it's Christmas Eve or other special dates, like don't leave it too late because you just never know. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, it's because I just shared some tragic stories followed by some nice ones. So, when you pass from this world, and then look, I forgot that I said that. That's kind of eerie. When you pass from this world, you take nothing with you but your soul and the memories you've shared with those you love. But maybe that's because I was just hearing a story. Now, again, just to put in a picture, this isn't somebody I directly know. It was somebody telling me something about, it was kind of like, somebody was telling me something about somebody that they had saw about somebody that they knew. So it was kind of like that far removed, but it's still pretty tragic. It doesn't really matter who it is. You could just saw something and it would be on the internet or something. But that could be, but because I'm a medium and someone's been telling me that today, it could even be that person that passed the spirit coming through to say that. You know what I mean? When you pass from this world, you take nothing with you but your soul and the memories you shared with those you love. I think that's so weird because I don't know who this person is, but I feel it is that because I'm being drawn to I love you. And it's like, from what I remember, what I was told, that this person's got to reconnect with the love of their, I don't know if it was the love of their life, but it was a teenage sweetheart, something that's been sparked. It could have been a love of that. I don't know enough about it, but got to spend enough time to enjoy it. So it basically, at least this person died happy, I suppose, is the point, but that's a bit tragic. Embrace each other. Through each other, you find the missing pieces. And then it's that beautiful one. So the full moon could be very significant here. The full moon that's a week today. Well, it's actually a week tomorrow. Look, she's holding his head and the full moon's behind them. So it's like, you know, somebody's surrendering to the connection. And the man looks quite upset as well. So change man, woman, all that jazz. Right, okay, so sorry, I'm going to see what some of you are saying here. I think we could maybe do the raffle thing now before I forget too. So, sorry, I'm going to burp again, clearing the energy. So, I'm more than ready to meet rapid growth and blessing, so I'm harnessing the best opportunity. Go, Nathan. I really love the colour of your cardigan jumper. Well, thank you very much. I actually channeled about this for a wee bit at the start, that basically I did have this on today for a walk, but I was just putting it on because it was cold, right? Because I hadn't had my bath yet. I was just getting out for a walk and then coming back. But as it happened, when I got out of the bath, I was like, I don't want to wear my new orange jumper because I wanted to film the October videos wearing the orange jumper, you know, Halloween kind of vibes. I didn't get it because of Halloween, because I also stressed I'm not a Halloween person. Because once I awakened to find out the darkness of Halloween, which didn't surprise me, to be honest, because I've always felt that. I've never liked Halloween, not even as a kid. And, you know, basically. And then also with where it lands in my chart, you know, it's not great. Like, it's kind of really weird. It's like, you know, you don't need to have Pluto and Scorpio 0 degrees in the 12th house and then have that be when it's Halloween. Like, I can see, and it's not even funny, but when I think back to, you know, just people in my past, I would often be on nights outs and that for birthdays, and honestly, like, they're some of the worst. Some of it's funny. Sometimes it was I think the majority it was not great for me or anyone really. It seemed like everything went wrong. And I think it's when I think about where it is for me and some of the people's me and the people involved, it's because it's both of our 12th house. And you shouldn't be overdoing it with drink. You just shouldn't be drinking at all when that transit's going on, really, in my opinion. It's not always possible, is it, if that's your birthday and stuff. Actually, Beck, that's you too. I've just realised that because I'm thinking of somebody from my past that's relevant to them, but this is also relevant for you because your son is in the. So, how have your birthday nights out went historically? Because, like I said, I'm just thinking, but for me personally, sometimes I was ill, not loads of times, but sometimes I was ill and I couldn't go, and it was kind of gutting because it was one of my best pals. But all the other times I pushed myself to go out, throat chakra, and yeah, either I was too drunk or it was just some crazy shit was always happening. It was a shame actually when I'm thinking about it because it's not fair. It's not fair on the person's birthday, but it was like, yeah, it's astrology is real. It's like kind of like what I've said to Charlotte before. If your birthday kind of lands like that, you should geek up and change it a bit, like delay it a bit, you know, or have it early. Because I now know when I look back at some of why it was always a bit of a disaster for all of us. It was because quite a few of us had 12th house stuff going on. Well, you can always look back and fucking learn from the past. But I'm sure there was fun times too, but seriously, I'm thinking like that makes so much sense. Like I was going through some 12th house shit. But yes, heart chakra colours is what this was saying to me. Watched that movie for the first time recently and it made me cry. The Great Showman, that was on last night. Was that when I was talking about that? It is amazing. Oh yeah, because it was, I said the other, did you watch it after I said? Because I remember I think that might have been you. Because I mentioned it not that long ago and then it was just funny that it ended up being on. But yes, I'm glad you got to watch it. It is beautiful. It is an amazing film. Never enough, never, never, never enough for me. For me, like honestly, I was so engrossed with because I did basically, it wasn't that far into it. It was like when it got to that, like I had chills all over my body. Like I just love that song. But like I said before, I don't like it because she's like the karmic person. So, but it's like I don't like it because she's the karmic person. And remember, she kisses him and she makes it look like. So that could be relevant as well. That that I could be channeling something where someone's made it look like twisted something to make it look like it's something more than what it is. Because that's what she does. She kisses him and then you know what I mean. It looks like something else when it was innocent. Um, and but yeah, I always feel that's very in line with because it's the moon and the moon in Capricorn just now. That kind of always reminds me of my 10th house in Leo. It's like I often pick up if oh, this is when I often pick up on like twin flames in the public eye or something like that. But it's or it's just something that's really going to be really seen, and that's quite interesting because in that she's meant to be a famous singer, so that's how it's relevant. But that is to me it's always like the divine feminines that like you might have a lot of people looking at you, so the obvious one would be like when people do things like what I'm doing right now, just to put that elephant out the room. And that's quite funny because the elephants feature quite heavily at the end of that film. But it's it doesn't need to be that you're online doing it, and it doesn't need to be that you're speaking to public. It could be that your personal profile, because a lot of people's personal profile can be right out there, or in the physical world you could be seen in some sort of way. You could have like a public shop or whatever other ways people can think about it. But that's why I love it, because it's like I could have all of this and this and this and all these people's attention, but I just want you. Do you know what I mean? Or it's like, or we could merge it with 50 Shades of Grey. Like it doesn't matter who wants me. I want you. Do you know what I mean? That's this is Juno and Scorpio last degrees. Do you know what I mean? So well, people are loving the green. Thanks, whoever made me wear the green. I actually feel it's one of our males' dads. And again, I don't know. I don't know if it's because he was a Hibs supporter. I don't know if he was like it might even be Celtic or I don't know, guys. I'm not good with football. I just think green. I think Hibs. Do you know what I mean? So, is there any ones in England that are green? I think it is something to do with Hibs. I've picked up on. I'm sure I did pick up on that before when this guy passed. Are you out there? Are you lurking? You might not be on here yet. The person that I think is going to connect with that. Um, chiming in, hello everyone. Love the green. You look gorgeous. Thank you very much, Barbie. And to think I wasn't even going to wear this. This is my chucking on cardie. Thank you. No one ever wants to do anything when my birthday rolls around. Yeah, that's why. Well, I don't know. The thing is, that's not why for the other people. It's because it's Scorpio season and people can be more in their feels. But for you, it's because and that's so interesting because honestly, that is like the person from my past. Except I would say she was lucky and she did used to get a lot of people going out because people would prepare for it. But usually it was because that person would plan to do something a wee bit more, like go somewhere else or that. But even with that, there was always shit that went wrong. If we went somewhere, oh God, don't even get me into some of the stories to do with that. I've told those, I can't be bothered telling those stories tonight. There's some crazy ones. Like, the craziest being we went to another city and I saw my twin flame and we were there for one night. That's a true story. I mean, it's just, and you can tell by my face, it's not a good memory. Um, like, some of you don't, you know what I mean? You just want to go away and have fun and forget the heartache. And it's like, oh great, thanks. First bar we walk into, I see the guy I'm forever connected to, and I've got to be subjected to whatever he's going to be up to in here. That's fucking brilliant, thanks. Fun times, not. Um, Not to mention it was really funny because I've said this, I have to tell this story, it's hilarious. Because it was so long ago. I'd been scrolling the Facebook timeline and it was like a picture had come up where he was dressed up as something totally like, full on. I looked like, I don't know if it was Facebook, it was something. It was a big, I think it was Facebook, fuck knows. But it was something like, and so I was like, all right, well, at least he's out doing something like that. And at least, I don't know, because I didn't think he was, well, I don't know. It was funny too. My dad had said, this was way before the time when I wasn't talking about him to my dad. But I remember my dad dropped me off at the train station saying, well, you never know. you might see so and so. And I was like, yeah, whatever. We're going there for one night. Maybe if we're going there for 2 nights. And that happened. My dad's a Scorpio, psychic. Um, but yeah, that was why it was like a bit of a trick of the mind too, because you know what I mean. You wouldn't think for 1 second if you see somebody wearing all dressed up like that, like a natural costume, that then you walk into the first bar you go into in another city and they're standing at the bar. Talk about true twin flames. Do you know what I'm saying? Sorry, I'm getting a horrible feeling going all over my body as I'm talking about this now. So I actually need to grab the sage. So I'm not even kidding. It's a bit dramatic. Where is the sage? Where's the sage? Where's the fucking sage? I don't know where the sage is. Shit. Sage, you're always right beside me. It's not. I fucking was using it earlier. It's got to be somewhere here. Oh no, I might have to go to the backup Palo Santo, but I don't like that because it's. Wait a minute. It's okay. It's fine. We hugged it out, got over it, and then I just cried part of the night. But yeah, that's for you because you're the one with the sun in the 12th house. You know, 12th house is exhaustion, burnout. You just can't fucking be arsed. If you're drinking, it's not going to end up well. Even if you do, even if you do have a birthday thing, something's going to go wrong. Because sadly, like what I'm saying is, it was always like, either there was always something going wrong. Something happened. Like the arrangements would fall through, or things weren't going to plan, or somebody ended up really drunk. You know what I mean? And or the person whose birthday it was. It's just it's not always great. So, um, but yeah, unfortunately, so maybe you want to think about having your birthday celebrations like wait until Sagittarius season. You know what I mean? Um, or at least until it's out your 12th house. Like, we'd need to geek up and I could look. Best birthday I had was my 18th paintballing, which was hell because I had to get a new group to go in 24 hours. Oh. Um, that reminds me of 10 things I hate about you. You know what I mean? I don't hate you. I don't hate you at all. You know what I mean? Oh my God. That whole speech. Um, yeah, I watched it after you said, well, I'm glad to have been an inspirer of that, or whoever the inspirer was through me. I was really surprised he didn't actually cheat and he goes back to the wife, not where I thought the film was going to go. Exactly. So that could be part of this too, that somebody has been loyal because it's the hussy that's going after him. You know what I mean? And he's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I wanted you for your second hen. Stop throwing yourself at me. I've got two birds and a wife. You know what I mean? That I actually want to be with. You know what I mean? He does. Like they're in love. They've been building the dream since children, and they've got the dream. Don't come in and ruin the dream, hussy. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. It's kind of weird with what I channel about all the time. It's you know what I mean. That's the deal. If you've seen it, you'll get what I mean. The film made it look like he was falling in love with the singer. Yeah, exactly. It did. It's fucked. It's weird because it was like even when I was watching it the other day, I was like, this is so weird because he just met her, and then in the next scene, it makes it look like that. It makes it look like, but really, if you think about it, the way that woman sings, who's not going to fall in love with her in that moment? It's fucking astounding. It gives me chills every time. I love that song. Um, but it's because it's very much this energy, Juno and Scorpio. When you feel that way about somebody, you can't have the backup. Like it's never going to do. Never enough, never, never for me. Hello, Barbie. Didn't see you drop in. Oh, that's you doing hellos. Oh, look, you're doing energetic hugs. This is a lovely soul family. I'm proud of us. My twin came to my 30th birthday. That is cute. Can you remember any of the songs that we're going about? At my 30th birthday party, I played all night. Well, not all night, but quite a lot of it. Oh, what a night. Don't ask me why. I mean, that's not even like, why the fuck was I in love with that song? It must have been like a modern version of it or something, but I seem to think it was really cool. But weird. Um, my ex-husband left me on my birthday. Wow, he sounds a delight. Was it a good thing or a bad thing? Oh dear. Um, right, but there's the Scorpio coming in again because you're a Scorpio moon. Um, and your Gemini, and your twin flame is a Virgo. Because you've mentioned that a few times. I do remember that. Right, so let's do there's enough of you here to do the raffle thing, right? So we've got Beck. Now, if you're like, why is my name not in it? You were on the live stream where I was inspired by this, which basically was quite a while ago because but what I know is I had set a goal, which I've not done it on here. We could do it again actually. I set a goal that, look, I'll do it again. Should I do it again? And then we can do it again. Maybe I'll set a goal of, I don't know if I'm just staying on this one until I finish or if I'm going away and coming back again. I don't know if there's a need for that. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'll just stay on this one now that I'm on it. It's just for the title. You know what I mean? That's why I'm thinking it's like, fuck, I'll put that. Wait a minute. Yeah, so like let's just do this, right? So a wee card. What I'll say is if we get this goal, which isn't that high, I've not set it that high, everyone gets a card, right? Everyone that says hi can get a card. I'm not going to do this all the time, but when I've got energy, I'll do it, right? So, but what I'd said, whatever that night, was if we hit the goal, and it wasn't a big, I think I set it like a fiver for one person, and Renee donated. So it's because of Renee that someone might win this, including Renee. So basically, I said if we reach the goal and we hit a fiver, which again I didn't set the bar very high, so maybe somebody needs to set the bar a little higher, right? Because obviously I'm worth more than that for what I do. But anyway, it was it was really what counts, you know. It was I wanted it to be reached. But yeah, because Danae just donated the whole whatever it was, we hit the goal right away. And I said, right, but before I'd done it, I said I'll give somebody a free 15-minute reading. But I didn't have energy to do that night, and then I didn't have energy to do it next time. But I have got energy to do it tonight. So whether it's like soon or ages away from now, I will do it tonight for whoever wins it. But I wrote the people that were on it, so they're included, and then I wrote the 3 people that were on the next one, and I didn't include it for the lives after that because that's too hard to keep up with. So we've got Beck. I'm just showing you. I wrote on the bits of paper. I was going to write on bits of card, but we've got Beck. You're in the thing, right? So I'm going to fold that up. We've already got one. Thank you, Beck. So, right. So I'm going to fold this up. That's Beck, and then I'm going to put it in something. I don't think this through. I think I'll chuck the charms out the jar. Right, so there's Beck's one. There's Renee. Renee might. Did Renee say hi? I feel like Renee. Am I imagining Renee? Maybe she's about to come on. No, I don't think Renee has came on. Right, Renee. It'd be so funny if she says hi now. We have the best little soul family. Love you guys. We do. I love you too. And glad that you found us. Oh, look, you're saying love you too. That's nice. Silver lining with X hubs. Good. Well, that sounds good. Yes, I feel like I'm not alone with my feelings and understood on here. That means a lot to. Oh, that means a lot to me. That means a lot to you. We're bonding. Right. Okay. So, Chrissy, goddess retrieval. So, any of the people when I'm saying they might hear me saying their name, you're in it too. So we'll put that there too. And then Tani, you were the last one to get in on this. Now she lives in Australia, actually, but she did want to catch this. So, Barbara, you're never alone, and your feelings are valid. Oh, that's lovely. Right. So, and that's true. But what she said, Casey, Dragon Lady, lol, because Casey, you are the Dragon Lady to me. And side note, a lot of people do connect with dragons. Like a lot of males that I've worked with connect with dragons, but females too. And clearly I do because I bring through dragons all the time. I don't mention it all the time, but I do because I bring through things about dragon quite a lot. I pulled the dragon charm over the weekend, and then And then that's why I grabbed the dragon cards and done those wee messages last night. So if you didn't see those shorts, go and check them out, because my words went funny there. But so somebody might be stumbling their words, or you could be. But yeah, Casey, you are dragon lady. So if you win, that's yours. If you win, then let me know. Because obviously, if the people aren't here, then I'll just do it the next time they catch me. Which you might need to wait until November if you don't catch me. And then there's one more, Charlotte. Last but not least, Charlotte. If Charlotte wins this, I won't be surprised, because Charlotte's won a few things from me over the years, I'm pretty sure. I feel like Charlotte's quite lucky. I feel like you're in it to win it. But it's because it's good. Charlotte's good karma. You know what I mean? Anyone's good karma that wins it. Right. So, but what is quite funny is Charlotte's one of the people. Charlotte and Renee are due unlisteds from me, and another person as well. And I'd said at the start of this, I promise you, like, honestly, it is divine timing. Like, it's annoying me that I'm not getting these done. But I feel it's because it was meant to be done now. But when I say now, now's tomorrow. There is nothing else I need to do, because I've done the video for tomorrow. And it's Charlotte's here, yeah. So, oh God, Charlotte, I forgot you were actually here when I said that there. That is true. You have won a lot of stuff before. Like, it must be good karma. Yeah, basically, like, I'm like Renee, yeah. I have to do Renee and Charlotte. Like, I have to do Renee. I think Renee, basically it was for involvement in the challenge ages ago, and Renee had got quite involved in the interview. So basically, I'll do Renee's and yours. Yours and Renee's are getting done tomorrow, and the third person, you know who you are as well. I'm aiming to get them all done, because I don't need to do anything else. So, but you also might win this too. And also, side note, if you want your cards, your new moon cards, you can have them tonight too. Because I was thinking about that. I know I said, oh, wait, because I need to do your unlisted. But if you don't want to wait and you want it tonight, regardless of whether you win or not, you can have it, because there's always more to be told. Like, you could just tell me another part of your life. You know this, but you could tell me another part of your life you want guidance on, and they'll work with it. Right, let's just chuck all these out of, we'll use that jar. Yeah, that's his charms. We'll chuck all them out there. Oh my fuck. Why did I do that? Fucking hell. Anyway, I'll tidy that up after. Right, so they're all going in there, right? I'm going to give it a shake about. How I pick it is another matter, but... So, we need to do this more. I love stuff like this. It's so random. Right. Who is the winner? Who is God determining the winner of this? And if it's Charlotte or Renee, God's got a sense of humor. And it's just, seriously, if it is Charlotte or Renee, well, no, I was going to say some of the people I've had sessions with, but not so much. It's kind of, basically, if it's Charlotte or Renee, when they're already getting one tomorrow, what that tells everyone is you can never be too abundant. Why the fuck not? Right. So, da 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 da. Funny if they're not here, eh? It's the person that's being everyone's being lovely in the chat, but it's the person that just said some loveliness to someone else. Beck, it is you. It is you. And that's quite funny, because Beck was the only one that was in the chat with Renee when we decided this. So it was you. It was always you. Now that could be a channeled message about love stuff. It was always you. You were the chosen one. So, but now I need to pick up. Well, I may as well just leave them. Quite frankly, that's like, I don't want to use that word, but yeah, I'll be like a little gypsy here. Let's just pick up the charms from here. So, because that just happened right there, let's just do this right there for you. Let's just go with this, and we'll do this for you now. Except before I do yours, I'm going to do see what else we're going to do. So, while I'm doing this, I'm going to do Beck's free 15-minute reading just now. Now, that can be for everyone. So just listen up to whatever comes through for Beck. It can resonate with anyone whenever I do anyone's one. So, but also Charlotte, if you would like yours as well, then let me know. Oh, is that delayed? I'm rooting for Beck. Surely you've just put that. But wait a minute, you must have put that after, because how are people saying yay Beck and now you're saying I'm rooting for Beck? Or did you just miss a bit? How's that? Because people started celebrating before you. Are you behind? That's what it is. I'm like, that's confusing. You're behind, aren't you? You've not rewinded the thing. I think you're behind on the time thing, Barbie, because that's confused me. I'm like, how are they celebrating? But I bet you're not caught up to the real live time. I do that sometimes. Right. Because I know that she'll be telling the truth, but it'll be because you're behind in the timer. Right. So this is what have we got? So what have we got? What I'm gonna do. But yeah, let me know, Charlotte, whether you want that tonight or because otherwise, Charlotte, if you don't want your live reading tonight, um, I can do it when I'm back on. I think I might be on again on Thursday. That's my plan. Like I'll do a kind of galactic one because it's Aquarius moon, unless I really don't feel like it. But that's my plan. Um, and then the last live I'm going to do until a month from now is well 5 weeks from now is on Monday. But even that won't be very long if we're doing. Hopefully, we are doing the. I hope there's some people that want to do the power animal workshop because I had already one of the guys emailing saying that they would be interested in that. So it'd be really cool if people want to do it, but just tune in. But I will need to know, book it soon if you want to do it so that I know, so that I don't go into holiday mode. Um, oh, yes, absolutely. What's going on with your knees? Definitely. Um, but regardless of knowing what is going on or not, sending love and healing and prayers to your knees because that doesn't sound too good. Right, so what have we got? Mediumship Monday themes. And I did mean to put these on nicer cards. Oh, look, already done it. That always happens. Twin flame messages. So I don't know if you're up to date. You've got to go on the thing and, press, like, make sure the wee red dot is right to the end. But you mustn't have been there because of what I said. It's not a big deal. It's just you're a bit behind. Twin flame messages. Yeah, so I've already done that, right? That was all the jazz. That counts as what I done at the start, right? So, and that's obviously mainly what I'm here to do all the time. But what else? Lights flickering again. Dream exploration. Oh my god, that is so annoying. Sorry, that's so annoying because my eyes did my eyes. So again, this is a channel message. All of it's a channel message. But what I mean when I say that is when I'm saying this about this, think how that makes sense to you if it's for you. I was told to pick up that deck because I would need them, and I didn't because I thought that's not going to come up. I'm not going to pick them up, and it has came out. So it's the message is you knew. You knew. Oh, there he is. Watching behind, trying to catch up on 1-5 speed. Good evening, troops. Green cardigan for the win. Yes, Connor, is this. Can you tell me, was your dad a Hibs fan? Or even if that wasn't his, or is it some other kind of. Is it another green one? A Celtic green? I don't know. But I felt like it was connected to you somehow because I just did. How do I know anything? Because I saw your birthday numbers earlier than the one that I filmed for tomorrow. And then I randomly thought of Nathan when I was having my tea, and I randomly thought of you. And it's like guys, this happens to me. It's like because I was just and I thought of you the other day too, and I was going to email you. I was just basically like going to email you to just ask how you were, but I was like, and they were like, no, he's going to email you, and then right before I went live, you emailed me. So I mean, and that goes with the message too. You were being told something, so think how that resonates for everyone else. But yes, everyone's loving the green cardigan. So if it was your dad that made me wear the green cardigan, everyone is approving. So, but it was meant to be my new orange jumper that I love. But I will wear that tomorrow, maybe. So dream exploration. So basically, has anyone had a weird dream that you want to tell me about, and we can do some of that shadow work? Oh, there we go. There's always shadow work going on. Mars and Scorpio right now, and Scorpio season isn't too far away. Um, so, but yeah, I'm just intrigued to see what. So, I'm intrigued to see if you can connect what the green jumper is all about. Maybe it's got absolutely nothing to do with those things, it's something else, but it's guys, you've got to be looking out for me when I'm in the shamanic sorry, if I fucking had done that, it's my own fault, so I'm not going to blame you. Did you see what I nearly done there? I forgot I was sitting with the charms in my fucking crotch, if you don't mind. And I was about to fly them. Look, there's about 200. They would have all went fucking flying across the room. Oh my God, that's hilarious. I'm just going to watch that moment back on the... That's really funny when you see my face. That's really funny. Oh my God, what's not funny? Oh my God, that freaks me out. Oh my God, I just got chills. Fuck. That's really freaky. So look, that can mean whatever it means to you guys, right? But to me, this feels like good winning over evil. The only charm that was away from the rest of them is that. And I relate that to witchcraft, to be honest. I really do. And that's what I got when I saw it earlier. And then there's a wee wishing star. So again, I'm taking that to mean, oh my God, my faces I'm making on this are hilarious. But I'm taking that to mean there's been witchcraft, black magic, spell work, or a curse, that's affecting some people. That's everyone, but in some sort of way. But like, don't give up because hope is on the horizon. Because it's a wee, well, you can see it. It's a wee shooting star. I don't know if it's worth getting up to get those cards to be. Oh, I'm gonna wait a minute. If I very carefully, oh no, they are kind of all over the place. Shit. Maybe I should just put them back in the jar they were in. It's kind of fun leaving it. Wait a minute. I'm just gonna. I'll just very carefully move here. Good. Said no to evil so strongly it sent the charms flying. Exactly. Let's. Yeah, I think. Oh no, this is really risky. Just stay there. Wait a minute. Right. Okay. So I don't know how worth it is to go all the way over here to get them, but I done it. I done it for you guys. Right. So let's now see if I can. Oh my God! Please, please just let me sit down and not spill all these. Satisfying noise though. You can't hear it because the sound doesn't come through. Otherwise, I would use my bells and stuff. Right. Right. Because my rattle, look, what's this? You won't hear it, but let's clear away all the dark energy. Fuck off, dark energies. That's called modern mystic. Oh no. Shit. Oh no. Right, stop. Stop showing off, Claire, because it's. I've got it, I've got it. Sorry, I'm telling too many jokes and it's like I lost. Here's the bit. There we go. I've got it. Yeah, there's tons of them. Right, this is fun. Right, so this can be part of the. Well, I'm finding it fun. Hopefully, you're right. So I've not even got in it. Right. Oh my God, it's 222. So that is significant to me, who might watch this later, I'd imagine, and anyone else that connects with 222. But she sees that all the time. Fuck off, dark energies. Yeah, no, I do. Honestly, if you do a session with me and that is what I say. More Mars and Scorpio. Well, it depends. Sometimes I say that, or sometimes I won't. Most of the time I will, though, to be honest. And they do fuck off. Because Mars and Scorpio don't come to play. Do you know what I'm saying? You don't use it, don't abuse it. But I use it to, like I said earlier, I said it in the one earlier, there is a theme. And you'll know that if you've done personal sessions with me. If there is like a curse or people that are just causing unnecessary bullshit in your life and you don't deserve it or sending you, negative energy, dark energy, what I'm here to do is to help people stand up against the karmic energies. And that's why I shared the ones to basically advertise the workshop a week today, is whether it's a paid session like the one I just done, where basically, she mentions it at the end, but that's basically what it is what she means is because I told her not to go into loads of detail if she was going to write something, and thank you, because she wrote it very quickly. Today, I could just say, because she's got put her name in it, because I did say, I just want to stress, like, it's not wrong to leave a comment publicly like that with your name. It's just obviously people know it's you. So obviously, but I'll trust that that's okay with if you do that. But I might always just yeah, basically, if you ever want to leave it a review or something, you can just send it to me anonymously and I'll share it anonymously. And it just keeps it right for everyone. But she didn't go into loads of detail anyway, but what she meant was just basically in part of the work that we'd done in that session, because this is relevant actually, because this is what I was saying earlier. Usually the first time I meet people, it's all about the twin flame. It's all about the twin flame story. But because she didn't come to me because of that, I was helping her with other things that were more relevant. Don't worry, Beck. Beck, remember, it's actually only been just over a week since we had that session. So it's you don't. All I would say about you is your session was really. I mean, all the sessions are exciting, but the synchronicities like that was so like the synchronicities with your mum were so exciting that all I would say is just write down some of the specific ones because guys, the specifics were coming through. I get put this way, as a medium, my mediums are really going to hear me out there. I would never hold myself to that standard because it was the last of the Virgo sun that at one point I actually, in case Beck forgets to put this in the review, but like I actually kept going on about a specific date, right? I said it a few times for something in my life, and Beck didn't even click when I was saying it, and then like 15 minutes later, Beck was telling me something just specific. I won't go into specifics about the specifics, but she was telling me something, and she mentioned this date, and I was like, and she was like, what? And I was like, do you remember when I was specifically saying the date that something happened to me? And she was like, oh my God. And so think about it, 365 days of the year. How clever is that? That my guides and Beck's guides made me talk about a situation where something happened to me. And it like, what are the chances? Just think about that. What are the chances of that? And that's when I'm just kind of like, how can people not believe in mediumship? And what I said to Bex is, I know why they were so. I mean, it's always like that. If you do a session with me, it's always like that. They've always been like that from the minute I started to this day. You know, it's always been mind blowing synchronicity. You basically can't keep up with the synchronicity, right? I've always said that about since I started on Facebook. If you don't see synchronicities all the time, when you start watching me, you'll notice some even more. Or even if you do, it'll amp up even more. And I feel they really went in with you, your guides, and that so that there was just absolutely no doubt left in your mind whatsoever. Definitely not about the spirit world. Not that you had it anyway. You know what I mean? It was because you have got that logical, analytical side. But it was no, it was that was really fun. I didn't want to stop. It was a Friday night. I didn't want to stop. But yeah, that's the only reason. But yeah, don't worry. You're not like there isn't a set time for people to give me a review. I've had some people not give me. I had somebody that I'd done something with a couple of years ago and they give me a review. That was to do with weight loss, and it's never going to be too late because it's brilliant. Because people weight release because we don't want to lose it. We don't want to find it again. But that was brilliant because it was an update where the person was, and it was something that I'd done an audio. So this is gonna be relevant because I was thinking about maybe having this on like it's on offer all the time, but I just don't say it enough. That I could do like 15-minute audio, and it's not a I know you're going to call it a reading, but it's like a light code activation because it's the same like when I do it on this. It's you feel a lot of clearing energy coming from that, and all. But as use the cards and stuff. But sometimes I don't use the cards when I do them. But anyway, long story short, that was a very short audio when I had done something that this woman could listen to however much she wanted. And long story short, uh, you know, yeah, like she's in it now. That happens a lot where it's Jimmy was a big Celtic man, right colours at least. Oh yeah, there you go then. I did say that. I felt if it wasn't Hibs, it was Celtic. So that's what it is then. God, he's probably getting annoyed at me that I kept saying Hibs when it's Celtic. But I think it was because was I not singing it? Remember on one of those videos? Like around that time of year, unfortunately, but I remember I was singing a song in one of them, and you said it was his song or something. Like I don't know, it was something he liked, but I definitely feel honestly it was him that he might pop in. We can't assume, but it feels like he might. But like yeah. Anyway, so just look out for that. I might put them on offer that I'll do like 15-minute audio things because I've got more room on my, actually, that's not the same phone. I got a memory card. That's actually, that's what it was too. I bet you that's what it was. If I'd done those unlisted, I bet you I wouldn't have been able to turn the video around until I got more memory on my phone. I should have done that years ago. I don't know how I've been able to run, I don't know how I've been able to upload on this channel with the phone with the internal. I don't think you realise that. I've been deleting videos all these years. I could have just got a memory card. I've been using the internal memory. Oh, honestly, dyslexia problems and fucking ADHD and all the rest of it. Right, anyway, let's get on with this now. So, but yeah, the point of that is I always say to people, just integrate and let the energy settle and see how you feel 3 weeks to the day. But if you're prone to going to be forgetting all the excitement of all the different specific things that happened, maybe just make a wee rough review at your shell and your phone, and then you can tidy it up. Or it really doesn't matter. I don't think I'm not in the business of being fussy about that, because it's great if people take time. Because it's even just great in the chat when people are like, fucking hell, that was, I don't know what just happened, but it helped me. You know what I mean? Or people are saying I'm sleeping better. But yeah, so right, let's go with Beck first, and then we'll go into Charlotte's. So I'll put a wee bit more than 15 minutes because I am going to no, I'll put 50. We're just going to write in it. So I'm going to start with charms, right? So this is Beck. What do we need to know? Oh, actually, look, there we go, Beck. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's why I was going to do that. Wait a minute. I was going to read the comments. I'm just realizing you love charms, so that's maybe why they wanted me to do that tonight too. Because I was just going to be doing that in the hand videos. I did wonder why. That must be what it is. And I'm specifically going to have to use my Halloween tarot for Lexi because she was excited about me using them, and I was like, I'm afraid to say I've already filmed the shorts up until November, and I didn't use them. And she was like, "What?" And I was like, "No, I'm going to use some. I'm going to use them in other videos. So I'm going to use them specifically because I'm not a big Halloween person, but I know some of you are, so I'll just push that aside. It's not about me. It's about you guys. It's a little bit about me, but it's about you guys. And if that's what you want, that's what I'll do." I'm just going to catch up with. Wasn't that Dale Winton show in it to win it? Oh, yeah. I have very grateful for my abundance. Yes, you deserve all the abundance. My iPad is massively delayed compared to my PC. I happen to be on my PC tonight. Yes, please, for my new moon cards, perhaps. Oh, yes, I read that, but I'm up to date now. I think I'm. Wait a minute, my nose is really itchy. There's the Love Ones of Spirit coming through. I speed Claire up to 1.5 and playback speed, and when it's caught up, she slows back down to normal. Oh, that's hilarious. Now, why do you do that, guys? Is it because when I'm in this kind of slow mode, I'm talking too slow for you? But sometimes I talk really fast. Do some people have to slow me down? That's quite funny, though. Last night, I dreamed about Mr. Guy, and it felt so real. It was such a nice dream. I had one of those dreams, too, the other day there. I don't remember what happened. That's not very helpful, is it? Actually, what did I dream? Oh yeah, I forgot we were going to be talking about dreams. Fuck, that's why you're saying that. Where's those cards? I'll do that after. Sorry, somebody remind me. I actually went to all the bother of getting. There they are. There. I would go up to get them, and I never. Yeah, that'll come back to me. But I had one of them dreams where it felt real as well. Never usually dream of people. Oh, you see, that's one of the things that can happen after. I'm not just saying that. You know what I mean? Like it opens up that doorway for, well, twin flame communication to happen more, but also just loved ones and spirit. So that's quite interesting. Never usually dream of people. Good said to no evil so strongly it's sent the. Oh yeah, I read that bit. Love working with charms because they're not. Oh yeah, you're saying that now because they're not. Yeah, I love it too. Fuck off, yeah. Actually insane. Yeah. Remember the graduation and card first time we met? Yes, I do remember that. That was kind of nuts. The card said something about graduation and you were going to a graduation. I've been sleeping better, by the way. Love to hear it. Yes, all those recent comments that I've had are about somebody. Your one was wow, because you said you hadn't slept that good in a year. The other person said something similar to that. And she also said it when she emailed me recently saying that like she just can't believe that she was able to be hypnotized. You're quite similar in that way. You both claimed you couldn't meditate or that, and all of that's happened. I bought a memory card, but months later it still hasn't made it into my phone. Oh well, I'm glad I'm not the only one, Charlotte. It was just it's kind of difficult on that phone. You have to get the wee pin thing, and I didn't. I was just paranoid about scratching the wrong side of it. But I basically, went on YouTube, found out how to put it in, and I put it in. But actually, it wasn't the way that it said. But it's all right. I took a risk and it worked out. Don't know if it was during the session or on a live. You did a clearing thing and it helped. My sleep will never be perfect, but it helped. Yes. Don't say never. Never say never. Because if you want to work on that and it's specifically to be about your sleep, we could have you sleeping like a baby every night. Just saying. It depends what is and also, by the way, not holding you to it, but if you did want to grab one of those sessions before my holidays, but I'll trust that if it needs to be after, that and you don't, just a wee reminder. Yeah, I'm big on Halloween. Yeah, lots of people are. I just haven't. Speed you up if I have to pop off briefly and I don't want to miss anything. Yeah, you were singing "You'll Never Walk Alone" without realising it's Celtics. Yes, you can't even say Celtics anthem, and that's exact words on his wee memorial plaque at the stadium. Oh, that's so lovely. So yeah, and it was really poignant, wasn't it? Because it was like very. I don't know if it was right, right around that time or something, but yeah, your loved ones. I hope your loved ones do come in because it's really fun the way. I don't know, it's like it's fun when anyone's loved ones comes in, but the synchronicities were boom, boom, boom that day when I was. And again, I'd said this to Connor, but I'd had a really horrible day the day that I filmed that. And his dad came through just when I sat down and done a pre-recorded one, and all the synchronicities, like I love that too. I need to share that again, but it was just like and it's one of them things that's only going to make sense to you, and it's nice for me to hear what I've picked up on. But it was there was a lot of things, weren't there? Like I was singing things to do with other things to do with the memorial, and what was it? I said something about Tom Jones, and that was significant. And again, I don't know now because I was just being the channel, but it's never boring to hear that stuff. You see, some mediums won't be like that, and they'll be like, I just let that stuff go, and but I like to hear it because I do. Right, okay, 15 minutes. This is Beck stuff now. Right, so oh, there it is. Wait a minute. Just before I do that, it's there. I get a bit blind to the. Let's just because whenever cleanse and clear my energies. Cleanse and clear my energy. Anybody else's stuff. So that I can do Beck's one, right? There you go. Anybody else that needs that out there? I think it's about time I get another smudge stick. I'll come back in November with a new one. This one's falling all about the place. Right. Right. So now I'll put it on. Right. So what have we got for Beck's? Oh, that's quite a lot, but okay. So we've got the specs. There is something that you are beginning to see a bit clearer, or you need to see crystal clearly. No pun intended, but quite funny. Also, by the way, that's really funny because I was talking about that the clip that I shared in the community tab of of when he comes in and says, when he says that to Pam about the glasses, which, like I said, it's fucking brutal, guys, and I don't agree with it. Remember, I wear glasses more than I don't, but it is fucking funny. So hopefully it doesn't offend anyone because I don't think it's true. Like people are hotter with glasses, man or woman, but it's just a very good example of how blunt. Like the thing that's really made me laugh is so all I'm saying, all of this is going to be relevant. So there might be somebody around you that's like you might be able to think of a character like that. You wouldn't be allowed to get away with the humor. Like some of it is really taboo. Like that's nothing. Like there's some really like unpolitically correct stuff in that, but it is really funny. But yeah, so there's something you need to see a bit clearer. Something has been going at a turtle, never mind a snail's pace. Something's been going at a turtle's pace. Something's been a bit slower than you would like. I'm not going to look because I'm not going to look. I just want to see what I pull. Yeah, so that's quite funny because I did actually, that was exactly what was meant to come out of all those charms, because I looked at the butterfly and I thought, actually, I'm not going to look because I don't want to just see and pick it. I want to just pick it. So I feel that like you've been going through some kind of transformation that you feel like, oh my God, like when am I going to come out my shell, or when is this going to move quicker? And I feel like lately it feels like now who knows, it might have been after that session. And I do feel it is like things have accelerated, because that's what I'm here to do for people. It does. Clear means clear, and clear quartz amplifies the crystals of everything around it. So I always see it's like my energy speeds up, and the acceleration, the ascension accelerates things. But it's like this transformation is going to start speeding up because we've got that butterfly, this transformation. And right, so interesting. So we've got a mermaid here. So whatever the mermaids mean to you is going to be significant. But earlier when I pulled that for tomorrow, I also got like siren energy. So it could be around you that there's some type of siren energy, like kind of, a toxic kind of female that you can think of, or it could be around your twin flame, like there's some kind of, karmic energy interference there. Again, or think what the mermaid means to you, especially because you like the charms too. But now we've got a bee. Now, is that a bee actually? I'm going to go with a bee. So bees are about abundance, and bees always remind me of Jupiter ascendant, when there's a scene in that when all the bees start flying around her because she's like spiritual royalty. I mentioned that in a session recently. That'd be so weird if I mentioned that in yours. I do mention it every time I say bees, to be honest. Past my bedtime, peace out, legends. Well, good. Oh, this is rather early, but good night, sir. So sleep well, and well, your dad might still come through, and then I'll just tag it if that happens. But yes, I do feel there's something about like I feel right. So I feel this is actually connected to some of the stuff that came through in your session, and there's been a lot of synchronicities with the sessions I've had back to back with people. It's like your guides want you to, and I'm burping clearing that energy. Your guides want you to claim abundance, but like claim that kind of respect is more what I'm feeling, because that's what that scene really means to me. And how interesting! Look at this. You could really connect with sort of Egyptian energy too, because they're now pulling me like that. The back of that Isis card, that isn't a bee, but it's like a beetle. Do you know what I mean? And it's like what does this say? Lady of the Stars, priestess of Sirius. So again, you could have some real strong sort of Sirius sort of guides around you, and that's energies that I connect with, and a lot of people around here. But if you've seen that scene, and if you haven't, right, Queen Bee, you see that's what can mean to you too. If it, yes, mermaid, yes, see what I mean? You're getting different stuff out of it. So this is why it's good. Mermaids, you're right. Mermaids do sing. And I think I did pull you a card about that. So there you go. Oh, there's my mum fell in love with Egypt. Well, there you go. Because it's like, because when I said that about, I don't know what I was going to say, but I did feel it was your mum that was bringing this stuff through. Yeah, it's probably always going to be, to be honest, whenever she comes in really strongly. But yeah, like if you've not seen that scene, watch it because you would really like it, right? But it's just basically that people aren't giving her respect that she deserves. You know what I mean? For what she's able to do for people, and that's what I feel it is about you as well. It's like your mum's helping. That's what I think I heard in my head, and I didn't say it. So it was interesting. I looked down and you said your mum fell in love with Egypt. Like your mum is helping you with wherever. It's like wherever there's a bit of regret about not teaching you that when she was alive, like to stand up for yourself and to not put up with some people's crap around you, especially your other siblings. I can feel so. However that resonates, and then we've got, is that the sun? Yes. So again, the sun is going to start to shine a little bit more in your life after feeling kind of down. And it's like, or just whenever you happen to feel like that. But I really do feel as well, this is about your boundaries because the sun is masculine energy. It could be about, your twin flame as well. Now, that's interesting that I've just, right when I said that, I've pulled a spider. So the spiders to me are the ancestors, right? So your ancestors, it could even just be your mum coming through just now, but also spider webs, tricks, illusions. That feels like it ties in everything I was saying about Saturn and Pisces energy, you know, just slowing down and being vigilant, that could tie right back to the glasses, right? And what have we got here? That's hilarious. It's a rabbit. So again, well, rabbits, fertility. So it's either new beginnings or it's be careful in that area. But there's something coming through there about rabbit energy. I always just think sex, I'm not gonna lie, but it's fertility and everything. And I did pick up Isis, and that is the goddess of fertility. So again, it could be actually healing to do your womanly stuff. You know what I mean? There's healing coming in for that. Now, I'm not gonna lie, what is this? What the hell is this? At first, I saw a chameleon, but I actually think it's a squirrel on a branch. That's quite a cool little. Is that a squirrel on a branch or a monkey on a branch? No, it's a squirrel on a branch. Again, look, squirreling away that abundance. Don't know if you can see that. This is what I mean. You'll be able to see this when I do it on the phone better. But I'm just rushing through this now because otherwise I'm not going to be able to give you any cards. There's the music note. Love it. The music note, self-explanatory. You getting back into your singing. And lastly, we've got a wee owl on a branch. Now, I can spoil alert for the one tomorrow. When I was doing the masculine's charms, the owl came out 3 times. It was specifically the masculine's intuition, feelings, whether you're male or female. There was 3 owls. So that is your message is tying in with the collective of masculine. The masculine can crystal clearly see what they couldn't see before. You've got the wisdom and the discernment, but this is for you, Beck. You can crystal clearly see something. So anyway, that was fun. Well, I found it fun. Hopefully you did, but I'm not finished. I'm going to pull you some cards. So let's see what comes out. So that does actually, that takes a wee bit longer than what you might think about. Right, let's pull a mermaid card because of me pulling the. Wait a minute, I need to actually check that I've mixed. Yeah, right, I think most of them are. Oh no, there's the rest of it. Now this is funny because I've used this deck for you a few times. So if the same card comes out. Yes, spiders mean specific things and different things. So again, to me, spiders mean what I've already said, ancestors, or I can connect it to not so good things because it reminds me of spell work, black magic, the cobweb. But that's more specifically cobwebs. But I do a lot of the time think that when I see a spider. But spiders are also creative writing. And like it could even be like messages, communication. So it can mean that too. So kind of tune into what you feel about what that means for you. Like with anything, it's like if I pulled a snake or something, sometimes snakes are a good thing, sometimes it's not a good thing. So I'm just making sure I caught I agree. Mr. Guy is hot with glasses. I love that you can call him Mr. Guy. Makes sense. We're getting matching B-tats, my siblings and I. Also, my granny is Barbara too. Oh, nice. The sun means something else to me too. Well, there you go. See, it's more important what it means to you. Would be funny if the moon came out. That would have been funny, especially because I posted. Did you see? It's really beautiful. It was the other morning I got up. I'm trying to think. It might have even been. It might have even been something magical like the eclipse. I don't know if it was, but it wasn't too long ago, and I forgot to post it, and I found it on my phone. And I was like, oh yeah. And it was just I got up one morning at 5 in the morning, and I wasn't getting up, staying up. I got up and went back to bed. But it was like the sun and the moon on the candle holders it was the shadows on the wall with the sunlight coming up. It was beautiful. So that's in the community tab if you want to go and see people. Don't all rush at once. It is a nice picture though. It was so nice. I actually kind of wanted to post it alone, so I might post it alone another time. But I did pull the moon. I did pull the moon in the one for tomorrow. So if that means anything. But yeah, right. So what have we got for Beck? What else? Yes, it's magical. Right, so and it's quite good when you get like a daytime moon. I saw that when me and my mum were going to the hospital that day. Ooh, oh, ooh, ah. Right, so This is interesting because I've mentioned this, that there's a few synchronicities with this. When I channeled all those shorts up until November on like, I filmed them about 2 weeks ago. I got quite a lot of downloads about Aphrodite, and I was even looking at an Aphrodite deck because I'm just very connected to like Venus and Aphrodite energy and all of that kind of jazz. If you've heard that story before about someone, God, about 10 years ago, saw that in my chart, that was like Aphrodite in human form with where my Venus and Aries in the fifth house is, because it's all very passionate energy. Do you know what I mean? And it makes sense. Twin flame healer. It wouldn't always be like that, but I can see how that bit makes sense. Because again, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not a coincidence that after we've connected, you're dreaming of your twin flame. That happens all the time, by the way. One of my favourite stories is somebody of the older generation who'd blocked her twin flame out. They basically, you know what I mean, couldn't stand them. And then this is going to be relevant to you somehow. And then because connecting with me, it cleared the energy and the distortion, and she started dreaming about him. And although it's not completely, again, it's not completely out the realms that even they could reconnect, right? But they are like the older generation. She just was like, it's just really lovely to have not be thinking about him like that. You know what I mean? It healed something. So don't know why that's coming in, but it's. But yeah, the reason why I'm going on about this is because this says the return of Aphrodite. So there is the return of some kind of passion. And there's also, I know these are mermaid cards, but there's also two dolphins on this. So that I know that the dolphin is significant because that came up in your session. And also there's 12 and 13. So the 12th and the 13th of October could be significant here as well. So look out for those dates. That's about it's not quite a week after the full moon, but it's like, a few days, more than a few days after it. So I suppose it is. But yes, the present and the return of Aphrodite. So before I even read these from the book, it feels like your feminine energy returning, It really does feel like a lot of that feminine energy coming back, and you're like, now they're pulling me everything to do with the roses. Oh yeah, they're pulling me everything to do with the roses, like Mary Magdalene kind of, um energy coming in there too. Just very soft, feminine, sensual energy. But I saw rose petals on the beach too, red rose petals. So unless red roses mean something to you too. Also, randomly, I don't know who this is going to make sense to, but that'll be hilarious if it's you, because I've just remembered when I'm doing your cards. I felt very heavily someone in the spirit world wanted me to say somebody loves Scotch pies with brown sauce or brown sauce. Like, and I know you're English, but I know you've got Scottish heritage, so that could actually be Connor because he's just left. But and also that doesn't single out very many people. If you don't like that, I don't understand you. But it's like it's because I just had that for my tea. Like, I got them for over the weekend when I just couldn't basically be arsed and I didn't eat them. So I had steak, bacon, beans. Honestly, that's one of my favourites. I don't usually have teas like that. I just want the stress, right? I just was doing my food shop and I was like, that's what I want, and I don't regret it. But yeah, I just basically I ate both of them because I'd ran out of veg and that, and I thought, no, I either eat one now and I eat one later. But what if it's 2 in the morning? So I just had them both. But yeah, I felt it as I was eating it. I felt somebody influencing me from the spirit world that you need to say that on the live. Like, this would be a very strong memory that somebody loves, like those. There you go. Oh fuck! Oh no! Fuck! God damn it! I shouldn't. Oh fuck! Ah! Oh, I'm so annoyed at myself. I'm so annoyed at myself. I fucking, I swear to God, I'm so annoyed at myself. I'm not annoyed at you, I'm annoyed at myself. I actually heard Grandad. I suppose you can tell by my reaction. I heard Grandad. I just thought it was, no, I heard Grandad. And do you know why? It's so funny. It's because Mercury's in my 12th house. I should have trusted that. It's not so much about not trusting it. I just forgot, and then I've looked at the. I might have said it. We're never gonna know. I might have said it. I think I would have forgot though. See, they might have pulled my eyes to my granddad, and then I would have just. But I did hear that. So again, trust me, I'm not that sad. I'm not just gonna say it. But as I was eating it, it was. I felt I felt like a grandma and a granddad energy. And they were telling me because, like, that's the kind of things my grandma and granddad loved eating as well. But that makes sense. So there you go. There's just a wee lovely synchronicity that I could just tell because it was like it's not really unusual, but it's not. Yeah, it is just that would be like a can't be arsed tea to me. Do you know what I mean? And it just happened that like I better eat them before they go out of date because the date was like Wednesday or something, and I thought I've got other things planned. So, but there you go. That's how much it can take over your life when you're a medium, But it's quite fun in that way. So it was just, but it was like as I was eating it, someone was like, "You have to mention this," because like I was known for that, and it was like so just to really stress here, like it was. I put it all. It was chippy sauce, like chippy brown sauce, and I put it all over them. So I don't know if that's significant too. If it was specifically the chippy sauce he liked, but that's really funny. Um, of course, there's dolphins. Yes, pies. My granddad brown sauce. My granddad was Scottish as fuck. Oh right, so it's your dad too. So does your dad still do that now? That's so cool, isn't it? And it's cool because like to stress to other people, Bex is in England, but she's got Scottish family. Surely it's going to be brown sauce. If people, again, that's a crime. If people are out there putting mayonnaise or tomato sauce on a Scotch pie, that is what they're called, isn't it? It's no mince pie, it's Scotch pie, whatever the fuck it's called. Um, you get them in Greggs and that as well, people. Although I don't know, in the English Greggs, you must do, because Greggs is it, you do get them in, it's quite a Scottish thing, isn't it? My dad has brown sauce on everything, yeah. That's the way to go. I have me and my niece have not an argument, but she does it the other way around. Like I have brown sauce on. If I had to have sauce on bacon, it would always be brown sauce, never tomato. When that's but sometimes when I go to the coffee van here and they've done that by accident, although their sauce is questionable, it doesn't even taste like brown sauce. But I I can't even eat it. I hate it to be honest. That's a bit strong, but I do hate nah. Tomato sauce on a bacon roll. Oh, that's wrong. Sorry, if that's what you do. Again, I remember I said this recently. My niece is. I don't want to use the word sensitive because I'm very sensitive too. A lot of you will be sensitive and it's beautiful, but I can't think of another word right now. She is quite sensitive to if you say you don't like something that she likes. Like, so when I made a face because she has brown sauce or something that I wouldn't, she was like, oh, and started crying. I was like, look, you know, your feelings are valid. I'm sorry. I don't think I would have said it like that, but I would, you know what I mean? You don't talk like that all the time, even if you are a counselor, but I was kind of like, look, when I said her name, I was like, look, that's okay. If you like that and I don't, that's okay. Like, and if you're upset by that, you're allowed to be upset, but, you're going to face this a lot in life. Like, I meet a lot of people that put brown sauce and red sauce and things, and I'm like, what are you doing? But I can't cry of it. I don't know. I said something like that. But anyway, the point was I explained it enough. I said this before, explained it enough that she understood. And then 2 seconds later, she done the same back to me. I said that I like sauce on whatever mayonnaise. And she was like, ooh, and I went, you done that to me a minute ago and you started crying. What if I started crying now? Guys, there's a learning opportunity in everything. Anyway, so, and it's quite funny because you know how I'm talking about teaching and learning? That is because when I done Bex session, my Saturn conjuncts something at Bex, and that I basically saw that I'm meant to be a teacher for Bex. Whether you just choose the teaching to be through like what I'm doing right now, or more one to one. Actually, that was actually the last two people I worked with. That was strongly coming through. You know what I mean? It doesn't come through that strong, but I could see it with her astrology because Saturn is the teacher. So right, okay. So I seem to be my hands are going to these charms again, so I'm going to trust that before I read those cards. Why am I doing this again? Must be because you like them. Let's just see. Let's see. That's so. Sorry, I'm going to pee myself. I'm not really going to pee myself. I was just thinking to myself, like, I think it's your granddad's wanting to say something, right? And I looked down and all I saw was, unless he eats them in the spirit world. That's so funny. Yeah, they don't, they don't eat in the spirit world, they don't need to. But maybe they do have imaginary food in that. I don't think it works that way. But they don't need to, basically. But let's think that they do, because that's kind of funny. I've got people, I can think of some in the spirit world. I always like to think of them eating sweets because they ate sweets all the time when they were alive. But that's hilarious. Um, Both my granddad and dad love pies and pasties. Yeah, I know. So does my dad still now, and so did my granddad. And also, you know, my dad is my dad, but obviously I'm just used to the girls calling him granddad all the time. But yeah, I do associate pies and things like that. My dad, because my dad just, I think he just grew up on stuff like that. Like, and I said that the other week there. Like, my dad loves, yeah, he loves minced round, like minced, I love it too. It's really salty. I think that's why people love it. But, whereas my mum turns her nose up, do you know what I mean? It's like my dad would quite easily, when my mum, she retired, but when she was doing work like that, when she was away, my dad would be eating stuff like that because she's like, I'm not having that for my tea. Do you know what I mean? Whereas like me, never like that's a great tea. But so that's quite funny. That could be relevant. Me saying that. Both of them used to drink black coffee with whiskey on Sunday. Oh my god, what? Whiskey in the black coffee? Fucking hell, that's a bit hardcore. That's questionable. Moving on. Right, let's see if a bloody beer glass or something comes out. Right, what is it? What is it your granddad's want to say? What's happening here? Well, fucking hell. If that isn't I don't know if you can see what's happened there, but that's kind of magical. I'm sorry, I'm fucking loving this charm shit. This was quite clearly when I was meant to be doing this. I thought I was just going to be doing these on the videos. I have picked up not one, but two anchors. But what is holding the two anchors is a heart. If that is not some twin flame shit, I don't know what is. That is kind of fascinating to me. Of all the things that could have got stuck together, that's anchoring in love. That for everyone is twin flame love being anchored into the planet. Look at that. Two anchors held by a heart. That is, I'm going to take a picture of that. That is actually just to really show you. That's fucking magical. I don't know about you, but I'm going to put them down for a. I love anchors. I love things to do with anchors, and that's just. I should have used an anchor. That's kind of amazing. Right. So, wow, loving that. There's that. Okay. Anchoring in that twin flame love. Let's see what else there was. Oh, spider again. So actually, in this case, look, spiders are ancestors, and I felt that was your granddad wanting to come through with these messages. So that's what I feel the spider's about. But again, more important, what the spider means to you. And yeah, the bees come out again for you. Bees, abundance. So really sort of tune into what that bee means to you. Or again, I'm sure I said that to you before. I feel you would like. I feel if you've not seen Jupiter Ascending, you need to watch it. Everyone needs to watch it because I've said that before about, remember when I was telling that story about I got up at 4 in the morning and I looked over and there was a big light on one of the houses over there, and I still don't know to this day what it was, but it reminded me of a horrible scene in that when but anyway, if you watch it you'll know what I mean. But it was kind of like, it's kind of like alien abduction a little bit, but it's like energy harvesting and all that kind of anyway. But it's got some dark bits in it. It's got a lot of things that are true. And anyway, there's a bat, so it might just be acknowledging, look out for Halloween, or whatever you connect with that. I kind of got, when I pulled that out for tomorrow, I felt it was like, again, kind of dark energies, but I just think there's something significant about Halloween where it means a different thing when I pull it for different people. There's another spider. Oh my God, Bailey, I'm sorry, this has actually blown my mind. Look what I've pulled out now. Your granddad is helping you with love. because not only have I just pulled out another spider as I'm talking to an ancestor, or there's communication coming because of what I said. Look at that. Another heart, but this time twin heart. Right, I'm sorry, guys. I'm fucking taking a picture of that too. You know this is going in the community tab that nobody pays attention to, but what the fuck? You see that? Two spiders is significant. Well, there you go. Two spiders, two hearts. That could even be like feeling the same, two people feeling the same way. Look at that. Two hearts. It's two interlocking hearts. After me picking up a heart holding two anchors. I'm sorry, if people aren't as obsessed with this shit as me, then I know that Bex is. That's why they're getting me to spend that long. Like, fuck the 15 minutes. You know what I mean? We've went past that. But anyway. But again, trust me, that's because astrology is real. And it is because Mercury's in my 12th house right now. It's like I'm more about the symbolic than ever. Love it. Right. So let's read this now. So pay attention, everyone, because this can make sense to more than just Bex. And please could somebody remind me when this finishes to not stand up and send these charms flying, because I've already got enough to tidy up around here. I need to pick these cards up so that I can hoover. Not tomorrow, mind you, but definitely at some point, maybe over the weekend. I don't want to be hoovering up the charms when I just got them. Do you know what I'm saying? Right, so let's read this. So, side note, my fave drink combo is Iron Brew with whiskey. I think there might be a little bit of judgment coming through in my face. I could see though. The last time, I don't know if it was the last time, but one of the most memorable times I drank whiskey. Oh, see, this is going back to a twin flame thing too. But it was unfortunately, it was at, now this could be relevant, it was at a friend's dad's funeral. But and it was his favourite drink was whiskey and lemonade. And so we all thought it'd be a good idea to drink whiskey and lemonade. Now, if you're not used to whiskey, that's not a good idea. But I'll tell you why it was a good idea, because at the time, again, very, very long time ago, we're talking, I have no idea. I used to say 10 years ago now, but now I say 15 years ago because it probably is like that. But I think it was about that because I'm just trying to think. Trying to work out the math. I can't really work out the maths, but we were kind of like, I think things had went a bit weird. It was always anyway. It wasn't awkward, but it was like I never reached out to him. I've said this before. Like I was too shy. I never done that. But this is not one of those examples. I did because I was hammered. What did I do again? I just text him. I just text him like it was no big deal, and that wasn't how it was. Like, do you mean I would like really overthink? But I was just so pissed that I obviously accessed another state of my consciousness. I was like, I'm just going to text my friend. I know I can't remember what I said. I just said something like, I don't know. I don't know what I said. I actually genuinely can't remember what I said. But what I do remember, which is quite a good sign, the text came flying back right away. It was like I sent it and I got the reply, and then he must have thought, "Shit, that was too keen," and he didn't. He didn't reply. But like I think he said something like, "Hey, are you all right?" or something like that, and I was like, "Oh," and then it was annoying. He didn't reply. I think he must have panicked for shit. Anyway, but and then I just got really drunk, and I think I called him a few times, and then I woke up in the morning and I was like, "Oh dear, whoops," you know what I mean? That's what happens after whiskey. But I mean, I'm not going to blur about it now. It was a long time ago, but that was again very, very out of the norm for me. Do you know what I mean? Any time I've ever done anything like that in my life, where you just get so fucking wasted and you like drunk text or drunk dial somebody or that, or like I can even think of one of those times I done something like that, and it wasn't to my twin flame, and it was pretty random, and it was like I think that was in the whole kind of that was in the weird separation time when it wouldn't, you would have been entertained elsewhere. And it's like, I don't know, you're lonely and you're drunk, and what can I say? And it was quite funny because it was like, yeah, anyway, we'll not get into all of that. But do you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, it's funny stories, but it's no funny at the time because you're mortified. But all of that came from you saying Iron Brew whiskey, which, right, so I love how crazy this stuff gets. I love it too. It's fun. And but seriously, see when Mercury, planet communication, is transit in your 12th house, it can get even crazier in a good way because of stuff like this. Because Mercury is communication, Pisces is symbols. See how I'm going in instant teacher mode with what I said about how mine and your charts connect. But it's um like it's pictures and symbols and everything like that, right? But the downside is when Mercury's in Pisces, you could muck up your communication more. Like you, so it's like for me, because that's there right now, and anyone else, it would be important to really slow down and think about, like, are you hearing something right? Or like, be careful with confusion, illusion around. Like I can think of some things in my life where you could, yeah, you could get it wrong and just stick with some things. It's like what I said about Saturn retrograde in Pisces. Notice the Pisces theme of the shadow, like confusion, illusion. So just be wary of mix up, miscommunication in the areas of that. That's just where that is for anyone where that, um, or if you've got it natally, like you've got the sun there. Well, actually, you've got a lot more than the sun there. You've got the other stuff there too. But I think that's when I've said about in love, you could get confused or hoodwinked, unfortunately, because that is something with Venus in the 12th house because of the obvious of what I'm saying. And I know that you resonate with that. Anyone with that is going to resonate with that. I can see why you were drawn to those charms just then. Yeah, that's really nuts, isn't it? Too spider significant. It's too long to explain. Oh, well, I want to hear that another time. You have to get the right amount of whiskey. You need more iron brew. It starts tasting funky. Yeah. Oh no, not the drunk calls. Yeah. Fucking hell. Yeah. No, that's yeah. Whiskey's hardcore, but I do think I can see with that memory there. It's like it's just quite funny. I've always found that quite interesting. It is. That's why I've sometimes said, like, sometimes you do need a bit of Dutch courage to, because I think I can't, again, it's so long ago, I can't really remember. There must have been some type of weirdness going on. And I think at the time, I think that was probably quite good that I'd done that because it would have showed him at the time that I was, I'd got that drunk and I was thinking about, you know what I mean? Because it wasn't just like, oh, I was drunk, it was like I wanted to. And then I was really drunk and I just thought, fuck it. The bit that gets in the way, like, oh, should I? Oh, fuck it. I've had a few whiskeys. I'm just going to text this guy. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what I thought I was going to be doing when he replied because I was in no state for fucking making any type of sense. But you know what I mean? It's just nice sometimes that it throws away your inhibitions. Now I want to sing, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can do it for you. Na, na, na. This is where your book begins. The rest is still unwritten. Oh, look, written communication again. Right, anyway. But this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm with my being anyway, being a shaman and a medium, with Mercury in the 12th house, it's added an extra mystical magicalness to all of that. You know what I mean? So don't get used to the charms, people. This might not be. This might literally just be because Beck loves the charms. But I know I was planning on using them in the videos, but it's kind of funny. I wouldn't really have thought I would be using them on here. But anyway, right. So sorry, I know I'm taking forever. Charlotte, are you still there? Especially because I'm going to do your one after this. The present message, gift, treasure, revelation of own value, nowness. We have heard that in the warm. Oh, and also I pulled you the mermaid. Oh, that's why. Forget it. That's why I pulled them out. That's why I went to use these cards. See, that's when I did be a bit more practical there. I pulled the mermaid, and that's what triggered me to get these cards. So, it's not always mysticalness. We've heard that in the warm semi-tropical waters of Australia's Moreton Bay, I mentioned that Tanise from Australia, a group of marine biologists have recently recorded fascinating new interactions between dolphins and humans. The dolphins of this beautiful place have been, for over 10 years now, bringing gifts to biologists who in turn fed them in strictly regulated program. The dolphins have brought to the biologists eels, fish, shells, pieces of treasure. By the way, how amazing is this? That isn't even the card with the dolphins on it, and it's going on about dolphins. That's kind of nuts. Because again, guys, if you're not getting that, dolphins are significant to Beck. So that's kind of nuts. from the sea, refusing to take them back when they offered to them in the moment of the interspecies reciprocity, which is moving and beautiful and pure communication of sharing energy exchange. When this card comes to you, you're being shown how the energy is being exchanged in the present moment. Now, I don't know if that was you or someone else. So if it wasn't you, but in one of the last sessions, I was talking about there's a place somewhere, I don't know, don't quote me. I don't know. I think it might have been in Tani's session I said this, but there's somewhere in Hawaii, I think it is, or there's a specific place in the world where people go to give birth with the dolphins. And then whoever it was telling me that they've started banning stuff like that, you know, like, I don't know about banning stuff. There's only, but there's I don't think you're allowed to do things like that in some parts of America or something. I don't know. I'm maybe mixing up all of this. This is what I mean. But there's something like that's really familiar. Whatever that means to anyone. So if the, oh no, it's not reversed. Okay, so there will be either a gift given or gift received, but there can be no true gift without reciprocation. When energy is exchanged, now think about this already, energy exchanged, two anchors held by a heart, the double heart, the two spiders, two things, twin flame, twin flame, twin flame. That's what I feel all this might be connected to your dream, especially because I pulled the thing about the dream exploration. But it's whatever it means to you that's more important. There can be no true gift without reciprocation. I'm finding it hard to say that word. So again, maybe somebody finds it hard to communicate their feelings. When energy is exchanged, bonds grow closer and connections deepen. Because actually, if somebody had a natal Mercury in Pisces, that's a very common thing, that somebody could either actually have problems with speech or like even things like dyslexia, despite like things like what I've got, you know, I mean, it's that can something be shown in the chart too. The exchange of gifts may also be about the gift of time and energy to each other, shifting and moving away from typical kind of work for pay into a more flexible system of exchange and caretaking. Friends will offer to do things for you, and before you feel beholden to them or hesitate to accept because you do not wish to be a burden, remember the joy of the gift is in the giving, and the gift cannot be given unless there is a true connection. I also feel that's about the abundance that I felt you're attracting, you know, being in feminine energy. The gift when being in Empress energy, you know, it feels like, you know, your mum's really helping you connect with your feminine energy again. The gift when this card's upright comes from a pure and good place. It is joyful and it is given to the very best of intentions. It will draw you closer, create even more intimacy and trust in your relationship. A beautiful sense of partnership will evolve out of what seems like a simple act of generosity. The exchange will never end. It is a bond forged beyond time, and as long as there is love, caring, and trust, the energy grows and ripples out into the world. But that's the twin flame connection. And then on the next page, which you got that card, and I did shuffle, the return of Aphrodite. So yeah, there's just a lot of return of feminine energy. Because like I always say, all the women, and I mean all the women that are drawn here, unless you're one of the women that isn't, you're all led to me to be pushed more into your feminine energy, as I've just seen Beck saying, definitely been more in my feminine energy lately. Because it's like that. I don't know why it's like that, but maybe it's because I'm so in my feminine energy and I have been for a long time that, yeah, it seems to be all the females that get led instantly. I can tell your go-to is the masculine act. Would you believe it? My hands just keep fiddling about with those charms, and I've just picked up the two anchors again. That's like that's so. Look at that. I knew that's when I was reading that bit. It is about the twin flame connection. Doesn't matter. Forget when that comes about in the physical. It's strengthening the bond. Look at the two anchors again. And do you know what's so weird? This is really weird. As I'm saying that, I'm feeling stuff at my ovaries. So I know that it's like, if you're open to it, it's that healing and prayers coming through for your endometriosis. That's a big word for me to say. Oh, hello, Tani. I just mentioned you not long ago because it's literally said Australia in the card I was reading. So notice how I just mentioned Tani and then she popped up. So, but yeah, that's kind of nuts that I just picked up those two anchors again. When you see how many charms are there, my hands just got stuck to them. Oh my God. Now I've literally just picked up the moon. Remember when you said that? So now you've got the moon and the sun. It was the sun I pulled for you, like, was it? Look. And isn't that funny that it's in separate bits? I pulled the moon first, because you have to focus. That's what the message is. You have to, your ancestors are helping you focus on your feminine energy. Well, the sun came out first specifically, so your creativity, taking action with your own creativity is what I'm getting. Your own focus on what makes you happy. Take action on what makes you happy. This is always the message that comes out for you, because this is everyone on the twin flame journey basically. Focus on your own creative pursuits, right? And once you've done that, wait for the wheel of destiny to turn, and the moon and the sun can come together, right? But they're coming out separately because you've got to spend time apart. But there's the moon. So yeah, but they are, yeah. But like I said, everyone after a session with you are more in your Aphrodite feminine energy. Which again, funnily enough, when someone had tuned into my personal reading, Aphrodite was mentioned. So the swan and Aphrodite was it, because that is what I do. So right, so but again, although this is Beck's personal message, this can make sense to a lot of people. Well, you must have woken me up. Yeah, sorry, I must have. Like, seriously, this whole family do hear me when I'm saying things. Sorry about that. In my dream, we were practically attached to each other. Well, that's why two hearts keep coming out and two anchors, and that's cool, isn't it? Giving birth with dolphins, that's wild. Yeah, it is a real thing. I'm not making that up. I'm not saying I would want to do it. I loved dolphins when I was younger, but I'm not here for that. It was you, Tini, wasn't it? Remember me? Oh, the sun and the moon are significant in our tribe here. Well, there you go. That's why you had to come and hear that. But it was you. I was saying that stuff about dolphins, you know. Like there's a place in the world where people specifically go to give birth for the dolphins. It must have been you. If it wasn't Beck, it must have been you. Keep getting the Wheel of Fortune tarot card come up. Well, yeah, that because that's what I meant when I said that. So, the Wheel of Destiny and Fate are turning. So let's see. Let's read this. So, and then I better go into Charlotte if she's still awake. Charlotte, are you still awake? There's every chance Charlotte might not be awake. I've wait on that long. Sorry. Right. So, temple, birth of the god, goddess guidance, goddess energy, treating as sacred. She has come back to us, piercing us with all her sweetness and beauty, the mermaids sing. So goes the Homeric hymn to Aphrodite, an ancient rhapsody recording encounters with the sea-born goddess, who is friend to the also the mermaids sing. I don't think it says that at the start of. Oh no, it does. It does say that. It does. See, you notice how I keep slowing down and being practical because it actually does say at the start of every card the mermaids sing. I hadn't noticed it till now. Do you know what I mean? I'm awake. My mum called me, so I wasn't sure where you got to. All perfect as usual. Well, there you go. Yes, I'm just reading the end of this. What have I just picked up now? A flag. Oh my god, it's a specific flag as well. Oh fucking hell, I can't go that deep. I don't know. Is that meant to be? I don't think it's meant to be a specific flag, unless it is. Mind you, stars and stripes. Can that not be like America or Australia? Sorry, guys. I'm geography. I'm terrible at geography. But look, I don't think it's meant to be a specific flag. I don't think you're going to be able to see, but it's a wee flag I just picked up. I need to just stop touching them. They're too addictive. Right. So, Aphrodite's story is fascinating, And when you receive this card, you're part of the enchanting tale that is being told in your life. You may have always doubted your ability to attract, yet when this card comes to you, it is as if the Graces, Aphrodite's handmaidens, are coming to greet you as you're rebirthed from the womb of the sea, and they adorn you with jewels and kisses. This is like what I was saying about the Jupiter ascending thing. Lavish you with pampering, and you will at last begin to believe in the power of your own gracefulness, your own sacred powers, and your allure and magnetic appeal, because this is what I teach the feminine females out there, and even the males, and to with your feminine energy, I help you receive, and you'll know that if you've booked a session. Thank you for that to me. And well, I can't like it. I don't know why I can't like it. I was trying to like it, but I can't like the sticker. Yeah, but basically, I help the feminines get more into their feminine energy, or I help females get more into their feminine energy if you're in the masculine energy, or I help males and You know what I mean? Oh my god, it gets so confusing. Basically, Aphrodite is seaborn as were you of the womb of your mother, And when she comes to you, you're being reminded that it's possible to be sexual without being in a partnership or formal marriage. Yeah, like the astral. Well, I'm not saying it's astral sex, but it's astral dreams you're having. Um, she's returning to you to remind you of the beauty and grace of laughter, of delight, and of seeing all that is before you as wondrous and perfect in its own right. Delighting as she did in the variety of beings of the planet. Notice how it mentions the womb of your mother, and your mother has very much been coming through. She will every time. I just know she is. I'm not just going to say it if I don't feel her, but she's. Trust me, when Mercury's in my 12th house, they're all going to be coming through big time. It's just a shame I'm not doing. Well, I'm going to be doing stuff at the end of the week, but yeah, um, we'll enjoy it while it's there, kind of thing. So delighting as she did the variety of beings on the planet, encouraging all to procreate, make love, sing, and revel in life. And I did say about the fertility, and I picked up the goddess of fertility cards there as well. Be careful if you're not wanting that. I picked up the rabbit thing as well. She's a sign of return to sexual health, to a healthy and glorious self love and self esteem. But you see, this is not a coincidence. This is because you're in the middle of that soul retrieval, and it's, you know, there's a lot of energy clearing being done around you opening up to receive and trust and just clearing the path for whoever it is that's meant to come in to your sacred space. You know what I'm saying? Like it shouldn't just be anyone. And that is why when you are trying to have relations, and I just mean even talking to other guys, it's not working out so far, is it? Unless anything's changed. And that's what the masculine, whether you're female or male, goes through. That's the signs that, that's not the one. um, so, um, of love and self-esteem, of a wish to be free from a time from marriage or conventional relationships, a time to explore, to delight, to be sensual, and to be free with no fear of retribution. Take from that what you will, but again, on the twin flame journey, it's look, I was like, the journey, be careful there, because I think I've read enough stories of you don't really want to be making loads of karmic ties with people because you've got to clear up that karma. When Aphrodite comes to you from the sea, you're being reminded of your deep, delicious nature, the power of sensual desire, and the holiness of laughter and delight. Hello, if this is not Venus and Scorpio wherever in the chart, but definitely Venus and Scorpio in the 12th house, like Bex has, I don't know what is. There will be female friends who encourage you to remain free and to find out for yourself what it is you want and who will praise you and assist you. It is a time of being reborn into your sensual self and all that you are as a woman. Your yoni, if you know, you know. Some people will be like, what's that? You can Google it. Be careful with that, though. Your yoni, your body, sorry, that's so immature, but I found it quite funny myself. Your yoni, your body, your breasts, and your hips are now greeted and claimed and reclaimed with love. You see that you do walk in beauty and that many have seen you coming from afar and have desired you. There is no sin in this. Aphrodite loved beauty too and knew how to share with other women. And you see, that's why they were guiding me to all the things to do with the roses, as well as pulling out Aphrodite and me seeing the roses on the beach. I'll post them after this. I know you believe me, but I saw roses on the beaches. It happens quite a lot, though. If you're here all the time, I see roses on the beach all the time. Wherever I go, I just see red roses everywhere. Maybe one day they will actually come towards me for me. But like, yeah, like it's the sisterhood of the rose. It's the blue rose. It's priestess. It's like pulling in the sisterhood. It's all of this kind of stuff could resonate. Like sisters coming together, because that's it isn't just sisters. It's guys too, right? But it's like soul sisters, soul brothers in the soul family. You know what I mean? It's it's a lot. But this is also perfectly one-to-one for you. You connecting with that, reconnecting, rebirthing your womanhood. So wherever you have had experiences where like men have put you off, it's like clearing the way for healthy relations. I think you feel what I'm saying here. And this can be for anyone that's listening too. It's this is what I help people with basically. There is no sin in this. Aphrodite loved beauty too and knew how to share with other women. They made me read that twice. It's probably why I've ordered those tantric cards, guys. Again, like I said, one of them going by the few cards that showed you I might not be able to use them. Well, I definitely won't be able to use them in public, I don't think. Sorry about that. Unless I put some crystals over some of the words in the pictures. I don't get me wrong, I don't think they're that bad. I think they're suggestive, but the words are. I think some of the words are bad. But like I might use them in the membership if I can. They won't be on camera. That'll be my hands, and if I can be mature about it, we'll test run. So that might be a good reason to join the membership, actually. Um, but um, but yeah, the other tantric cards aren't. I think they're more like spiritual love because that is what tantra is. But the other ones are more like they're a little dirty. I think they're kind of maybe they're maybe virgin on the old. They're maybe virgin on the old 50 Shades of Grey kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? And Barbie has been hidden because she said, "I feel so sexy and in control." Apparently, that's not allowed. We're showing that. Boom. That's a Scorpio moon lady talking. You should feel sexy and in control. So um oh hilarious. Right, so where did we get to here? So there's no sin in this. Aphrodite loved beauty too and knew how to share with other women, gifting her magic belt to Hera for a time to help her with her faithless husband Zeus, or sharing Adonis for half the year with useful, irresistible Persephone. She's not the same as others. She does not wish to have and to hold. She wishes to experience. And now this is a bit. This is funny. This is a bit where that's not like me. I'm a weird mix. Like I feel that Aphrodite comes in for me to like, big people up with like, yeah, that's great to feel sexy and whether you're a man or a woman, and I hope you've got somebody make you feel like that kind of thing. But in a safe, loving environment. Like I'm not into all this when it feels like it's talking about putting it about, like just to be blunt, that's what I'm like. Do you know what I mean? Forgive yourself if you've had that time or if you're in it, but when you awaken to that's not a good idea and you're gonna have to clean all that energy, maybe when you know better, do better. That's kind of what I feel that's all about. She does not wish to have and to hold. She wishes to experience, to love, to be filled again. Excuse me, what does that mean? Again and again with all the beauty, all right, this world has to offer. But she never wishes for ownership. All is golden. Everybody is in love for a magical time because the goddess has returned. Yeah, I don't know. That sounded a little bit like the 70s or something. Like, yeah, it doesn't really matter who I connect with. It does, though. It does. Right, anyway. So that is Beck's message over, but I want to pull a word. Basically, that's it's your feminine energy returning, awakening. And really, that is the point. Is anyone watching, that is what I help people do. Because authenticity, yeah, you're getting more in touch with your true self. And that is what all the masculine, whether you're a man or a woman, is doing. And all the feminine have done. Like a lot of the feminine energy, if you're further on the journey, you're in that. You're beat like that's what I'm doing. I'm in my own authenticity. Although I don't like the word authenticity because oftentimes people that are quite fake say it too much. But you're getting back to the real you. Every part of you that masked who you really were, you're like, fuck it, this is who I am. I'm owning it. Love it. Love that message. Take your mum's love, and I'm going to just burn some sage, and then also look, they just pulled my eyes to the devil card, temptation. You know what I mean? A little bit of a little bit of a little bit of having what you want isn't always a bad thing. I don't know what that was about, but it came out. In moderation. I'm not talking about sex, I'm talking about like I don't know what I'm talking about. It's whatever that resonates with you. But it's kind of like what it reminds me of is whenever the moon's in my 12th house, I allow myself to eat sweeties and chocolate and like pies and like what I've just done. And you know what I mean? I just allow myself a wee binge and then I get bored of it. And then hopefully I want to go on a health kick. I don't know if it's going to work like that. I said that to my mum. I was like, it's either going to be that I'm going to like really work on my fitness and that when I've got a bit of time off, or I'm going to like, fuck it. I'm just going to, whatever you call it, bed rot and watch The Office and eat loads of shit. But I don't think that's what I'm going to do because I've given myself a wee bit of that and I'm like, nah, I'd rather walk and focus on my health. And But I know the thing is, when I'm not got a lot of work on to distract myself, I could see myself wanting to. I'm tempted like a motherfucker. What are you talking about? God, Mars and Scorpio's really affected your moon, isn't it? Tempted like what? Tempted to reach out to your. What are you talking about? Let's see. I need to catch up with the comments, right? So before I go into Charlotte, so cleansing the energy of. I mean, I need to do that again because I wasn't really thinking about it. Because intention's important. Cleansing the energy of Beck's message, sending all that love and healing from your mum and your granddad and your ancestors. Because there was more than that. I feel like, that's what I always say to people. I don't know, was that you recently? Or it was someone where I was like, no, it was to me. I was like, don't tell me stuff. Don't tell me people's names and don't tell me, don't feed the medium. Never feed the medium. It's different because hopefully you know that I'm genuine, right? Like, I mean, I'm not being funny, but you know I'm genuine. Those two know I'm genuine anyway. But I mean, there's enough evidence that comes through that, believe me, I've got better things to do than make this shut up. But it's the details are so specific. But what I mean is, it'd be even more amazing if you don't tell me some things. But if I've already picked it up, tell me to confirm it for fuck's sake. But like, because there's nothing worse than doing that too when people do that. None of you are guilty of that. It's more just don't if I've not picked up on a love one spirit and there's not many to pick up on, don't tell me. So because I'll come out another time. Right. So send all that love. I'm just going to catch up these comments and I'm going to do Charlotte's, who has very patiently waited, and then she's being rewarded with an unlisted tomorrow. If anyone else wants their own unlisted, you can get them on the schedule. Nobody ever buys in, but I like doing them. People prefer me live, but if people get desperate, they might order the unlisteds because I'm not doing live stuff. But yeah, I've been talking to women more than men lately. That's really lovely because that's a very good sign of your trust opening up and just trusting women. That's a good thing, especially when you've got a Scorpio rising like me, because we can often be a wee bit suspicious. You know what I mean? Like, don't be like, I'm friendly and everything, and I'll connect and definitely in sessions and that. But I know who my circle of trust women are around me, and it's on one hand and it's small. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm cautious. So, right, and I welcomed Tini when she arrived. And then I've read wait a minute, I did read these bits. I miss my twin. I still feel him all the time. Sorry to hear that, Barbie. I feel that'll be Juno at the highest degrees of Scorpio, rubbing salt in that wound for us all. Right, thank you for that donation, Tini. That would be that's funny for reasons. Oh yeah, America. Oh fuck, sorry, my God, I'm so slow. Fucking hell, I'm so slow. That's what's important is you know what that means to you. That's so funny that I didn't click there. Totally went over my head. Hilarious. This is why I say pay attention, whether it's cards or charms or anything, because I just channel the energy. It's really tuning your own intuition. What does that mean to you? Because I'll say things are relevant, but then you'll get way more when you tune in yourself. Even people that don't, have never done charms and all that. It doesn't just practice with your intuition. Hanging from my front porch, I'm celibate. My granny always said she was my mother and raised me. Oh yes, been talking to people, but I keep giving up because they aren't him. Yeah, been there. Except I never even done, I'm not going to say I never done that, but whenever I did, I was always just thinking, this isn't him. This is pointless. And I have went into those stories, but I can't be bothered tonight. Like I can think of one time specifically when I did. Well, he was otherwise distracted. Well, yeah, with someone else. And so, when I'm sent someday, well, I never fancy anyone. So I'm like, right, well, this, must be meant to be for now. But no, it wasn't. It was, fuck boy city, and yeah, enough said. But what always makes me laugh that person that I did briefly connect with, after doing the usual that people like that do, it was like he randomly texts me like months later. I'm talking like months later, talking about the moon, and I thought, does this guy actually think that I'm going to talk to him? Do you know what I mean? No. I think I replied back being polite, but yeah. I've said this before. Whenever I have tried to talk to guys casually like that, it doesn't work. I'm not a texter. Don't get me wrong. When it's people I'm in intense connection with, romantic, I can't use that. Basically, if it's like my best friend or something, and I'm not even like that anymore. But when I was like that, my best friends, I could be talking WhatsApp all day long, but I never got my work done, right? But it's intense connections that I have with females, or that I now, when I reflect on that, it can be too intense, you know, and it's codependent on me and other people's parts. So not only am I getting more done in my life and my work, and it's healthier, I dare say people that were like that, and me too, or hopefully they're getting stuff done in their life and more, and not jumped into other codependent friendship. I really don't know. That could be, you know, who knows. But I know for me that was the case. But so you can imagine if that's what I'm like with close friendships, that's what I'm like. That's what I would be like in romance. You know what I mean? Like I could talk back all the time, but I wouldn't get it done. So I don't like I've never been able to do that kind of shallow chatting back and forwards with texts, and if I have, I fall in too deep in conversation and probably get too close too soon, you know, and it's before somebody deserves to know that much about you. So lessons learned, and only a few really, because I learned pretty quickly. I can't do that. I don't want to, because I don't want to be talking to this guy. I want to be talking to him, like what you just said. But my one doesn't talk. So anyway, moving on. So to me, anyway. Sorry, that's why I can't be. I'm already moving into Sun in the 12th house. I mean, I already told you what I fucking got whenever, before I've fallen asleep or when I've woken up, kind of being like, this is fucking, you know what I mean? I'm already getting in that mood where this is shit. Oh, Capricorn moon is tough. You know what I'm saying? I'm allowed to moan too, basically. Me being celibate makes men want me more. Yep, that's true, Barbie, because that's like me too. But just because they want you doesn't mean you want them. I've often had people, you know, I'm like, you're barking up the wrong tree. Just go and do a bit of internet searching and see what I talk about all the time. So anyway, yeah, I can imagine Barbie. Fair play for keeping that up, right? I feel sexy and in control. Barbie's feeling the heat. I turn my own self on, laugh my ass off. Hilarious. There's obviously nothing wrong with your sexual energy. Yeah, I'm all about tantric, but not the Western tantric. God, your comments keep getting hidden. They're that saucy. They're not even. Devil always means Capricorn for me because of Mr. Yes, it can mean that too. Probably me. This message is hell for review. Yes, one person that is sexy as hell to me. Sorry, they keep hiding it. It's quite funny. You have a puppy. Who's talking about a puppy? That's not who was talking about a puppy. I've got a dog pal that's coming to hang out on Wednesday. So I'm having myself a wee day off with the dog, watching stuff. That's my day off. I'm going to work tomorrow, and then Wednesday can be my day off. But no, I don't know who you're talking. Oh no, it's not me. It's Tani. Yes, Beck. She's blue American staffy called Mawa. Oh, lovely. Mawa means honeycomb in my tribe here in Australia, and she was given the name by one of my uncles who's an elder. Oh, that's lovely. Trust is difficult for me. Yes, well, actually, so when I said you're nothing wrong with your feminine energy, that's where you would benefit from a personal session, Barbie, as demonstrated by what Bex has been saying, because I can help you with that. And think about it, would already be getting started if you book the session because you're trusting me, another woman. Just to be clear, because you know I am a woman, just in case people are wondering. That's adorable. I was because I had to go, but then she squeezed herself in bed with us. Why did it hide that? Why the hell did it hide that? Maybe it's because it must be because you're talking about in bed. That's random, isn't it? Fucking hell. This chat's a bit much. It's just right. Okay. So anyway, sorry, Charlotte. Right, the timer's on, so let's go. So Charlotte, do you want some charms as well? I done a bit. I don't know if you saw the charm bit, but she's very cute, but one spoiled little princess who literally comes everywhere with us unless we go on the motorbike. Oh, that's so cute. Right. I'm blue, babba dee babba da. Sorry, it's because I just saw you saying that about blue. We like blue around here. Archangel Michael, Jesus, Palladians, just blue. I just love blue. Right, okay, let's see. What have we got for Charlotte? Well, just to make it clear, I'm not doing anything funny in the bed with my dog. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. The chat was suspicious. I don't mean our chat people, I mean the computer. Very true. Finances are low right now. Well, I pray for more abundance to come your way. I also pray for not just you, but everyone to recognize that you're worthy of spending money on yourself for your own healing. Because sometimes when people say that, it's really there's a mixture of can be people. I'm not saying this is about you specifically, Barbie, but I come across as a lot where your ego is telling you there's more important things to spend that money on. Be wise out there, though, people. Make sure you're paying your priority bills and your rent and your mortgage and whatever else, But really tune in to what that's about, because I really appreciated when Tani had shared that in her review. Thank you again about that. That she'd taken me up on the offer to split into 3 payments, because nobody ever does. And I'm not always going to say that, because again, that's a big risk for me when I don't know somebody, but it's a risk that paid off, because that was an amazing session with Tani, and it just helps people out. And in your case, it's because you know what I mean, like Tani's got a new job and it's delayed stuff, and you know what I mean. So it's just there's loads of reasons why that'll come about. So just when I say that, I do mean it. So don't be shy to reach out and say that, you know what I mean? And if anyone fucking ruins it for people, then I'll just not be saying it anymore. Because again, we're not going to go too deep into that, but it's Capricorn moon and that is money. I have had things like that in the past for huge amounts of money and smaller amounts of money, but it really doesn't matter whatever amount of money it is. It's disrespectful and it's a shame and it ruins it for everyone else. But what I always say is, if any of those people still lurk on me, because there's every chance that might be the case for some of these people, I forgive it, and it was a lesson for me. And I don't want anybody feeling ill about whatever. You know what I mean? It's only money at the end of the day. I don't think about money like most people do, but that's even more reason not to take the piss out of that. Just because I'm not as bothered about money as other people, you don't take the piss out anyway. Sorry, that's you. Sorry, not sorry. That is my Saturn in Scorpio. Brutal boundaries, right? That people need to learn, but also the fact that Capricorn moon right now, money, business, it's business. You know what I mean? It's not a charity, it's a business. If people want to, it's 11:44 as well. Look, it's God's work, so I'm here to do God's work. So a lot of my work is for free, but I need to receive back too. So, and it is just a shame when people have done stuff like that. But I know it's come from Winden, so and it's all anonymous anyway. But moving on, right? Okay, so anyway, I added minutes back on the timer because it's right. Okay, so what have we got for Charlotte? Sorry, yeah, I'm going to catch up with these comments after, so it might be a while after you said, oh look, we've got another anchor. So again, like what I said, this is about Charlotte, you anchoring in that love on the planet as well, being at the last degrees of the Pisces, the unconditional love, the kindness. But again, notice what I've just said all there. It's about what I just said there about boundaries, just making sure that you're always keeping an eye out and not letting anybody take advantage of that kindness. Hello, Gretchen. But yes, mainly it's about anchoring in that love into the planet. And we have now, I thought it was a dinosaur, but it's a unicorn. So again, now if you've been here for years, Charlotte will remember this, surely, I think, that, there was a time when I kept seeing unicorn things everywhere. And I remember there was one of the men, when he found the channel, kept finding unicorn things as well after he'd been seeing me say that. But I always feel this is about like twin flames look at each other like they're a bit of a unicorn. Like, even now, and I know for Charlotte's memories are from childhood, like, you can just look at that person like, oh God, they're just amazing. You know what I mean? Like, and I feel this is really picking up on that, is that inner child like spirit that you still carry with you, and the memories about that connection with your twin flame, like that just kind of unreal, kind of like magical connection, which again is nice because you've actually known them when you were that young. You're carrying that energy. So I know there'll be some other people in the chat that are connecting with that too. But even if you didn't know your twin flame when you were like, kids or even teenagers like myself, it doesn't really matter. It's like, even if you meet them if you're like 40 or something or 50, but it's like they bring out that inner child spirit. Now here it could be debated, but is that a dolphin tail? Is it a mermaid tail? Is it a whale's tail? So, you know, you can connect with whatever you get from that. But I'm kind of weird. It's kind of flipping in from a mermaid and a whale's to it's like I kind of feel like whale, like elder sort of medicine with you. Like I feel like it reminds me of those cards that are like, you know, whales and new earth kind of energy and stuff like that. So I feel that's coming through with that. Um what is this? Is it a wee rabbit again? Oh, look at this wee. This is quite funny. This rabbit's coming out for, well, so far it's come out for the two people I've done it for. It's a little dancing rabbit. So the same thing, you know, fertile energy. So again, this could be bringing in that goddess, that, you know, that abundant sexual feminine energy, which again, I know that you are very interested in things like Tantra and stuff like that. Is there anybody that isn't on my channel? Like attracts like, do you know what I mean? But it's again, but it's kind of like, as twin flames, I feel we're all interested in tantra as twin flames, to be honest. Even if you're just thinking about sex with a twin flame, I don't know. Even if that's how simple it is. But you know, all jokes aside, you can tell Mars is a Scorpio. This is hilarious. Mars is your sex sign, and Scorpio is sex. But it's, you know, and then again, it's, although I might laugh now and again, I'm being serious. Like I've got Mars and Scorpio and I've got my North Node, my destiny in the eighth house. So I am here to teach people not only about the serious side of clearing sexual trauma, but also the fun side about sex. You know what I mean? Like whether it's clearing dark stuff to do with sex or I don't know, whatever you're wanting to talk about. You know what I mean? I can hold space for stuff like that. Like it goes from the randomest stuff to porn and sex addictions to healing people with their sexual trauma to like awkward questions that people are wanting to Google and put into YouTube. It's like, you know, they might want to ask me, and I'm like, look, you know what I mean? If I don't know it myself from experience, I'll channel it. Do you know what I'm saying? But keep it, yeah. Anyway, within reason. But it's kind of like, yeah, the rabbit there. I do feel there's something about that kind of energy, whatever you get from all of that. And then we've got, what is this? Is this a wee dog, a wee sausage dog? So again, this is random, but I feel like dog. Well, the random bit is either you've literally seen a little dachshund, like a sausage dog, in the street recently. That is fucking random. And I mean like recent, I don't mean like ever in your life. I mean like you walked past one recently or you're gonna, right? So that'll be so funny. Come back and tell us if that happens. Let's say it like, you know, within the next week, you're gonna see a dachshund, right? A little sausage dog. But or it happened recently. But dogs typically are about loyalty. And then notice the connection between me saying that is Tania away? I'll try back shortly. I'm just going to try and get out of my bed because this little princess is pushing me out. So I may as well go. That's hilarious. Yes, I hope you come back. But yeah, loyalty. So there's some kind of loyalty, unconditional love energy coming through there. And I really do feel it is about that connection with you and your twin flame. But we've got a bat again. So either it's something significant about Halloween or just the month of October, which we're in a couple of days, obviously. Or, you know, I do think the bat could be talking about, you know, just look out for some kind of trickery in that around. Because there was the one I've done for tomorrow that came out, and I felt it was like trickery kind of energy. So, anyway, so that's just a wee fun bit. So, whatever you got from that. So, oh, thank you for that, Barbie. I want to join the membership when things pick up career wise. I want to truly heal. Yes, well, again, you know, it might be that you join the membership for that, or it might be that, you know, booking a session is more beneficial because the membership is great, but the membership, yeah, read what the membership's about before you know, because it is going to help you on your healing journey. But what I said, it's about you get like wee extras. And by the way, people need to vote for, yeah, I'm going to put out a post there. I'm going to do a pick up. I'm going to do stuff to leave behind for when I take some time off. But it's the prayer circle and the all the other bits and bobs that I'm doing there. More connection. I mean, I'm in there, you know, once I try to be in there once a week. Sometimes it's once every couple of weeks, but right. Wait a minute. I'm gonna add more time in this timer because it annoys me when I fall behind with these. I just need to catch up with the comments because otherwise I'm right. That was where I got to. I was because I had to go. Then she squeezed herself in the bed, but yeah, she's very yeah. I read that bit too. So hilarious. My dog's such a princess. To be fair, I spent money on myself recently. I bought it. There you go. There's another thing. Yeah, you're. This is amazing because you spent money on yourself. I noticed this with Beck, and I said this to her, so hopefully you don't mind me saying it. But it was like I noticed Beck spent you spent money on the chat, and then another week you spent, like, you'd done it twice, and then it was like your guides were building you up to the momentum to spend that larger amount of money on the session. And again, hopefully people can see that, like, I'm not paying Bex to see these things. Like, that is literally how she feels. Like, she's had the best night's sleep in a year. She's singing, she's dancing, she's painting, she's done. No, I'm only joking, but you're singing after not singing for 10 years. It was a big thing because you'd went on about your singing a lot. People had saw you saying you really, so it's opened something up, your creativity, drawing. I mean, there's loads of more things are going to happen to Deck. That's the point. It was money well spent. I'm saying that for her. It was. I could see that from the way that your mum came through. So you know what I mean? It's like people get way more than what they pay for, basically, because I spend a long time with them. But the point is, it's not always about the money. So that's why I'm saying that to other people that might connect with what I'm saying, because it's Capricorn moon, and Capricorn is about money, right? And it's a lot of people hold back and they're too cautious with their money, and they don't, and especially when it's things like, healing or mediumship, or because it's just for you, that can be a massive barrier, especially people with kids. Like, I can't spend that money on myself when I've got kids, or I can't spend that money on myself when I've got this, that, and that to pay. And that's why I say be practical about it. Don't be frivolously spending money on, any type of healing, if you've not got, if you need to pay your bills in that. But I'm talking about, like, if you can, if there's people like kind people like me that are saying you can pay it in bits, like, then what's your excuse? You know what I mean? If you do connect, whether it's me or other people, because people will still come up with barriers. Because a lot of the time it doesn't feel like that bad if you're paying it in little bits. I know that for myself. So whoever connects with that. But yeah, that's no coincidence that now you're buying yourself, and also because it's a tarot deck too, that's more creativity. That's hilarious. Think she's human. Yeah, that's like the wee dog I've got on Wednesday. He's huge though when he cuddles and crushes you. I love wee dogs. I've got to admit, I love wee dogs that sit in your lap. She's really needy though. She's like quite a codependent dog. It was an old lady that owned her before, and I always feel the old lady. I didn't know the old lady, but sorry for calling you old lady, elderly lady. But like, she did die. It was quite, she was quite an older woman. I don't know how old, but she was quite in her older age. And I always feel the women around me when the dog is with me. And her owner's not, I don't think that, well, she's not that massively into it, but she likes me. And so she'll listen to, I don't like give her, I don't go into, but I did say that I did, when I asked what her mum's name was, I see her mum's name everywhere. And I had been seeing it before she said that. And I was like, whoa, like, I just basically feel this elderly woman's energy around me when I've got the wee dog. It's like she's, it's nice. It's like a nice energy though. Something weird's going to happen on Wednesday now. I've said that, isn't it? But my dad's looking after a big dog. Actually, I think I'm going to be helping. He hasn't asked me yet. So if my dad is lurking, I will be able to do that. But it's like, I just heard through the grapevine. I think they're wanting to do something. But I think I was going to be helping out with like a bigger dog the weekend for a bit. Anyway, I'm having difficulty financially and I'm so depressed. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Barbie. You're in my prayers for your abundance picking up. She's small but takes up this bed because she spreads herself out like, right, okay, I need to just scroll past some of this. I do have 5 I can spare, but thank you. The thing is, Barbie, see, because you've just done that, I do believe that money comes back. Like, I'll say, like, I bless, want that to go back to tenfold, you know what I mean? But I do believe it's not me, it's God's watching you. Because I've done that before as well. Like, trust me, whenever I donate and things like this, it's normally my last tenner or my last fiver or something like that. And when you do that, it will come back to you. And if it's not always, doesn't always come back to you in money, it can come back to you in like winning something, or so sometimes it is money though. So anyway, right, so let's give it to, right. Oh, right, I read that bit. Sorry, Charlotte, I'm just literally singing joy. I'm so happy for you. Honestly, having an extremely difficult time, a lot of triggers and signs. I'm good. But then out of nowhere I get saddened. I love my dogs, they're my world. I'm going to be, yeah. Right, okay, so let's, right, focus. We're back to Charlotte. So, right, what else? I feel like I want to pick up the charms again. Oh, a dragon. Another wee doggy after talking. Oh my god, there's 2 dogs. Wow, how that's freaky, isn't it? When we just look at, we're still talking about dogs in the chat, and I've just pulled out 2 dogs. Except I really don't know what this is, to be honest, guys. What the fuck is that? No, getting a wee bit. I think that may be a cat. A dog and a cat, though. You fighting like dog and cat with somebody there, Charlotte? You been fighting with your ex again or something? I'm only joking. She doesn't fight with her ex all the time, but they can get on your nerves like anyone else. Eh? But look, we've got a wee dog. Oh my god, were you not talking about a bulldog, someone? Specifically a wee bulldog. So dogs are specific here. Charlotte, are you at any point wanting to get a dog? There's a cat there too, so something about dog, raining dog and cats, whatever, all these kind of sayings. There's a mermaid. I think that's the cute. Get the mermaid cards again, and there's a dragon. So yeah, all these ancient kind of energies. Like it is because you're an old soul. Like what I mean. It's like dragon energy, which I've channeled on the shorts for I think that was the one for yesterday, or no, it was actually the one specifically for tonight that went out yesterday. But yeah, Avalon sort of energy, re-emerging, past life, all that kind of stuff. Right, so let's get, what have we got for my kids fight like cats and dogs? There you go. I think that's I was saying, there is a saying like raining like cats and dogs too, isn't there? But that might be what it is. Right, so let's see, what have we got? My daughter, oh, there you go. There we go. That's why the 2 dogs have come out. Is she likely to get a dog? If your daughter wants a dog, but is she likely to? I knew there must have been something with all this chat about dogs and then all the dogs coming out. So cats are loyal too and mysterious in a good way. Yeah, you're either a dog or a cat person, though. I spoke about that earlier. They're too independent for me. Do you know what I mean? I want a wee dog that's going to hang about and cuddle up and blankets, and they fuck off outside and come back 3 days later. Do you know what I mean? Like nobody needs that when you've been on the twin flame journey on the end where the person fucks off and leaves you for years. You're not them wanting an animal that does. Do you know what I'm saying though? You kind of do want a little dog that's going to love you unconditionally and not leave you. Like, makes sense to me. Oh, that's so funny the way I just said that. That's so funny. I might clip that bit when I eventually watch this. It's really funny though. Ooh, wait a minute. Charlotte, did I not pull you this card? I feel like I pulled you. Oh, you're a cat. Oh, are you? Well, that surprises me. Have you got a cat? Oh. Oh, I suppose it shouldn't really surprise me because it's like, it's like we're bringing that yin yang vibe. Kind of makes sense to me a little bit. Like, I'm the dog person, you're the cat person. You know what I mean? They're both amazing. But it's just, my go to is the dog energy. Now, either I literally pulled you this card, or if it wasn't this one, I pulled you one that was like this. It was all about the romance. So what I get from that is what I channeled with the charms about that connection with you and your twin flame. And by the way, people, if you just knew, you won't know that whenever I do tune in to Charlotte, I notice that it is always, I mean, we're all twin flames, really, unless you're not. I mean, really, if that's that's who's drawn to me. But yeah, there is always a lot of romance that comes through. But again, it's very much like those of us that have been in long separations, or it's like that energy that builds while you're apart. It's that magical telepathic connection. And it's kind of like, but yeah, like look at this. Look. I'm sure I pulled this out. You'll remember more than me, but if it wasn't this card, it was something like this. Falling in love. Because I'm sure I said something like it's, falling in love with you. But also just that acknowledging that connection. Falling in love, kissing the divine in another in yourself. It's quite a mystical, magical Juno in the last of Scorpio card. I have a Frenchy boy, a Boston Terrier girl. I'm going to breed Frenchtons. No, when my last cat transitions, I decided it was kids next. Oh, right. So that was quite a while ago. Right. Falling in love. Right. Could it be I'm falling in love? Does anyone know who that's by? That just popped in my head. I have no idea. So funny when that happens. That happened earlier. When I sing songs I don't even know, I'm like, no idea who that's by or anything or what. I have no idea. So falling in love, message, kissing the divine in another, in yourself. There may be no closer moment of connection, of utter merging with the divine than the experience we have called falling in love. It is so important we do this. We allow ourselves to be overwhelmed and we surrender to bliss, but also to the possibility of pain, of betrayal, of disappointment, of disillusionment. Therefore, we mermaids urge you to fall in love, but to allow yourself to be real, honest, vulnerable, and to move on as if this love becomes painful, unfulfilling, or continually a compromise. I'm just looking at the mic. If the mic dies, remember to put all the mic emojis because they made me look down there. Falling in love is a divine miracle, truly, but there is a stereotype about how it looks, books with strange names like the rules and the ideal that gets attached to a person who has no idea what your hopes and dreams are. So foolish as it may make you feel, do not be cool. Be true to yourself, fall in love with another, and fall in love with your own honesty and vulnerability. Kiss the bliss, taste the nectar of love, and share the ecstasy. This is so Juno and Scorpio, and I'm here for it. But also experience the utter breakthrough and freedom of honesty. It may not come all at once, but little by little, let falling in love teach you the lessons that as you recognize the divine in another, so too must they recognize the divine within you. It must be mutual, and it must be boon, not an instrument. Charlotte likes instruments, or torture or manipulation. Bless you, beautiful people, for having this ability. Now go forth and fall in love with another. Notice how both. So the card for Bex was like, make do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight, something like that. It was that just, and now this sounds like the same. Now go forth, fall in love with one another, each other, the planet, the animals, the beings, the elementals. I mentioned the whales, the dragons, the dolphins was Beck, but the ocean, yourselves, and nature, and will then be at peace and well and blossoming once again. Lovely. Feeling powerful feelings of attraction for another and becoming overwhelmed with feelings of tenderness, almost to the point of feeling more for the other being than food, drink, or breathing. You'll get that a lot because of Pisces at the highest degree. Do you know what I mean? It's like deep feeling. Feeling powerfully attached to another, seeing the divine within them, and experiencing the divine within yourself is extremely addictive. Yeah, and that's you got to watch because it is. You know, with Juno in the highest degrees of Scorpio, and like I said, Juno being about commitment, love, romance, things like that, and like Scorpio being about addiction, temptation, sex. That's why it's coming up so much. But it's also, remember, Juno is about to switch from Scorpio, where it's been for quite some time, teaching us those lessons and the darkness of the lessons, as in like going the wrong way to the wrong people too. But to learn the lessons you need to learn. But like it's about to go into Sagittarius. Now that's your rising sign, as you know. But yeah, there's something here about, it's good to be grounded with it too, because we can't spend all day long in a fantasy, in a dream about our twin flame, as much as, it's fun to do that. And you might be able to give yourself the odd Sunday doing that or something. I don't know what your deal is, but you know what I mean? But for most people, it's going to be in the moments before you fall asleep and the moments before you wake up. This is the strongest times that we can connect with our guides and our loved ones of spirit and our twin flame. And but for some of you, it's stronger like moments throughout the day. You may really feel them very strong. Some of us are going to feel it stronger than others, but there's something here about it can be extremely addictive as well. So that's coming through for everyone. The beginning of a powerful relationship which truly has magic within it, the recognition of the soul within another, yet it's also wise to know thyself and be able to read your own patterns. Oh, look what's happened there too. Pages 84 and 85. Now, this is Charlotte's message, but that happens when I read people's personal messages. It's going out to the collective too. So definitely people born 84 and 85. This can be relevant to throat chakra, but that's because me and mine are these years. So, and Charlotte's also an 84 like me. Where did I get to? The beginning of a power. Yeah, right, read that bit. So yeah, it's wise to know thyself well and to be able to read your own patterns, seeking to communicate and establish a close bond with another, feeling very akin to them, a dissolving of boundaries of self into a kind of one. That's Juno and Scorpio at the highest. A time of sweetness, insecurity, beauty, excitement, newness, and uncertainty. Perhaps a time when you're almost certainly very much alive and very much at the end of ordinary life and approaching what we call insanity. The space before knowledge, when idealization of the other is at its height. Ah, that's the bit about the unicorn. You know what I mean? When we can put the other on a pedestal so much that we didn't need to go through the bit where you take them off the pedestal. And sometimes things can happen for that to happen. That's not in Charlotte's case that I'm aware of, but certainly is for some of the rest of us. This card can also signal a desire for sex that is sacred. Oh my God, how that's so magical that I already said that. And I got all of that from the rabbit. Like there's a theme tonight, and it's a bit 50 Shades of Grey. That's why I channeled about that for a bit before I started. The space before knowledge, when the idealization of the other is at its height. This can also signal a desire for sex that is sacred, deeply connective, soul forging, and powerfully erotic. Oh my God. The sooner those cards come, the better. Holy shit. Love making that is exquisitely spiritual and sensual. And Charlotte's wanting nothing less, damn it. That goes for the rest of us too. Sorry. Sorry. Right, so sorry, not sorry. It's going to come in. It's the energy. So there we go. That could be a good thumbnail too. We're looking for that kind of lovemaking. Oh my God, I don't. Oh fuck, I said it. I don't. That. Oh, ugh, sorry. I don't like that. It just makes me cringe. Oh, it's cringe saying that word. Right. Okay. So what? I went to these. Oh shit! The fucking hell! I got those cards especially, and I've not been using them. Like, let's get one of these for Charlotte. And we're past the 0 point. It's now past midnight. I knew that was going to happen. Oh, look at this. So celebrations, social occasions. So the 7th of October could be significant, and that is that's actually the day the full moon's on, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So the 7th of October next week on the Tuesday, basically a week's time. Look out for that being a good one for you. Full moon in Aries. So is that your third house? You've got Mercury in Aries, haven't you? I don't know about your third house. It might be your fourth house, but I feel like it might be your. Oh, maybe I think I always do that because it's Mercury and it's what I mean. Maybe it's like you know where it is, but oh wait a minute, is it maybe your fourth house? Oh, I don't know. I know that you know, or I can look. But are you concerned about commitment? Do you have fears around social situations? Would you like a break to break free from the repressed you? Oh, Charlotte, that's really powerful. Because the way I know where your Mars is, right? So you know where your Mars is, right? That's a big one. Breaking free from repressed you. So wherever you feel like, and also just because you're a Libra moon too, anyone else that's a Libra moon, a thing that Libra moons can do is because the shadow side of that is people pleasing, and you've always a lifelong lesson for any Libra moons, Libra sun too, but Libra moon specifically is not to hold back on what you want to say and make sure that your needs are being met and your boundaries are being addressed, rather than making sure the other person's all right. You can't do that all the time, but also, Charlotte, like I think I've said this, where you might be a bit better than that than most because you have got Mercury in Aries, but it's coming through. So, but look out for there being some type of celebration around that full moon. Now, wait a minute. Now I do want to look at where that is. I know you'll know, but I want to know where that is for you, like this. And by the way, can I just say I noticed this when I was in the last time I was in the membership. I noticed this when I started reading Tani's chart I'm going to add that to the perks, right? That when I've got your chart in my phone, that is one of the perks. It's like you've got an astrologer in your pocket, really, when I go in. Because if you catch me in the membership, which is serendipitous, I try to post, right, I'm going in at this time, but it's quite hard, right? Because when the more people are in there, that's kind of impossible. But you catch me when you're meant to, kind of thing, right? And like including the people that live all the way in Australia, because Tani got me there, but it was like she didn't know anything about, or sorry for calling you she and her, about like oh, it is in the third. Oh, it is. I was right then. I got it right first time. Mercury, Aries in the third, right? Like so, yeah. That's why you might not have a problem with that because Mercury, planet communication, in the house of communication in Aries, you know, you can speak that truth. You know what I mean? But in some circumstances, everyone needs to hear that. But So why am I looking actually when you've just, I want to look, maybe they want me to look at something else if you've just told me. But yeah, that is a bonus. Like, if I've got your thing on my, because for Tani it was massive because she didn't know what her moon and her rising were. And now it was so divinely timed that we had that session when we had it, because now she knows what that full moon means for her in a week. And it was so scarily aligned with what we done in the session and what was preparing her for. And for things way in the future too, like years away, but for now too. But also, and that's the case with everyone. Whenever you book it, I'll be able to see in your chart why we were meeting at that point. And remember, I'm going to keep going on about Tani for quite some time, because that is amazing that she literally only found me like a month ago or something and joined after 2 days. She didn't just join, she subscribed to the channel and she joined the fucking membership. Hello, can we get more people like that? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like that. So, but again, I can see that that's because she's a moon and Aries rising. So full moon in Aries, no coincidences, guys. Geeking out here, right? So, like, she felt a strong pull to me, which she says that in the. And again, sorry, I don't know if you're still here yet, so sorry about saying. It's kind of rude talking about somebody if they're still here, but I think she went away. See, I'm very polite. That was my Aries sun, but in the house of Virgo. I am very polite. I'm a weird mix of blunt politeness, cautious, fuck it. You know what I mean? It's a weird mix, isn't it? But that is Aries sun in the house of Virgo. That's why my challenge is called Fuck It, Let's Go, because I was too cautious for a long time and it's like, fuck it, let's go. Let's take some messy action. It's better than no action. Right, what am I looking to find out here? Do I know? I do know because I saw. I forgot though. I need to look. I need to. I knew that. I shouldn't have looked. So there's something that you already know, but you feel the need to double check, Charlotte, and anyone that connects with this, you already know, because I already looked at that, because this full moon's actually exactly conjunct. Oh, wow, I've just fucking, that's actually fascinating. You know how I'm going on about Aphrodite and the goddess and the feminine? That is what I help people with all the time. But that's because that full moon actually conjuncts my Venus. That's so like, again, that's what I mean. That's why people are getting that from me personally. But that's also because that's what I help people with all the time. But that's going to be a massive activation for me actually, with love. So I'll be like, I'm getting activated with love, and I'm like, see you later. Well, that's great if that's just for me and my own, but fuck, that's quite interesting. So leadership, yeah, but Aries is also leadership. So, but anyway, let's just now focus and see where that is for Charlotte. Yeah, I thought that it's in your fourth house. So although your Mercury is in your third house, so that's see what this is what again, like, look, when I watch this back, I see what there's one of my dear friends that watches these as well notices that about me with astrology, because she knows astrology, but she also knows, she watches how I do it, and I really do it my own unique way. Because when I was saying to Charlotte right away before even checking, I was like, Mercury, third house in Aries, where it is, right? And then, but I was also saying something about the fourth house, and it's because the rest of her Aries is in the fourth house, right? Now, there's no planets there, but Chiron is moving through the fourth house, so you'll really, really connect with quite a lot of the ancestral healing things that are coming through, I'd imagine. But I know that you love stuff like that anyway. But this full moon is in your fourth house, so just really look out for that, like things coming up about family stuff in this full moon. So, but that's why I was getting that. So we've got, what parts of you and your habits need changing? How do you feel disconnected with yourself and others? Have you been neglecting your physical and emotional health? So however that comes up for you there as well. And leadership, which is also Aries energy. You are no longer the supporting cast. You're the leading man or woman. Love it. Take the initiative and lead the way for others to follow. You'll be judged by the company you keep and those you admire. Oh, that sounds juicy. So again, I feel like that's something about leaving behind those that no longer resonate, which I feel a lot of the masculine, male and female, can connect with this time. from what I've done with people in sessions. So let's see what else. Charlotte said, yes, please, with all the emojis. Oh, and you put 3 flames as well, like the Holy Trinity. You, your twin flame, and God, because it's a divine union. What have we got? Well, manifest it, Barbie. You can manifest it. Oh, my ears, what are you doing there? My ears, it's going like, that's when like there's a guide coming in and yours are mine. God. The mothership are calling me. Seriously, it's like, That's interesting. I pulled fairies on the letting go. I pulled a fairy for the charm thing tomorrow. I think that was one of the first one that came out. So, right, there's something that you need to let go of. What does she need to hear about letting go? Well, it's going to be at that full moon, something that you need to let go of. Because full moons are always about letting go. Quiet time. Well, hopefully it's not letting go of your quiet time. Give her more of that quiet time. So, but yeah, whatever that is about, quiet time. Notice that's weird. When did I ever do that? I feel I just went quiet because it's you know what that means. Because it's like nothing came into my head to say. And then, you know what I mean? It's just, again, it is fascinating me. Oh, no, that's why I started saying that about, you know, when I was saying about the astrology, it's because I just channel it. So it's like, I often do it, I know it, I get it right before I even look because it's just coming in. Doesn't mean every time, but usually most times when I do that, it's even if I don't know the specific words for some of the connections it's making, it's kind of interesting. But yeah, moving forward fearlessly. Oh my God. Moving, fuck it, let's go energy, Charlotte. Moving forward fearlessly. That is what that full moon's going to do for you. Right. Whatever that me going quiet meant, I really do feel there's going to be a need for you to take some quiet downtime because although this full moon is in your fourth house, remember it's Cancer energy, the mother, ancestral stuff, family, soul family. It's about trauma as well. So, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if some sort of ancestral stuff comes up, some deeper healing comes up for you at this full moon next week. So just pay attention to that. But either way, it's like I feel when you're able to take a bit of quiet time for yourself to let go what is coming up, you'll be able to move forward fearlessly. So that definitely feels like some stuff coming up. That, by the way, moving forward fearlessly, that is so Aries full moon. But it also feels very like specific to you, Charlotte, with like your Mercury and Aries in the third house. Like, you know, like I feel that's why you really connect when I say fuck it, let's go. You know what I mean? Because it is like very much about speaking your truth. And I feel that will all connect with all this stuff about anything like that where silence has been involved or oh, there's also a card that's limited. Positive expectations looking, yeah, look, they're just saying the same thing. Look inside yourself and be strong when a hero lies in you. I'm not about to sing a Mariah Carey song to you guys. I know my limits. But, you know, that song just popped in my head because it says look inside yourself, which is just basically like what I just said. Like, I feel you're going to need, just be mindful of needing to take some time for yourself. I'm wondering this as well. If, I don't know, I wonder if, you know, that might be about if you feel pulled to do that group Zoom as well. Again, I'm not, again, that's entirely up to your own, you know, but I'm just saying that because I know that you like when we do that and it never seems to fucking happen. So I've had one inquiry so far. So let me know, people, if, yes, I was born in 84. Did you not know that? I'm 41. Um, I can't even believe that in a few months I'll be 42. Right, let's not even go there. That again, I think that's why I was getting things going through my head there about like, you know, I mean, I've had enough of this. Like, if I reach 42 and I've not even heard from him, I'm not going to be impressed. Like, fucking hell. Anyway, moving on. So it's just thinking very out loud today. It's quite liberating. But yeah, you know what I mean? There's something about needing to look inside yourself and have positive expectations about what's to come. Christ, maybe I need to say a little bit of that to myself. Learn from your mistakes. Now, I'm not even using that deck and it crept in. So there's something here about forgiving yourself about past mistakes. But yeah, and our work here is done. Hopefully you got something from that. Oh no, it's not. I feel I want to pull an ancestral card. Oh, and by the way, I meant to say, so I was going to cram in going into the membership today, and it just never happened. I'm glad I didn't post it because I completely ran out of time. But I'm going to go into the membership. There's a possibility I might pop up in there serendipitously tomorrow, but if it's not tomorrow, it'll be Thursday. So yeah, I might be tomorrow and Thursday, but so wow, that's one of the songs that I play that I knew that was significant to you. That's one of the songs that I play that connect with the fuck it, let's go energy. Yeah, I thought that. I must have channeled for that. I must have channeled that for you before. You know what I mean? It felt familiar when I sang it. Because you know what it also reminded me of? It reminded me of another song that is in a film that I know that you like. Why is it called is it by called somebody is somebody called Yolanda or something that sings it? If that is going to, I don't know where the hell that's coming from. If that's not right, that's coming from somewhere. Because I either didn't know the song or when you said that, I was like, oh, I have heard that somewhere. But I'm not even hearing it. I'm just remembering. I would know if I saw it. Is it not something about believing in yourself or something? I think they're making me say it because it's maybe you need to listen to that song again. I mean, you maybe do. If it's one of your favorites, maybe you do listen to a lot. Maybe that's why I'm saying it. But I think it's because somebody else needs that song too. So if you can help me out with what it is, I just feel it's off of. I feel like is it off of that film? I've never even seen that Honey or something. Or this is so funny. This is really interesting. I'm telling you, this is because Mercury is going through my 12th house. I'm getting loads of stuff. It's like I've not even seen the film. I don't even know who sings the song. It's really funny. I can get stuff like that anyway because my Pluto's there, but you know what I mean? It is kind of funny how it's all things to do with like songs and like funny. Anyway, maybe you know the one I mean. It's quite cheesy. I think that's a very significant song to you. I remember you saying to me once, like it's there we go. Oh my right, I'm actually gobsmacked right now. It is actually called I Believe, and it is by somebody called Yolanda, and it is from the film Honey. I have never seen the film Honey. I didn't logically know that that was, but clearly it's, but that's same dropping that information in. So, because my memory's shite for that, but that did all come in. So that's, yeah. Again, I'm stressing. I bet you that is because the mercury in my pet. Like, that's quite funny. Right, okay. So, neglecting health is probably why I hurt my knee Friday helping my mum and I can hardly walk. Oh my God. And see how it connects to the full moon in the fourth house, the mother having to stop and slow down. Right. Well, I think you got your rude awakening there. But again, so praying, but you see, sadly, it also connects to what I said, that it comes from a good place. It's because you're so kind and helpful. And when your mum's not well, even if your mum isn't, for anyone, I'm like that, my mum, but my mum's not a good example. My mum is fucking up and down my stairs all the time. And I live on the fourth floor, remember. My mum's up and down the stairs more than me. She is fucking amazing, actually. And then I looked at her chart today and the moon's in her 12th house. I was like, when the moon's in my 12th house, I don't want to see anyone. I don't want to do anything. I want to lie in my bed. My mum's going up and down the stairs. She's away to the shop. She's doing like, she's a Capricorn rising. She's a hard worker. And remember, she's retired, but you can't take the Capricorn rising out of someone. These people need to be busy. But trust me, retiring has made my mum slow down a bit. That is my mum slowing down, basically. My mum yeah, she's a very, very hard worker. But you see, I'm also, and when I'm talking about my mum so much here, it's going to connect to Charlotte and other people. So we're going with this. It's like my mum is good at helping me get on with stuff when I need to, because she's very gentle. Like Yeah, we're very different in that way, but she will motivate me. Like even today, like I'd seriously not been walking on that. I hadn't walked on the beach for weeks, right? And I usually do it every day, remember? So when I was walking there, I was like, oh my God, I've really missed this. I haven't done it for ages. And then my mum knows, like she knows, she just knows. She knows if I've been outside the house or not. And she knows, um, even if we've not, she knows we've got a very telepathic energy too. She just feels it. Like my mum will do that all the time where like I think it happened today actually. When my alarm didn't go off, I swear to God, I woke up right at 1, like, lunchtime. And I was like, shit, my alarm was meant to go off at like 11 or something, you know what I mean? And I was like, what the hell? And anyway, but it was obviously meant to happen. It's these very intense energies that are coming through. I needed more sleep. So you might need more sleep too. But also, um, what I'm trying to say here is my mum helps me just get on with stuff I don't want to basically when I need to. Like she even actually that's why I didn't get a lot of stuff done the day after because she needed to help me with paperwork stuff. And then it feels really good that I got it done. And I spent about half an hour trying to get an old printer working too, honestly. That was quite funny. I was like, why the fuck is it not just you turn on the button and it prints it? And it has to connect to an app I hadn't used for 3 years. It was doing my nothing. Anyway, moving on. So you might have had funny technological stuff lately, but me and my mum were having a bit of a laugh at that. But the point is I'm in her life to help her be more in her feminine. Like I was only just sharing that, I was reminiscing that I don't just help clients help with their connect with their creativity. My mum doesn't mind me sharing that. I help my own mum do that. Like my mum has had a talent for it. So I don't know if this is kind of resonate with you and your mum, Charlotte. We'll see where this is going. But it was when I gave my mum healing. Now this was years ago now, but um, after a soul retrieval and a healing, like it was the because when I know people in my physical life, as long as I'm not just gonna let any random in, but it's kind of like I think my mum's all right. But it was the healing table, so it's a bit of a more intimate experience and like magical things happening. I can hands-on healing and all that, and I hover my hands. But basically, long story short, my mum used to be really good at painting when she was younger and she put it on the back burner. And then, well, after that session, she now, yeah, she does paint when she feels guided to, and that's fun with obviously her grandchildren. And like she's got into there's loads of stuff. She got into loads more creative stuff that she put on the back burner, and her intuition opened up more too. But my mum is very like that anyway. She's just disguised behind her Capricorn eyes. And yeah, loads of stuff happened. Um, Creativity basically. Like a medium told me, and that was about 15 or 16 years ago now, that I was going to help my own mum heal herself, and heal her feminine energy. And that is what's that. So how amazing is that? You know what I mean? So I feel that could be the case with you too, Charlotte. That it's not, I mean, I know that you know what I mean, you're in your mum's life to help her heal like herself as well. With what she'll listen to you about. That's what I just heard there. And it's exact same as mine. My mum does listen to everything I say. Sometimes she'll be listening deeper than other times, but you know, um, there's balancing out there. I know that I'm there to help my mum slow down and settle in, especially now that she's retired and receive more. And she, kicks me up the energetic ass when I need it. Not literally, I might add, because my mum is very gentle. She's like an angel, a practical angel. But yeah, so it's like I feel, there's something in that. So prepare to be tested. Now, this is interesting. We haven't seen this, but what is really interesting is I say the word interesting so much. There's this big snake on it. Now, sorry, my mind just, oh God, it's got nothing to do with it. Sorry, that's it. I'm going to blame Charlotte as Sagittarius rising. I can feel there is other Sagittarius risings and Sagittarius. We're all very immature. I'm just owning that for all of us. Let's move on. There's a 31 on the. Maybe it's because all the essential messages I gave you. There's a big snake coming towards you, Charlotte. Sorry, stop it. Whoever's making me be like that, it's quite funny though. So prepare to be tested. Right now, where I was really going with that is a few places. Not where I thought, not where that just went. It's year of the snake, okay? And I've been saying that long. It's bound to be going into year of something else next year. In fact, let's look at what that is. What is next year? What year is 2026. If it's the dragon, that'd be quite funny because that keeps the fire horse. Starting a year of the fire horse as a public holiday. I've just done that quickly. I've not seen anything. Normally I would have seen something about that, but if it's saying it's the fire horse, we're going to trust that it's the fire horse. Let's just, yeah, it is the fire horse. So look out for that. Oh, look, let's just read this. It's a burst of passion and energy. I wonder if that could be connected to like Saturn and Aries. I could, you know what I mean? So anyway, fire horse. You're the fire horse. So we're only at, so actually this is about really utilizing the rest of that year of the snake because we're only in that because I think it's, does it say it's usually February or something? Yeah. So the year of the, oh no, specifically the wooden snake. Oh my God. So that ends on January 29th, and the fire horse starts on my granddad's birthday. Look, there's some more about granddads. Now I'm like, that is right, isn't it? Yeah, 17th of February. That is right, granddad, isn't it? I think that's what was special about my grandma's is the 17th of October, and my granddad is the 17th of. Why am I doubting that? That is right. They're both the 17th of a month. I always felt that was quite funny. Yeah, anyway, we'll talk about that near the time. But what I'm getting from that is, you know, you've only got a bit of time left for whatever, you know, to work on this healing. It's always an opportunity. Like, so for instance, when Juno was in Scorpio, which we're now in the last days of, it was a really good opportunity for deep healing in relationships, specifically romantic ones, and you know, karmic lessons and whatever else. And now you can move forward in you know, Juno and Sagittarius with those new lessons with passion because of the year of the fire horse. See what I've done there? But yeah, look, Halloween coming up again. Remember, you got the bat, and I said Halloween significant. Now we've got a 31, so Halloween is significant. So, other than, I don't know, trick or treating or celebrating with your kids or something, can you think of why Halloween would be significant? Um, Prepare to be tested. Also, I'm assuming that's some kind of, is that like a forbidden fruit meant to be? It's not an apple, a pomegranate or something. It'll tell us in the card. I just want to look at the card before reading it. Prepare to be tested. I'm just interested. I haven't read that one yet. It's not came out, all the others. Because again, oh, that's funny what I just done. I just opened the card up. It understand your family struggles. But it's the one with the woman. Look, it's the one that looks like a woman and like a mum and a daughter. Um. So again, and it's like when you just, you know what I mean. I'm gathering you hurt yourself because you just said that you hurt yourself helping your mum. But I understand why you would help your mum. Because even if your mum wasn't needing extra help, you know, I would hope that we would help our mums. Unless for the rare, it's not that rare around here, unless your mum is somebody you need to set a boundary with because you do too much. So if anything, that's the other way around with me. My mum does too. My mum does a lot for me, so I can't say that's for me. So right. Understand your family struggles. While you might be nursing some hurts from particular family members, it's important that you spend some time understanding their life story. What happened to them? What shaped their particular personality and outlook on life? So I'm not going to read that all, but I did just open the book at that. So I think there's something coming through there about basically this full moon is about definite family ancestral healing coming up. And like I'm saying, I'm just saying if you feel like you might get led to that full moon workshop on Monday, we're going to be meeting our warrior guide. And so even those of you that know who your power animal is, like Charlotte knows who her power animal is, it's a different type of guide we're calling on. So you'll meet a new guide. Those of you that already know your power animal, you will meet a new warrior guide. And if you don't know your power animal, I'm going to cover that too. So it's, you know, it's still worth it for people that are called to it. Right, so let's read this now. So, and I've opened the book up at Strengthen Your Sense of Self, Take Charge of Your Life, very Aries as well. Right, so 31. Connect with your divine masculine, embrace your adventurous spirit. I've opened the book up at 2. So, finally got to the one I wanted to read. Prepare to be, so again, there's, because it was taking me ages to get to the actual page, that's a message too. Every step, every lesson is part of what you need to learn. I'm due to be away for Halloween. Wait a minute, before I read this, I want to see, because I'm bound to have missed some of what you were saying. Yeah, wait a minute, I've missed big bits up here. I think you've answered the, wait a minute, sorry, I thought I'd missed this. Oh yeah, look, that friendship, I think that was that's funny that you mentioned that type of dog, and that was one of the dogs I pulled out. That's weird. Right, so could it be I'm falling in love by the Spinners? There we go. Thank you, Charlotte. Couldn't there's no way I would have got that. I just popped in my head. I didn't have a clue. So Graham White, right, okay, you're talking about dogs. Dolly's that right, okay. Quite detached from daydreaming from these days. I appreciate when the signs pop up and acknowledge them, but focus on my journey because it's easy to spend too much time. Yeah, so that is exactly what's come through. Wow. That's why I wasn't meant to read that. Because I wonder if you'd said that before I said, like, that's kind of nuts. That must have been what was happening there. Because notice how I described it. That's really amazing. Uh, my son's birthday's the 7th. Oh, well, your son's birthday's on the full moon. He'll be 19 on this. Wow, that's cool. Happy birthday to your son when that arrives. Wait, Claire, did you? Yeah, no, I answered that. Neglecting it, yeah, I read that bit. Wow, that's one of the songs that I play that I can, yeah, I read that bit. Heard it the other day and thought I need to listen to it again. Well, there you go, there's extra confirmation. There's no secrets around here, guys. The guides and God are seeing everything. Mum's not well either to do her, yes. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I know that she's not well, but I'm sort of keeping her in my prayers. Definitely need more sleep. Disturbed nights for a while now. Yeah. Wait a minute, actually, I just want to check. I think, oh, I already, no, actually, I already know. I looked before, but I want to look again. Oh my God, now I can't get that out of my head. Could it be I'm falling in love? And I don't even like that. Who likes that song? Tiny Mike, are you holding up all right there? God, I really am in no hurry. Hope that you're all right with the slowness, but it is what it is. Oh wait, what's going on here? Ooh, right. Mars is also on your Mars has been on your Pluto, like it's been on mine. It needs to get off our backs. So it's kind of like, but yeah, I feel that's, Mars is the body, and when it's hitting your Pluto, that can, you can feel more tired or it can even make you feel unwell. But you can also have amazing breakthroughs and like transformations. Like I've had a wee mixture of all of this. Not so much, I've not been unwell, but it's maybe more tired. Clearly what I said about sleeping in and stuff. So that's what's battering us. Yours is am I looking at the right? Yeah, am I looking at the right chart? Yours is in the 10th house, so it could be things to do with work, career, calling, big transformation energy. So that's exciting. 10th house, Capricorn moon right now is the 10th house. And what was I wanting to? Oh yeah, it's ages away. Yeah, it's ages away. Right. Right. So prepare to be tested. Stand firm on your principles. Through some tough life experiences, you've gathered deeper wisdom and understanding, which has allowed you to better navigate life's lessons. You're in a cycle where you're about to be rigorously tested, which means you need to prepare and make sure that your inner foundation is solid. The question is, will you give in to temptation and waver or stay solid in your integrity. This is for Charlotte, but this is also for all the masculine energy. You've been tested, or will you give in to temptation? Holy shit, see how that could fit for some people out there. Stand your ground is behind it as well. Look, stand your ground. Like, so if you know where you want to go, people are going to come in to try and stop you from going where you want to go, Charlotte and everyone else. You need to be clear on what you stand for in life and why. It can be helpful to view this new trial as a chance to know whether you've truly assimilated your experiences from the past or there's more to learn. Hello, Saturn, retrograde, and Pisces that I spoke about. Must have been on here. Where else am I going to? But yeah, it was on here. Can't have spoke about it anybody else. At the start, it was just hours ago. The stronger your sense of self is, and the more you know who you are, the easier this ordeal will be. Yeah, so especially Charlotte and anyone else that's resonating. If you feel like in the past you've had a tendency to be swerved and swayed by family members' opinions and how they want you to live your life, you're not having any of it. Now, Charlotte, you might have been not having any of it for a while now, but it's coming up. You might be getting tested by something else. And I'm only saying family because it's in your house of family, so it would make sense. So it might not be family like your mum. It might be family like one of your kids is testing or trying you. It might be family like, oh, hello, look, we've got somebody called Integrity and Karma that has arrived. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome to the Soul family. And we're all about that here. So, and basically, what was I going to say there? So yeah, stuff about family. Now, it could also be your ex. Now, I don't like calling people your ex, but I know you sometimes quite. It could be, oh, and hello. Oh, did you both just arrive at the same time? Hello, Tom. Welcome. This is a good. Oh, this is because it's 1:45. It's a good time for you guys in different parts of the world, America. So, I know these people's guys. So these are my friends. Right. So, what have we got here? What have we got going on? So, yeah, the stronger your sense of self is, and the more you know who you are, the easier this ordeal will be. You can come out of this situation stronger, clearer, and more determined to thrive, or it can stunt you and set you back. It feels like more of something to do with your ex, to be honest. It really does. It's important to remember that your soul requires this experience for you to balance your past karma as well as to grow. Your ancestors are cheering for you for the spiritual world. You can come out of this scenario renewed. How amazing is that when your full moon is in your 4th house? So reflect on each challenge that comes up and then meditate on finding a blessing or opportunity in each difficult situation. The opportunity that's approaching is truly important, and working with it can assist you to discover more about your life purpose and build your determination to follow your soul's guidance. A powerful thing to contemplate is how you can use your difficulties to develop more wisdom and compassion and ultimately love. Okay, so let's now see. Well, actually, that is your message, but I'm going to end it because that ended rather abruptly. I'm going to end it with a word. So what's our Charlotte? What's our message for our Charlotte? And there's nobody else in the membership right now. So this is where I'm going to do a wee bit, a wee bit more of collective stuff. And let's see. Humor. So Charlotte, humor. Keep a sense of humor in these testing and trying times. There's clarity coming about something. I feel like I want to get a charm now. Here's the, oh, fuck, guys, I need to put them back in the jar. I'm going to stand up and forget and they're going to go flying. That'd be quite funny, but it wouldn't be funny for me. Oh, now that's kind of interesting because that might mean different. Again, to me, that means witchcraft. I'm just going to be quite honest, it does. I don't ever feel good things with that. But for you, because I know you're interested in that work with the witch wound, this might have different meaning to you. You know what I mean? So, as above, so below, and all that kind of. This is hilarious. There's a little rabbit again. But this time it looks like something out of Alice in Wonderland. I'm late for an important date. Is that not the saying? With the wee. And then there's an anchor. So again, it's just stressing that you're anchoring in these codes, anchoring in this new earth frequency. And your ancestors are thanking you for that. Also, just because that's what that means to me, just watch out for some kind of trickery illusion. But I'm just honouring that might mean something different. Right, okay, so take all that love from the spirit world. I know that your dad didn't come through anything specific, but I felt his love around me when I was saying all of that. So I've caught up with all the comments. So I think I am just gonna a minute. I just want to check. Wait a minute. I just actually kind of need to check that I have caught all these. I think I did. I can't stop singing that song. Could it be I'm falling in love? There's one of you that just arrived like that or something. I don't like this song that keeps going round in my head. Oh, I forgot to say I asked because my sister is an 84. Oh, right. So that's why I'm. What day is she? She's not the old 18-4, is she? But that could be why I remind you of her as well. Falling asleep, not going to lie. You get some sleep. I put people to sleep. That's sleep well. So, right, okay. So, right, we're up to scratch here. So, now what I wanted to just do was, oh, it doesn't tell me. I don't know how. We had a goal that if we hit that goal, I would pull everyone cards. But I think what I'm going to just do just now is I'm going to pull. I might end up doing that. It just sees how many. I want to do the collective energy for. Oh shit! There's only 10%. Right, I'm going to have to do without the mic soon because there's only 10% left. But I'm going to do. I think it was. I've already done Beck's message for that because she won it. But actually, to be fair, she's also. I'm going to do. But yeah, I'm going to do Beck a wee. I'm just going to pull her another wee card. Don't know if she's still awake. And then, Barbie, Beck and Barbie. Barbie, I've not called you Brandy for a while, have I? I used to. That's my dyslexia. I would mix up names. I'm probably going to do it now that I've just said it, mind you. But oh no, and Tani as well. I think Tani's long gone though. Sorry, Tani. Let's just do it right. Let's just because I've just seen Tani. Let's just do unless she isn't. Speak up if you're here. But she's in Australia, so she really should be sleeping. Right, what have we got? Give me some charms for Tani. The wheel of destiny and fate is turning. Look out for it. And we've got a little bee again. Yeah, so lots of people getting messages about the bee. Abundance coming your way. Your luck is changing. And yet, Tani's just got a new job. So that is actually the case. Which is why, it's not always the case that people are going to need me to split the payments up because money's tight. It's more just because money is literally in transit. Oh, look, there's a Pegasus. Now that is, oh, I didn't know that was in there. I love it. It is a Pegasus. Is that? Yeah, it's definitely a Pegasus, not a unicorn. So you may really connect with Pegasus energy as well to me. But again, if you don't, Pegasus is one of my main guides at my soul chakra, my higher chakras there. So, but I feel I wouldn't be surprised if you really connect with that too for some reason. They're pulling me to Goddess Isis there as well, and specifically she's like that with wings. So look, it's on the book here. So let me just pull a wee card to go with that. And thank you for your wee donation there. Look inside yourself and be strong, and a hero comes. A hero comes. You see, there's that song again, laughter. So yeah, I really do feel this is about, not only have you been led here for that deeper healing on your journey, like clearing a lot of ancestral trauma, bringing it, just healing a lot of your own trauma that you've been through in this life, because you've definitely went through a lot, which you've shared in the chat before as well. But, and again, remember, Tani's not been here long. And that's the person that I've said found me 2 months ago, subscribed and joined the membership. That never happens. We want more of that. But but laughter. But I also feel you're here to have a laugh because the banter's good around here, It's normally very quiet too. This is a busy night. Like it's always just like, sometimes it's just me and someone else and it's like a private conversation that loads of people can watch or replay mainly, or you just never know how many people. Like right now it says 6 are watching. That could be accurate or there could be more because some nights I've got Offie here and it says like there's like 70 views or like 100 views or 200 views. It's not normally very much, but it's whoever's meant to be here is meant to be here kind of thing. Right, okay, so that's for Tini, just because I caught it. Beck, I don't know if you're still awake, but what have we got for Beck? And I'm going to go back to the collective. Higher consciousness, that message keeps coming through for you. Your consciousness is expanding like, whoa. So that's what I said about if you don't already see signs and synchronicities, anyone out there, but I know that Beck does, it's like, it's going to hit you even more because it does. I tend to amplify that for people. So even if you do see it a lot, you'll see it even more. If you weren't seeing it, you'll see it, right? Be honest with yourself, higher consciousness. So I feel because your consciousness is expanding, there's a lot of people you can't be around. And that's happening to a lot of you because the message that I've channeled. Now, although I say it for the day and I read the affirmations on the shorts, if you're new, watch the shorts too and see if you resonate with them. Because people actually, by a long shot, prefer my shorts over any other content. It's like shorts by like 90% or something, right? Then it's live stream, then it's recorded video. So thank you if you're part of the tiny minority of people that watch the recorded video. It's almost pointless for me to record it. It's not pointless because it's actually saved lives. People have told me it's like, seriously, some people have said that. So there's a point in doing it. And there'll be more at some point. But what I'm trying to say is the one I channeled for it got released tonight at 8, but it's for tomorrow, was something about divine masculine ascending old earth and moving into new earth frequencies. So those of you, there's some of you that know exactly what that means, and there's some of you that your soul knows, but your brain might be catching up. And Beck knows what I mean because I explained this in the session. Beck's an old soul, and she's got a lot of Scorpio very old soul placements that I noticed. But it's like there are parts where even if she doesn't know, her soul gets it. So I feel a lot of you could be like that too, men and women. You're like, I just want to keep listening to what you're saying. It makes sense, but I don't know why it makes sense. It will make sense further down the line. Or there's something that makes perfect sense right now. So however that makes sense. But there's a sense of peace coming in your life and huge transformation. And I feel it is about you stepping into that creative energy and higher consciousness, parenting and children. And your mum is helping you from the spirit world do that, parenting children. So that's beautiful. So like I told you, every time our mum's always going to come in and she's welcome because she's a Scorpio and her mum's birthday's like right before my twin flame. So it's, I don't know, her mum likes me anyway. Maybe it's people at the later end of the Scorpio energy seem to like my energy. So right, and last but not least, Beck, and it might not be last because I'll, more than likely gonna, I don't know, you late night people tend to get me. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna pull everyone a card, even if it's quite, but I'm not yet. You might need to wait till the end because I need to do the collective. So Beck, I'm being pulled to the blue butterfly, which is my sign for transformation, but the blue is communication. So is this talking about the old, do I text him, do I not, or is he gonna text me? Oh, fucking hell, that nearly flew away. Valerie, ooh, interesting here. Now we've got the bat again. So Halloween coming in strong again. Unless that is talking about some challenging sort of darker energies that might be hanging about. But I do feel there's something significant about Halloween or Scorpio season. We've got ballerina shoes. So what does this mean? Did you do ballet when you were younger? Have you got a child around you that does ballet? You've got sons. Have you got one son or have you got two sons? I know you've got a son because you just mentioned them there, but I know that's come through before. But yeah, whatever ballet shoes means to you. You know what's sticking out to me is in ballet, in the Adjustment Bureau, which is my favourite, and that's actually specific to my twin flame journey. That's always the film that I mention about that. It just because there's everything's getting in the way of them being together, and then it's like they manage to break the energies that are trying to stop them being apart. But she's a dancer, and she hurts her foot. Oh my God, that's so specific. So I feel you might resonate with like all the things keeping you and him apart. That's why they've got me to say that. It's like because of what I know from what you shared before. Oh, look, I picked that up when I said that. That's the one that was hooking the two anchors when I done that for Beck. See, I've just pulled you the single heart, and it is unfortunately this is tragic. This is very Juno, the last degree of Scorpio, but it's like sorry if I was saying Beck there, but I meant to say Barbie. I think I just say Barbie is. It's because Beck is Scorpio with Scorpio rising, and Barbie is Scorpio moon. But it's like Barbie. It's like that intensity of Juno and Scorpio is really quite unbearable for you. Like right now, I know it is all the time, but I'm just sort of explaining to you why. But look, you've gained wisdom on this journey from the pain. By the way, 3 owls came out all at once on the one for tomorrow. You've gained a lot of wisdom and discernment, and so is he. And oh, that's beautiful. Look, because I'm about to use the fairy deck, and there's a little fairy sitting on a star, like Tinkerbell energy. Was that you that said that the other day? Or why is that familiar? I don't know why that's familiar. I'm like, where did I? Anyway, I don't know where. I don't know if that was one of you saying that, or if I don't know where that's come from. But it's kind of that kind of mischief when you think of in Hook specifically, Julia Roberts, Tinkerbell. There's a bit of mischievous energy there. Do you know what I mean? It's almost like, you know what I mean? It's like you're the little Tinkerbell waiting for your Peter Pan to come home. Because there's a bit of a heartbreaking moment in that. Oh my God, what in the fuck? This is really creepy what I've just done when I said that, guys. That's actually really creepy, but it's quite cool. Right as I was channeling that, I picked up a fairy, very much like Tinkerbell, not the one that I just held up that's attached to a star, but I picked it up with the heart and I put them back. I'm sorry, but I'm fucking loving these charms. I want some love in the comments after I finish this if you want me to keep doing this because I'm loving it. I don't care if you're loving it. Actually, I'm keeping doing it. I love it. I don't know about every time, but I'm loving this. But yeah, look, she was in the star before. Now you're in the heart. Ah, but there's a spider. Ancestors are helping you with the healing that you both need, but the spider to me is the cobwebs, the black magic, the spell work, the confusion. And a bat, yeah, that's definitely. So I think they're just sort of saying, especially around November season, like just like Scorpio season, November, like sometimes I call Scorpio season shadow season by mistake. That ain't no mistake. Like just really sort of make sure you're clear and protect your energy. The real destiny's turning, and things are going to change here. And I've just picked it up again, the little fairy and the star and then the heart again with a dragonfly, I think that is. So yeah, there's going to be transformation in love here at some point, but when it's the right time. There's a spider again. That is really significant. Right, but remember, spiders are also communication too, so that came through for someone else. So right, now I need to see what people are saying. And also, I'm so far back in the chart, I'm at the bit where Bex is saying 2 spiders are significant. So spiders is really significant tonight. Right, now we'll see. My God, I'm so far back. Why the hell am I that far back? Well, I think it was when I was checking things. These are probably having an old chin wag here when I'm. God, surely what the fuck? I'm still. How far away am I? Maybe put a few people to sleep. Maybe. Oh, there we go. Yeah, people haven't said that many things. Right. So, oh no, Charlotte. Sorry, I missed Charlotte going away. Good night, Charlotte. Sleep well. Sleep well, and I really hope your knees feel better. She's the 9th of April. All right, that's your sister. I'm awake just. Right. I hope you got your message there. The higher consciousness, this is getting wild. Oh yeah, that's good that you're still here. Like I remember I said that to you loads. There was loads of messages that came through like that in your session. And what that tells me is because all the women usually come through as a masculine energy, if you are the divine masculine, male or female, you could be having out of this world synchronicity, past life memories, experiences, downloads. And again, some of you watching this might not even really be that familiar with a lot of these words, but you'll get it. Wait a minute, is my makeup way under my eyes? It's bound to happen by this time, but also I think ego death. because I was just going on, you know what I mean? It's like you're going through an ego death because I'm like bothering about my makeup under my eyes. That's not what I'm here to do. But you know, if I notice it's under my eyes, I'm gonna sort it. But I can tell that's what they're talking about, like things that you would have been more bothered about before you're not, and you're changing. You're going through a transformation. Like earlier, I was going to type I never win anything, but I know my name is going to be pulled. It was so weird. It never left my brain. That happened with my ADHD. Yeah, you know, but it's because they're wanting to prove to you. And also, if you think about it, in your personal session, that's what I say to everyone at some point. But I can remember that coming through for you. Like, forget. In fact, I believe I've said that to you in the chat, but I said that in the session. Forget what once was, because things are different from that point onwards. Because that is what I help people do: clear trauma in the past. And that doesn't mean, oh, look, you don't ever need to think about that again. But when it comes to the way that we speak about ourselves or our experience, like, it's good to catch yourself, because you remember, I'm not only a hypnotherapist, I'm NLP as well. And a lot of the reason why I trained in NLP was because I could always spot the way that the dark energies use that and advertise and all that. But there's a lot of good into it. And it's like I'm always planting the seed of belief, where the seed of doubt is planted by, you know, it can come from family, from, like, you know, unfortunately, frenemies, you know, it can come from anyone in life, where, you know, if, yeah, the seed of doubt can be planted by anyone, and you've got to really be discerning about who you let influence you, basically. But obviously, especially when it comes from childhood and stuff, and just things from out in the wider world that we get influenced to, that can be hard. But that's what I say, you got to be careful who you let influence your mind and stuff. And but so I'm always humbled and honored when people do trust me enough to, you know, to do a personal session with me. Throat chakra stuff, so notice throat chakra stuff there too. But uh, wait a minute. But basically, it's about if you're somebody that never wins anything, suspend belief, because you did. They're showing you that you're going to start winning in life. Anyone that feels like that. I don't get surprised anymore. I just know things are going to happen when they do. Yeah, go with it. Communication would be nice. Not going to lie, going crazy over here. I wanted to do ballet as a kid. Wait a minute, this isn't even your message. This is Barbie's. That's funny, because when I was reading yours earlier, Barbie was connected to me. Yeah, so that happens. So there you go. It's whoever it makes sense with. I went to class with my old primary school best friend. Yes. Wow, what does that mean? Oh, my number is 3. I don't know what I said, Barbie. That was ages ago. Sorry. What happened? I love it. I'm definitely terrified. But oh, we see, that's how it means something different to different people. That's very interesting, though. That would be interesting when I keep saying interesting too much. When I'm going to do another workshop. If that one goes ahead in a week, I'm going to do another one at some point in Scorpio season about power animals and ones you're afraid of. And I love doing that with people. So you might want to get on that. If you saw how many charms there are, and you'd see at the start, there's literally hundreds. I don't know how many, I'm not counting. There's hundreds, right? Because did I buy a bag of one, or was it 2? I think no. I think it was a I think I did buy a couple of bags. But anyway, yeah, I think it was 1. But it had, like, you know, they gave you like 3 bags. There was tons. But basically, I'm not even shitting you. I picked up the spider. What are the chances of me doing that? Now that is your guides. That is your guides making me pick up that. How there's no way, because I wasn't looking. You can see I'm looking at you, and my hand just went. And when you were saying that, so that's an important fear for you to conquer. And if that is however bad that is, you know, that is something I could help you with in a session. But that's more than what you think it's about. And I'll save that for when I teach that in that session, like in that workshop. But I can, you know, anyone that's, if it comes up in your personal session, it comes up. Right, okay, so take that love from your guides and whatever you get from that message. I'm just going to finish Barbie's message with a word. Did I give Beck, did I give you a word? I don't remember. Delight. So, Barbie, delight in where you are right now. Enjoy the present moment, because that is how you attract things to you. Yeah, look, try to find clarity even in the darker moments. I don't know if you might have a dark sense of humor. I do. A lot of people do around here. But look, find the clarity and the humor, or clarity is coming to you with something. But there is something about learning to find the humor throughout the darkness. Efficiency. Right, okay. What did we get for Beck? And then I'm going to do some collective openness. Beck, stay open to the miracles. Right. So, I'm kind of wondering whether I should put them back because I keep feeling like I'm going to forget. I'm going to do a bit of collective messages. So, I think basically before I come off, I think I will just pull whoever didn't get a wee message that, oh shit, wait a minute, I need to put the charger in. I'll pull whoever else is here that wants a card. So let me know now if you want one before I go. But I'm going to do a bit of the collective before, because that was one of those people had donated. So, and somebody won. So I'm going to do that again at some point where, oh, sorry, I forget that. When I turn off the mic, you should be able to hear me. If you can let me know if you hear me. You might not be able to hear me there because I pulled out the right, the charger's in. Good. That was fucking pushing it, by the way. I don't know if it's never turned me off. It's 3%. It wouldn't kick me off, but if I suddenly disappeared, it's because of that happened. But it won't now. Right, okay, so let's put that. Thank you for doing your job. Right, we'll put them there. Right, so let's just do a bit of collective energy. So what did I pull? I pulled something about dreams and shadow work. Right, we'll just do a wee bit of these. So this can cover the dreams bit. Because the twin flame messages came out at the start. What have we got? Why did dreams come up? So unless somebody wants to share about a dream, I can help you decipher what it means. I don't know how you do that request. Oh, so that do you mean like if you want a card, if you basically just tell me now. If you want a card, then I will, yeah, if you want a card, just let me know and then I'll do that at the end. Yes, I feel you do, Barbie. I can feel that. But this journey is very difficult. It's why I do what I do. And it's very unusual. And there's a lot of people that help people in the twin flame journey, but I'm definitely somebody that gives a lot of myself every day. So, food. Ah, look, this is a bit of a Snow White thing going on here. So, what is no longer sustaining you in real life? Where do you see yourself in the food chain? Is your life abundant or are you lacking in any area? I always try to. I heart you. Oh, thank you. If you feel drawn to, not if you don't. No, absolutely. Yeah. If you can be patient. So yeah, so think about what came through with that. Be careful you're not about to eat a poisoned apple as well. Because again, side note, this might feel like it's going completely off track, but one of the reasons why I'm here doing this too is to clear people of the poisoned apple. I'm speaking in code right now, guys. So whether anyone watching this might have taken a poisoned apple when the poisoned apples were being pushed on people at that time, 5 years ago, um, and beyond. Yeah. So if you are somebody that because again, this is the interesting thing about here is I attract some people that are like myself that did not do that. And there are some people that watch me that did, right? And I'm a peace warrior as we're approaching the full moon in Aries, and I'm here to hold space for everyone and anyone where if anyone has taken any kind of poison apples that are causing harm to yourself and your system and your immune system and your nervous system and all that kind of, then yeah, that's why every day I say that I'm transmuting any negative energy entities in and hanging about anyone's aura. And that includes if you actually are picking up poisoned appleness off of others, because like, that can happen from poison apples when they touch the other poison apples, you know what I'm saying? Like it can I'm liking that code. So if you get what I'm saying, I think this deep in, we're all right anyway. It's all you just, in the story of Snow White and the poisoned apples. So, but yeah, it's just to say, you know what I mean, that I'm always clearing energy of anything that shouldn't be in our energy fields. So action.
Take some form of action without regrets. Examine what is holding you back from taking action and cut it loose. You will get the most immediate results through acting decisively. No maybes. Ooh, going in deep there. And you know what's really fascinating to me? Because I love the numbers. It's a 30, and we're now on the 30th of September in the UK anyway. I know some of you in America, it's still the 29th. So there's definitely something coming through there. But also look out for the 19th of October being significant. But yeah, the 30th of September, look out for taking some kind of action with no regrets. That does feel like what a channel for the masculine that resonate. And remember, when I'm saying this is everyone's got an inner masculine and inner feminine, so it's like taking some kind of action, no regrets. That feels like what I channeled about. Do you know last degrees of Scorpio? Anyone that's trying to distract you from going for what you want, you already know what you want, whether it's about love or anything else, don't let it happen, basically. Take action with no regrets. Examine what's holding you back from taking action and cut it loose. If there's karmic energies trying to hold you back, cut them loose. Set boundaries at least. You will get the most immediate results through acting decisively, no maybes. That is strong, healthy masculine energy when you're able to make a decision, take the action, and not hold back. We're not always going to be able to do that in life, guys, me included, but it's great when you're in that place to be able to do it. So, for those apple chompers shedding skins, yes. Right, okay, so to be honest with you, that can just be the dream bit, right? We've covered that. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, right, what I do on Mediumship Monday is I shuffle these wee bits of paper, which I made like 3 years ago or something, just on the scrap paper, and I pulled out shadow work, which we're about to do now, and dream exploration. So the dream exploration was that. So like I said, if people do want to talk about dreams at any point, whenever I'm on, I'm here for it because I'm a shaman and I've always had weird dreams that I remember. And but my thing is, I don't tell people what it means until they tell me a wee bit about what it means to them, because that's more important. It's more important what your dream means to you before you listen to any expert, no matter how much experience they've got in dreams. Because it's your dream, you know what I mean? So don't let other people. But again, it's different on here when this is what I. Do you think what I'm thinking with that? Do you think what I'm thinking with that? What are you talking about? What are you talking? Barbie, you do this all the time. I'm on the general messages right now, so I don't know. I'm not a mind reader. I know it might seem like it. I mean, it can really, to be honest, it can seem like it sometimes, can't it? But I don't know what you're talking about. No. So, right. So let's do a wee bit of, because twin flame messages came up in shadow work. Let's do a wee bit of shadow work. So I'm going to pull a card. Now, this is really interesting because I pulled this for. Oh, wait a minute. Now I think I am on board. You're either thinking that that's about you taking action towards him, or is he going to do that towards you? I'm back. Sorry, had to take a call. No need to be sorry, Tom. You're right in time for me doing this. So, right. So, what have we got? And but also, Tom, when I get to doing people's personal cards before I get off, would you like one so that I know? Because, and anyone else, is there anybody else that hasn't had a message that is still awake, basically? If you are, let yourself be known. Because just now I'm going to do cards for when I finish this bit, but this bit can take a while, so um, I'm going to do cards for Integrity and Karma and Tom. So, right, so this is in the subconscious of the divine feminines, male and female, and this is also the masculine male and female's feelings. So those of you that are a bit new, you might be like, what in the fuck are you talking about, Claire? I try to make it understandable, but basically, we've all got masculine and feminine energy, even if you don't resonate with being a twin flame. So you can take something from it. So let's see. So, and look how cute and tiny these cards are. So we've got one for the feminine and we've got another one for the masculine. Oh, look, so already we've got sacrifice on the bottom of the deck and temptation. So that's a devil card in that. So again, there is something that feminine, you've been a bit of a hanged man waiting for something to happen. And, and it's again, and the masculine's holding back. They're tempted. This masculine group are tempted to go towards the feminine because that's the devil card. The devil isn't always bad, right? It is in a lot of things. It can be addiction and temptation, and well, that's why it's called that. And addictions, and just anything that's holding you back, right? Like some kind of karmic lesson, a person, an addiction, a habit. Yeah, blah 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 blah. Right? Say it all the time. I'm getting a bit tired now. So Um, but this group of masculine are tempted. They're dreaming of you in the subconscious, but that's on the bottom of the deck, which can often mean the subconscious. But I'm now going to shuffle for the subconscious. So again, for the feminine in your subconscious and the masculine's feelings, receptive energy, we have Three of Cups, and this is called rejoice and celebration. So again, you could be having daydreams, visions, you could be having actual dreams at night of reunion, you could be feeling reunion, you could just be, intuitively. So this is for both. The divine feminine, you feel some type of celebration coming, you feel this person being tempted to come towards you, right? I'm also being drawn to my thing on the wall that says, good friends lift you when you forget how to fly. Now, although that's a lovely saying, that's also my sign for a friend in the spirit world significantly. I meant to say not significantly there, but that came out. What I meant to say specifically, that's what I was going for. But significantly could be relevant too. There's no mistakes around here. It all sort of adds up. Um, there's a friend in the spirit world that is showing either divine feminine females and males or a masculine feelings like your intuition and your dreams. They're telling you something in your dreams about a reunion. Could have even shown you a moment where you reunite. Oh, that's a juicy message. Right, so and what's on the bottom? Emotional withdrawal. The fuck this card now. Isn't that very similar, scarily similar to what I was saying? The downloads were coming to me. That at first I was like, am I feeling like this? And then they were like, this is how the masculine's feeling. And it's fuck this. This is my fuck this card. It's called emotional withdrawal. I don't think in anyone's deck of cards it's called fuck this. When I make my own, although I'm not planning on making a tarot deck, but maybe I'm going to at some point. But I call it the fuck this card because it's when you're like, I'm done, I'm done. And that's what I said, that is what I was feeling last night. It was just kind of like the sun's getting ready to move into my 12th house. That's when you can be like, I don't want to do this anymore. Except you can't do that in the Twinflame journey. You're forever tied to it. But anyway, this guy's sitting on a beach and he's taking some time out meditating. So again, you could be a feminine. Now, isn't that funny that I haven't walked on the beach for weeks and I usually do every day? I've fallen in and out of habits, but I did do it today and I was like to my mum, oh my God, I've really missed this. And so you could be finding yourself going to the beach like I was guided today. This is the feminine's cards to, just get away a bit, to just clear the cobwebs because it's not always about fuck this and moving on and leaving situations. The Eight of Cups is also like the meaning for more in life. Like you're being called to more. Um Again, notice how this can also be the masculine's emotions intuitively. I'm going to read it for the masculine now, actually, it's feminine side. The masculine's getting visions of union and wanting more. And this could also be wanting to walk away from karmic situations, whether that is somebody that they're with that isn't for them anymore, to go towards union. That will be for some. And because I said that, I feel like I want to get the hot man cards. If you're new, you're wondering why I'm saying that. The hot man cards is because I'm sorry for lying to you. That just leapt out. It's got a hot man on it. I'm inspired. This is the guy that wants to write a book. I could write about a book about my experiences with you and how you inspire me. Maybe one day I will. Smiley face. I promise. I'm not even needing. Oh God, there we go. I promise. I will make it right. I will make it happen. You have to trust me. She knows. Look at this, guys. There's only a few cards. This is two decks together, and there's only a few that signify someone's caught up in a karmic situation. She knows. She knows about us. How can she not? You're the one that I want. I'm being careful. I have to do this the right way. Use your common sense. When I do this, it's just a bit of fun. Everything is. Use your common sense. It's, if you get benefit of this, read between the lines. If you get benefit of this, then that's great, but it's general. What I'm saying is we don't know who that's for, but it did come out. And so the fact that I was led to that, it means something for someone. Especially because this is twin flame messes mixed in with shadow work is my intention for it. So what have we got for the masculine subconscious mind, male and female, and the feminine's divine, sorry, yeah, the feminine's masculine, your decision making or lack of, your action or lack of, oh, that's too many cards, or whatever else I didn't say, boundaries. Wow, oh my God, accelerated motion. So that is the Eight of Wands, right? So, but I love that it's called accelerated motion. things are speeding up. Now that's like when I said to Bex about the higher consciousness. Your consciousness is expanding, accelerated motion. That is so nuts to me because I read a card right at the start hours ago. I don't know where it is, but if you've been watching from the start or you choose to watch a replay, um, I pulled up it had a unicorn on it and it had prepare for accelerated ascension. And that's what I'm saying about whether you're feeling it or not, there's going to be more people that are being led that are more twin flames because that's the only people I ever attract, the only people that talk anyway. But um there are at some point there's going to be a wave of people that aren't on the twin flame journey and they're looking for answers and spiritual awakening. And so I'm just looking out for, well, it'll be obvious though. It will be totally obvious. Yes, he is sexy as hell. There she goes talking about sexy again. Scorpio moon coming in with the sex basically. Um, but it's, yeah, there's forward motion. This masculine's like, this divine masculine energy in the subconscious is things are speeding up. Now remember, this is just the subconscious, but things are speeding up, right? Um, Waking up quickly is what I think that is for a lot of people. We've got a seven of cups on the back there. Now that is confusion, illusion. So just be aware that pay extra, if you're the divine masculine, male and female, pay extra attention to your dreams and but particularly like this could be nightmares or there are energies that can go for you in the dream time to confuse you. It's a little bit like when I've said before, like it's not always when you're seeing somebody's name and you're seeing all these different synchronicities. Like sometimes that can be the energies that are trying to trick you, like towards like a karmic partner. So again, I know that's a bit of a minefield. This is where if that's you resonating and you're really tying yourself in knots, like it might be, especially because I just described it tying yourself in knots, like it might be wise to book a session so that we can clear whatever that spell work, confusion, manipulation, whatever that your own trauma, something, you could be getting somebody, this is very specific, someone might be getting pulled back to a trauma bond. So again, I don't know who that's for. This is what I mean about that's general, but I can feel it. Someone's confused. Someone's getting manipulated. Feel it. Um, But yeah, so like subconsciously, but things are speeding up either way. So even whoever, it's not just one person, all those people will wake up to that eventually. But that's the people that are caught up in the confusion, Saturn retrograde and Pisces. It's like the tough karmic lessons as someone's getting hoodwinked. So we'll just put a wee prayer out. Wait a minute, I kind of want to get some charms about that. I'm getting into that detective mode. For whoever that is, give me an extra message. Oh fuck, they're falling everywhere. Wait a minute. Oh, can I just break that down as well? For the feminine, things are speeding up for you. Messages, communication, this could be people just showing up, pop up visit kind of thing. But it's calls, texts, WhatsApps, whatever everyone's different things are. It's things are speeding up. Someone's taking action towards you. Um, but you could be getting confused about all of that. You're in some kind of confusion, not knowing, feeling it, but not knowing it, and not knowing when it's going to come in. You're not meant to know it's a mystery, let it go. That's what it means for the feminine. Um, right, give me some wee charms for whoever this is. What I'm purposely not looking at the chat just now so I can focus. Oh shit, that's loads. We'll go with it though. Right, bat keeps meaning spell work to me. Also something significant about Scorpio season and Halloween. What the hell is that? I don't even know that. Oh, it's a deer, it's a Bambi. Right, so unconditional love. Use the power of unconditional love to transmute this negative energy. A unicorn again, you might feel like this is too good to be true. It's not. I'm just going to quickly say things when it pops in my mind. So- Sorry. If this comes up in some of the ones with the phone, you might see why I'm laughing, but this octopus at first glance looks like someone else. Fucking hell. Sorry, I can't even deal with that. Moving on. So anyway, it is an octopus. So again, I've got tears streaming. So the octopus, but again, that could weirdly, I don't know. But yeah, Yeah, I think that anyway. So let's just. So the octopus is again kind of feels like that card to me. That's so weird because I keep thinking the octopus is like about all these different ways that you could go, all the different legs. It's like all the different confusion, illusion. And it's also what I said in the one for tomorrow is the octopus spirit is a real entity that comes through the phones and computers and that. It's the energy that makes you addicted to your phone, you know? So somebody might need to clear their energy of that where it resonates. Specifically with Mars and Scorpio, that could be things to do with like sex and stuff like that and porn, you know what I mean? Just like kind of like anything that keeps you stuck in your doesn't need to be anything like that, but just if you're on your phone too much. Transformation going on. Transformation, two dragonflies, two in a row. There's another octopus. Holy shit, yeah. There's definitely some type of octopus entity spirit that has got a hold on quite a few people. So look out for that. There's a leaf. I feel it's just a changing of the season, something happening in the autumn season. And there's a starfish. So whatever the starfish means, starfish in the bed, whatever, the beach again. Sorry, I'm just like, I totally keep getting the giggles with this. This is hilarious. Right, so God. Right, so I need to watch 'cause I'm gonna end up fucking peeing myself. I'm just laughing so much. Right. Oh dear. Sorry, I'm laughing. Sometimes it's because, right, people in the spirit world are talking to me and make me laugh with some of these charms, basically. And I can feel it even stronger than ever because Mercury, planet communications, on my 12th house. And I'm already like that. I'm like that 24/7, but it's like just one if you're wondering why I'm laughing at myself. Right. What have we got for the conscious mind? For the feminine. Where is this group of feminines that are going to resonate with this? It's not everyone, so use your fucking common sense, whether it's you or not. Transformation, but clearly this is in line with what I just pulled because we have the Death card and Scorpio, so that's Scorpio season again, which will be in from the 23rd of October until the 21st November. But um yeah, you're going through some type of huge transformation right now in the present moment, if this resonates. And remember, when I say in the present moment, take that a pinch of salt. Everything I read is Akashic Records. It's timeless. Who knows who's making sense of this right now? I just put the message out. But you're going through some type of huge transformation. It could be about I think you're being prepared to speak your truth. This feels like a lot of feminines that like the next part of your transformation is when this person pops up when you least expect it. Some of you you're going to feel it right before it happens, right? It's not always it's out of the blue. Some of you are so in tune you're gonna know. Everyone's gonna slap you in the face, all the signs, and but you see you might think, oh that happens all the time, so what? And then ding dong or text or call or you know what I mean. So or I feel as well like, you know, with all this could be you're out and about and you bump into this person. Um it's different for different people, but let me know if any of that happens. So, and I'll share with people anonymously, only if you want me to. Um, but yeah, you're going through a transformation, and I feel you're being prepared to speak your truth. Money could have been tight for some of you, or you're feeling a bit out in the cold of your twin flames life. Financial material changes because that's the Five of Pentacles. So just make sure you pay attention to what you're spending your money on, and you're, you know, just being a bit wiser with it. I feel like I want to get some charms for the conscious mind of the divine feminines. And that is also the same for the masculine. You know, in the conscious mind of your feminine energy, your feelings, your intuition, right? You're like going through possibly a dark night of soul, some of you, an ego death, or you're coming out the end of it, you've went through the transformation. Scorpio season is going to be really significant for a lot of stuff happening. And again, you could have been having money issues, or you could have been needing to be more cautious around money, or you're feeling out in the cold from your feminine. So, and a little Bambi again, unconditional love. That's what I use with everything I do because that is Mary Magdalene frequency that I work with. What the hell is that? Is that a tiger? Oh, a funny looking tiger. I don't know if that's a cat or a tiger. I think it's maybe a tiger. That is. So anyway, that's quite interesting though, because this is the feminine energy in the conscious mind, and the tiger is my feminine energy. And it's a lot of people that watch me. So yeah. So that's a lot of feminine energy to me actually. That is like in the conscious mind, you're very in your feminine receptive energy. Yeah, that's what I'm getting from that. Right, so masculine in the conscious mind and the feminines. I wonder if the new people are catching up with the way I do this. This is the masculine, male, and females, your conscious mind, but this can also be the feminines, masculine energy, your decision making, your action taking, your boundaries. What have we got? And when I zone off like that, it's because of my clairvoyance. It helps when I just look away. Um, what have we got for the masculine and the conscious mind? Oh, okay. Oh God, shit. Right, this is some. They weren't joking when they said we're going to do some twin flame messages shadow work. So we've got deception and envy. I've already forgot. What did I get? Oh no, it's sitting there. I don't need to forget. I can just look. So if the feminine has transformation, right? I'm picking up on different timelines here. For some people, this is unfortunately some of the masculine energies in their conscious mind that are still in denial, like lying to themselves in a false union. Because literally, when I cut the deck, the union card in reverse. So this could be some people in unhappy partnerships, possibly even some marriages. It's a false union. It's a faulty foundation. It ain't upright. It's in reverse. You know what I mean? It's an unhappy home. You get what I'm saying? Um, So somebody could be lying to themselves about being in an unhappy relationship, or it could just be somebody's hiding they're in an unhappy relationship. Um, but either way, you're learning lessons because we've got this Hierophant card says wisdom, karmic lessons. You know, your higher self is teaching you, and this could. But also, I feel it's like this masculine could be waking up because if you look at that card, it's a mask, right? And it says to say this masculine consciously can recognize. You know, take which bits resonate because I have to channel the bits that are going to resonate with different people. I feel for quite a majority of people, this is actually the masculine waking up to the deception and envy around them of who's been sabotaging the union, right? Because of, I know that because now I know why when I went, this is so interesting to me. I went to channel. Now, this is what I mean. I didn't say that. I don't know if I said it at the start of this, but I don't know. I don't think I went into that much detail. I actually did go to channel the unlisted that I'm due to do, but things kept happening that were telling me not to do it, right? So I was like, right, right. So that's why I ended up just giving up and doing the collective one. But even that, I tried 5 times and then I was able to. So that was energies trying to stop me from putting the message out. So I already know that the one that gets published tomorrow, well, it's today as I'm filming this, there was 3 owls that came out at one point. So when you can see how many charms there are there, I showed you at the start of this, there's fucking tons. The chances of that happening, pretty amazing. And owls to me are discernment and wisdom, and whatever they mean to you. But I integrated owl medicine years and years and years ago, and I have got that ability to see things that other people can't see. I see behind people's shadows. Now remember, this is about shadow work. So where yeah, it's kind of like what I've said many times before about some people have got a persona in public, or like, again, YouTube and just any social media is a great example of this, right? Sometimes what people portray in front of everyone is not who they are behind the scenes. So that you can experience that from, like, again, unfortunately, I've had loads of things over the years, twin flame and otherwise, where that's been the case, where it's like, whoa, that person's vastly different and not a good way from, you know what I mean? And it's not overall, but it's just, bad taste in your mouth kind of thing. I've had that with loads of twin flame experiences, but again, I've said this before, that is part of, I didn't realise that that all added up to experience because my North Node in the eighth house in Gemini's research, I wasn't meaning to do that because I'm like the least nosy person ever. I couldn't give a fuck when it comes to gossip and shit like that. But Scorpio is a detective, so what I know is I collated it all, and I'm like, wow, it's not that every experience has been bad because thank God I've found some amazing, beautiful people that channel messages about twin flames too that can transmute those experiences. But what it means is it is just in general, we've all had some sort of experience, and that's what I mean. I'm proud that anyone that sees how I am with people in public, they'll tell you it's not. The only difference is I'm more bubbling in my Aries Sag moon energy in public, and then on the Zoom it'll be more kind of Scorpio rising, right? You know, we need to do this deep healing work, but we have a laugh and talk for fucking hours and the next day. Well, you know what I mean? But there's something there. It's just basically that kind of generally the masculine energy consciously sees who's deceptive and envious of it and been sabotaging the union. So just for a change, that comes through all the fucking time. But that's great that it's in the conscious mind. This person consciously knows that. And like I said, the three owls that came up for tomorrow tell me that's in line with the energy as well. Um, and it's part of the karmic lessons. So the other third thing I was getting was somebody could be hiding that they're not. So somebody basically, it's like somebody's making it look like, and I mean look like as in this is for some of you where you've not heard from this person in years. They don't want you to know they're doing the healing in the shadows. They want you to think that union's nowhere near, or even, you know, that they're somewhere else with someone else. You know, it's kind of like they don't want you to know basically. They're hiding, doing the work and learning their lessons. That's cool the way all that came through. So, yeah, so whatever you all get from that. So what I get from that is focus on yourself and your own transformation if you're the feminine. Oh my God, wait a minute, I saw that funny card. It's like, wow, I see you looking good. Maybe that's more of the appreciation for the green cardie. Wow, in those clothes looking like that, wearing that smile. Well, that is quite funny actually, because like I was mentioned, like that is my twin flame loves that football team that I was saying at the start. I'm taking my time. This time I want to do things right. That's why I don't want to rush things and risk losing you altogether. I want it to be right. So that's a message coming through for someone. I don't want to be toxic anymore. I don't feel like I deserve you. So that feels like that kind of someone's working on themselves. Don't work forever is what I would say about that. I'm taking my time. Fucking hell, it came out again. I'm not reading it again. So it's not always a bad thing of why good things come to those who wait. That's what comes out of that. Right, okay, so what's the next bit I was going to do? What could be potentially blocking some. I'm not going to do too much of this. I just wanted to do a wee bit because the shadow work came out. So these are very. So spoiler alert, or not spoiler alert, these can be a bit triggering, these cards. What have we got? What could potentially be blocking some of the divine feminines or the masculines and their feelings? Or you've already worked through this, so you can be the decider. Hard to get. This usually comes out for the masculine. You're missing opportunities by playing too hard to get. Give someone a chance. I feel it's the last line really that's sticking out to me there. So give someone a chance. So if divine feminine is male and female, when this person steps forward, you know, give them a chance, hear them out. I'm really certain I don't really need to say that to any of the divine feminines because basically if you're not going to give your own twin flame a chance and at least hear them out, there's a shitload more of work to do, right? So I don't feel that's really going to be anyone that's like that. But anyway, you never know. But this could be more for the masculine's feelings. Like, don't play hard too hard to get. Don't be one of these guys. Or, you know, I'm going to speak to guys specifically, but be in your masculine energy. Be decisive, take action, set your boundaries. It shouldn't be wanting the divine feminine to chase you. The Empress doesn't chase the Emperor. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the Emperor and the Emperor are equals. Divine feminine, divine masculine are equals. And but it is masculine that goes towards it's the Emperor's being led to the Empress. That's what I'm getting from that. But yeah, um, but yeah, whatever you get from that, right? So what have we got for the masculine? Same goes. Not compatible, right? Now this is also another message, but look, and that's quite interesting that now I was seeing that as they're on their phones. I think it's actually books, but like this pair before I even read what these words say, be careful one of your blocks isn't that you're like, you know, me and that person never going to work, we're too different, you know, you're cutting something off before you even give it a try, some of you, because some of you might not have even been in a relationship with your twin flame and you've told yourself that. You don't really believe there's a match for you, have an open mind. But look, if you see the picture, it's like a man and a woman back to back. I feel that's a potential block that someone's already told themselves a limiting belief because twin flames are very different. You're meant to be yin yang. it stops it from getting boring. It reminds me of the film, and it's challenging, like in a good way. You want somebody to be challenging you, not fucking staying stuck. Morning, you still going? Have you been to sleep and woke up again, Connor? Morning to you as well. Yes, I am. So, it's reminding me of, I think it's Sleepless in Seattle actually, where she is in a really boring, dull relationship. It's more like friends, more like best friends, but there's literally zero sexual chemistry. They obviously cast it that way. Um, but anyway, the point is, she's very logical, analytical, like it's very masculine energy. And then, if you've never seen that, it's the guy's like grieving and the wee boy's trying to find him somebody to be with because it's like, you're miserable basically. And the wee boy's really wee and he travels to Sleepless in Seattle, funnily enough. But the point is it's what I always get from that is she's so bored. She's like the masculine energies are really bored in a karmic relationship. You're too similar. When you pick somebody that's exactly the same as you, it's boring as fuck. Where's the challenge? It's boring. Don't get me wrong, it's great to have things in common, but it can be quite interesting if you think differently. You can have a conversation like, oh right, I haven't looked at it like that, and it's what I mean, you can work together in that kind of way. Um, so I feel like I'm channeling a masculine right now that feels like that. Right, let's get some of these charms on the go. So what's something else, a wee message to go with that before I Pegasus again, yep, ascending these karmic situations because you've got the wisdom. There's another owl, it's a different owl. Wanting to ground in the union, the wheel of destiny and fate is turning. Wheel again. This is destined unions. There's a frog. What I'm getting from the frog actually is the frog's it's reminding me like a poison frog or something. Like, so just be aware that, you're flying high and you're ascending and it could threaten others. I've almost word for word quoted one of my angel cards. You're flying high and you may threaten others, but keep flying high. Something like that, right? Have the wisdom to see through it. People that try to tear you down. Ground your energy because it could get ugly out there. I've already seen that. I've seen it. I've felt it. I've seen it. And it's why, I'm looking forward to having a bit of time off of social media because I just feel the shadow in some people's getting a bit too shadowy, you know what I mean? But destiny, but watch out for the poison frogs try to hold you back. That's quite an interesting message. Right, so now I need to put these back in here and we can put them away before I put them everywhere, which would be funny, but oh, the sound is amazing, isn't it? What's that? Is that a wee cat? A wee curled up cat. So, and then another octopus. Yeah, really, some people are spending too much time on their phones. I know that's not a revelation. That's a really creepy octopus. Look. Fucking hell, they like their octopuses. There's about 3 different. Oh shit, look, witchcraft. It's quite funny because some people will be saying what I'm doing is witchcraft right now. But again, I don't care because at the end of the day, that doesn't trigger me because it's like, that's people that just maybe watch 5 minutes. It's like at the end of the day, I'm helping lift people out of the darkness and in some cases save lives. And there's another, would you believe it? Another fucking octopus that isn't the same one. What the hell? Why do these charm people like the octopuses? That's hilarious. Um, I think they're trying to tell you just if you've got an addiction of some type, to your phone, social media, or stronger addictions, that's what I help people with because that's just coming out like so much. Um, yeah, I know of integrity, and anybody that watches me long enough can see how much I lift people out of the darkness. Yeah, look, there's the mask again. Be wary of people wearing masks and not all being as it seems. There's definitely the masculine energy is being able to discern who's genuine and who isn't right now. So remember, even if you're the feminine, this is your discernment skills, your mind setting boundaries. Yeah, something's happening in this change of season because I've just picked up a leaf again. Right, I'm putting them away. They're addictive. I'm addicted to charms. That's my issue right now. I'll just be fucking playing with the charms on my day. I'll be like hanging out with the dog watching The Office and playing charms to myself. Right, there's a whole load that have stayed in my lap. There's another owl and another tree. There is messages coming in from a lover. There's a dragonfly. There's been a transformation in them. They're coming into ground union. They've got the discernment about the fuckers around them. They want to get jiggy with it. There's another rabbit. I'm late. I'm late for an important date. See if that fits. They're following their intuition and they're very loyal. There's a dog. Sausage dog again. Dashund. That's because I was obsessed with dogs. I know the different types of dogs. Although not very much anymore. They were just my favourite. Like sausage dogs when I was wee. But right, that was quite. See, because that specifically came through like that, I do just want to shuffle them one more time for whoever that was for. That could be something that's coming in quite soon. A message from a loyal lover. I've changed. I'm moving out my circle of friends because I don't have the same beliefs or morals. I've changed and I want more from my life. That can be what the ascending bit was about, the Pegasus. Someone's changed and they're moving out the friendship group. That's so weird because that's like the story I always tell at a mediumship circle I was at 10 years ago anyway. I think it was 10 years ago or 11 years ago. And someone channeled a message from spirit that I would, at one point in my life, I would transcend, I would ascend so high that my whole circle of friends would change because my spiritual growth it was too quick. People can't keep up. And I was like, and it does make me, it makes me laugh. It makes me a bit sad sometimes because my best friend at the time that I spent the most time with, but it was one of my best friends at the time too. Like she was like, "Well, I'm holding on to that fucking horse's tail," and well, she didn't. That's not the way things went. We weren't allowed to be in each other's lives. But again, I always pray for any people that I was friends with in the past. But it's people can't, even if you want them to. It's consciousness wise. If you're not on the same page like that, and they're making me say that because. And sorry, that's what the Pegasus was about, yeah, because she said I'd be flying away on a Pegasus and leaving them all behind, which sounds quite horrible, doesn't it? But that is symbolically metaphor. That metaphor is perfect. That is what happened, and it's even weirder that the Pegasus is one of my guides at my higher chakras. Um, I keep meaning to get there is a Pegasus oracle. I better calm down. I just got those new decks. And again, if you're new around here, I don't need any more. I've got hundreds. But this person's moving out of there. They're like you're moving away. This person does not. I'm channeling it. This person doesn't feel like these people anymore. They don't. Nothing's them anymore. Nothing's their cup of tea. Seeing through the shadow of whoever they couldn't see through. It's all not very good. This that I'm feeling. Whoever's in this energy. I sabotaged our connection because it was too intense. Because I'm holding that beside that. Now that's somebody taking personal responsibility. I sabotaged this connection because it was too intense. But because it's beside the circle of friends, there's the group of friends that weren't helping this. Bad advice. Could be family member giving bad advice too. They're pulling me to the shark thing up there. It's a wee shark thing, toy thing. It's I could blame it on my nieces, but I bought it somewhere in a shop because shark medicine's what I work with too. It's very Scorpio energy. But like, but actually it's up there because she burst it. It's got water in it and she burst it and so I put it up there. But really and sometimes it means that. Be discerning Scorpio energy. Use your sharp intuition. Sometimes it's just quite simply there's a shark around you. So you tune in what that means to whoever. But I think going with the message, somebody spotted a cat amongst the pigeons, somebody that's circling you, that's not wanting you to go towards, somebody that's sabotaging the union actually. I want a future with you. Yeah, so that masculine energy is coming through really strong. That's the one where whoever this is, let me know privately if you want it, but I can feel it. That is strong energy. That is like someone's coming to you, they're not letting anyone deter them. They want a future with you, but I'm scared you'll reject me. That's fear is standing in the way of this person. So we're sending prayers to all the masculines that are in that bit to push through it. Right, okay, so um now, sorry, I'm going to read these comments and then I'm going to. Do I need to do anything else for? Let's just get a word. Humor. Yeah, don't lose your sense of humor. I feel there's a lot of serious energy around here, and I feel there's a need to bring a bit of lightness to something. Right, so we're gonna close that down. So hopefully you got a little bit of something from that shadowy twin flamey stuff. Right, so let's now Um, sometimes the thing about doing this is I'm like, I want to be in the chat chatting. Wouldn't quite work though. Do you know what? That is what I'm going to experiment. I don't know about loads because I need to properly detach my energy to have a break. But maybe for like the first week of it or the week before I'm coming back, I'm going to premiere a lot of videos so that I can be in the chat with people. But um so um never mind about Colin. Now I'm shying off. Are you going away? Good night if you are, or I don't know. What does shying off means? What does that mean? Um, he's moved on to shredding. All right, and I think you're talking about a dog, which is funny because if you are, unless it is another animal, we've been talking about dogs. Two passed away that I was extremely close to. Oh no, what are you talking about? I lived at the beach. I feel him in my energy and felt strongly he was coming to me soon. Well, time will tell. Let go. Focus on you. Yes, he's sexy as hell. Oh yes, that was a bit. This was ages ago. Oh Lord, yeah, I'm definitely confused on some things. I'm back. 141 much time. So, are you saying not compatible? I sometimes question if it's really him. Like we've not been communicating, and it's hurtful. Right. Remember, Barbie. The thing about this is I'm in the general. So when I'm in the general bit, I'm in the general bit. So, um, we have so much fun together. It's definitely getting ugly out. Yeah, it is. It is very getting. Yeah, it is. I've noticed it. Like it's just, and again, I'm more sensitive right now because not only is thank God Mars is leaving my 12th house. It's on my ascendant right now, which that can be strong as well. But it's aye, it was in my 12th house, and I was feeling that too much. But Mercury's there too, so it's like that's where it's like I just. It's just like, yeah, just protect your energy. Honestly, if you can spend not very much time on social media, I would advise it. But out there too. So just protect your energy, basically. Um, like basically when I'm going to be, I'm going to have pre-recorded everything for years. I'm going to have done stuff for people in the membership too, and I'll make it up to people when I come back in the membership. But I'm going to, just for not being in their live, but I'll, um, just get the whole off. That's for me because it's if you're like me and the sun's going in your 12th house, that's what I would suggest. Have a break. I'm maybe gonna go and visit my cousin or something. I don't know when, but I just want to get away. I've already booked my train to my best pals, but that's quite a while away. But I'm on the ball. Um, that's only for the day anyway, but I'm still excited about it because I get to go on the train and like feel like an adult. I'm gonna have my, well, not coffee. I'm gonna have my, what did I get the last time? My tea? Shite. Sorry, no, that's just boring. I love tea, but I loved getting a cappuccino to go on the train. It's not the same. And I've actually that's a year now, basically. I'm sure it was sometime November I gave up coffee, so very proud of myself. But I'm going to go back to it at some point, but I've not been guided to yet. But I think I'll have a hot chocolate or something. But I kind of feel like that's gonna be shit too. Is there any coffee places you can think of at the train station that do a nice hot chocolate? Does anybody know? I'll report back, but I've not got high hopes for that. I don't know. Maybe they do though. Maybe they are nice. I'm not into all these spice pumpkin. Maybe that counts as coffee though. I don't like any of that. But anyway, my point is I like having a wee bagel and a wee cappuccino. I used to love that when I was going to uni. Or one that so yes, too shadowy is a good one, but Lexi once said projecty. It's getting too shadowy and it's getting projecty out there. That's basically so, protect your energy. Um, so so many distractions. I still have her picture in my mirror to remind me of a happy thing. Oh, what does octopus mean? Basically, octopus means what I said about it's like it's an octopus spirit entity that I just always I've had dreams and nightmares about this. It's like, if you think about it, right, look, have you seen memes where it's like I picture like the tentacles, it's like something's hooking you to your phone. It's an entity. That's why you got to clear your energy, sage, smudge. I would, recommend it, but cut the cords. Again, I cut the cord after every single interaction in person and online. So not just when I've had a heavy session with someone. Like when I'm on here doing a live stream, like I do a big, I don't, it doesn't take me ages, but I've got my own system, my own ritual that I do before I come on, like to open up the energy, protect my energy, power animals, the whole lot. And then I come on and sometimes I repeat it on here. Most times I don't because I've already done it before I come on. But um and it works because we don't get interference around here. The only times I've noticed we get real interference is at the change of the season, but it can be quite entertaining. So, it's like, and it's not even that big. Like the last one we had, like someone was, I didn't even see it. Me and Lexi were on it, and she didn't see it live, and I didn't see it live, and it was weird. It just appeared on the replay, very suspicious. And it was just somebody saying a whole load of shit that didn't even make sense. That's just to fuck with your head. That's spiritual warfare. It's so that you're like, what is that person saying? And it's like, but I bought people in the head. The spanner people will be on it, or I'll be on it. But we just, yeah, you'll notice we don't get people coming in being dicks, basically. Do you know what I mean? Because that's my power animals protect the space. I hope they don't play funny buggers here and somebody comes in and because I said that. Guys, that was no, it wasn't mine, but that was like a bit disturbing. Somebody's buzzer just rang, and I'm like, it's 2 in the morning. It wasn't mine. Don't worry. That's unless I'm just hearing it. I'm hearing it clairaudiently before it happens. But it's that was hilarious. So yeah, look out, there could be somebody at your door. That's a bit creepy though, isn't it? But no, that's weird. Somebody did just ring the neighbour's buzzer at 2 in the morning. I definitely did just hear that. Um so sausage dogs. That's what they're called. Dachshunds, sausage dogs. Um How do you know your spirit animal? I think Connor answered you, so thank you for that, Connor. Yes, go with that. Whatever you said. Um, I go blank. What's the second animal you think of? It's almost like I've had different ones at different times. No, it is that. It's different. There you go, wolf. That makes perfect sense. Because look, my two main power animals are the wolf and the tiger. So it's very common that a lot of you, now not all of you, just really tune in. Because some of you might be inclined to be drawn to these more because you hear me say it all the time, but it's not, you'll just know. And if you don't know, I'll help you decipher it. But a lot of you could have been drawn to, like Connor, I know that you said you were drawn to either one of these animals or maybe both of them at some point, when you were younger. And same as Charlotte. Charlotte's always been the tiger. Oh, there's about so many people connected to the wolf. You know what I'm saying? But some of you might not be connected to either of these, and when you see that you associate it with me, it's going to be different for different people. But my energies are always protecting you whether you like it or not because you're connected to here. If you're around here all the time. So if you do see tigers and wolves, it could be something saying there's something the Claire's just put out you need to go and watch, or you need to book a session. I don't know, it could mean different things to different people. But um but yes. But if you want to know more about that, Barbie, get on that workshop next Monday and I'm going to teach people that. So um and also remember it's a wolf pack round here. So laugh my ass off, I'm a coffee snob, so am I. When I was drinking it, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm a bit of a coffee and a tea. That's the only thing I'm a snob with, coffee and tea. Shite cup of tea, shit. When I was at the hospital getting my bloods done the other week, that was one of the worst cups of tea I've ever had. I don't know what tea bags they're using, but it was really like dirty dishwater. It was horrible. And I'm not that. I don't know. I just said I was. I don't know if I am. I think I kind of am. I worked in a coffee shop when I was 16 and I was, so I've been a little bit of an expert in all of that. I was taught about the posh coffees and like decent coffee, and also my mum's a coffee addict. My mum and dad are quite into their coffee. Do you know what I mean? Like they're not. I don't think they've literally never had. I've never known my mum and dad to have instant coffee. Well, I do. Like I've got that, and I don't mind it, but they don't. Like they've always got some type of coffee machine thing going. You know what I mean? Because my mum actually used to sell the coffee machines in John Lewis at one point. Um, yeah, but nothing else. No with food in that. It's just coffee. Don't know why. My sister doesn't even like. I don't know if my. Is that true? I don't think my sister's that mad. No, I think she does drink coffee, but I don't think she's that mad in it. Nah, she does drink it, but she's not Mima it. But I really see. I adopted that addiction that my mum has for a while, for a long while, because I used to, and I made the association of drinking the coffee as I walked on the beach. Whereas now today, that was like I felt I was like I was really wanting a hot drink, and I was like, oh, will I get a hot chocolate? And then mum's like, we can if you want. And I was like, no, I was like, I'll just leave it. But because the thing is, I keep getting hot chocolate, and I'm not going to be able to fucking release weight drinking hot chocolate. Certainly not every day if I'm walking every day. But um, phone call. I'll be back in 10. Is that your lover? Is that the bird that I picked up? Defo wolf and tiger when I was younger. I gotta go. All right. Do you want a wee quick card before you go? I'll catch you on the flip side. Goodbye. Thank you for joining us. I've had some mental dreams about foxes as well. Yes, right. Okay. So I don't know if Tom is literally went that quick, but Tom, before you go, quiet time. Well, it was obviously time for you to go. Letting go. Letting go and quiet time. Yes. It's time for your energy to settle down there. But yeah, I'll get you another message the next time you're on. So, um, Connor, would you like a card as well? Integrity and karma, are you still here? Sorry, I know that bit can take a wee while, but um, so what have we got? And also integrity and karma, would you like to be called integrity and karma, or would you like to be called anything else? I'm just checking. But I can continue to call you integrity and karma because these are two of my favorite words. Well, I just love talking about karma because it's very real. But integrity is my actual favorite word. Um, True story. I say it all the time. Hope and integrity. I can never kind of decide what ones. Um, right, and you're still awake, right? So what have we got for integrity and karma? So you obviously felt very passionate about these words as well to have it as your screen name, right? Okay, I thought you were going to say that. That's fine. We'll roll with that. Um, we have honoring your true feelings. So where it is a kind of there it is. That code. If you know how impossible that is. So but see, so everyone's part of the channel in here. Something you think is impossible. A mindset shift in someone a mindset shift in someone around you. Notice how difficult it's for me to get the words out and I'm burping, that's when I'm clearing the energy. A mindset shift in someone around you. But it's not impossible for it to happen at some point because I was like, oh my God, how am I going to find the guidebook? I rarely use guidebooks for the cards, right? Although I can't really say that anymore because there are loads of card decks I've got that I do love, the channel messaging them. But basically, this did just happen to be sitting right there. So it's not impossible. And it doesn't feel like in you. It feels like a mindset shift in someone around you. And it's about holding a miracle for that. I've used those in my email for over 20 years. Wow, that is powerful. So that's how strong you've felt about that. Yeah, so again, I can feel into what, yeah, I can feel into what this is about. So you're gonna know what that's about. It's someone around you, right? So, but let's see. Honoring your true feelings. I just felt guided. I felt really strongly guided to read to see what it says. And whenever I feel that, it's going to be for a reason. Feelings. By drawing this card, you're urged to listen to and follow your true feelings. Do not betray yourself or rationalize that it's acceptable to deny your inner voice of truth. You have an inner counselor who's very wise. This source of wisdom speaks to you in both physical and emotional ways. Perhaps you have gut feelings that are speaking loudly to you, or physical reactions to situations such as tightened jaw or nervous stomach. Your heart may be drawing you towards a particular geographical location, a specific career, or certain type of relationship. You may feel compelled to leave a particular situation that is unacceptable. The fairies know the importance of heeding their own feelings and they ask you to do the same. They say, please don't discount what you know to be true in your heart. Follow your emotions as they're your inner compass that will steer you home and keep you warm, safe, and supported and joyous. I can see how that actually ties into a lot of the collective stuff. You know what I mean? Especially because that said, I'm leaving my circle of friends. You know what I mean? Although that's about. So yeah, I don't know. I could do so. However that resonates. If you're unclear about which emotions you're experiencing, write down your thoughts and feelings in a journal to gain clarity and understanding. And the affirmation is, I listen to, honor, and follow my true feelings, knowing that they are the answers to my prayers. So this is either confirmation about something that you're honoring your true feelings, right, about something, a situation or a person. And also it's got a 31 on the page, so Halloween could be a significant date for you as well. So something around Scorpio season, there could be more clarity around something. I want to shuffle and see what else comes out. But you know what this is strongly feeling like? Again, it is reminding me of the shorts that I posted. So just for ease of if anyone's resonating with what I'm saying right now, I'm going to post it so you can see what I'm talking about, right? Even just to see what's titled, or it might pull you away momentarily. Momentarily, I can't say that word, can I? Let's just stop. That one, right? So it's like it's a timeline shift, right? And that's what it was reminding me of. It is to do with this new earth. I feel you're very strongly. 88 could be a number you see as well. Um, you're very strongly feeling the new earth split. Oh, how funny that you're saying 4 is the number of fate, 30, you're saying something about numbers, and I'm saying you might see 88. Also, 88 is a very twin flamey number to me. It's because it's like the infinity on its side, you know, when you turn it around. And there's an infinity charm, actually. I feel like I want to get a charm for you as well. Like, I'll just pour some in my hand so that I can, right. Um, you're feeling the new earth split. That's the way I want to put it. You're really feeling the split consciousness, and therefore it could really be more than likely mirroring like in different scenarios where you would have felt comfortable. Um, they're pulling me the word friend over there too, so you could specifically be in feeling further and further away from a specific friend. Although I was feeling family member at first, so it could be a bit of both. But what else is coming through with that before I shuffle these again? It reminds they're talking to me about something, right? 4 and 8, fate and destiny. Well, it's reminding me of when it's reminding me of when the last time I remember having a huge, big, massive timeline shift jump, right? And it was basically when I've astrologically when I've looked at it all, it was as soon as Saturn went into Aries, the changes that took place in my life were pretty like drastic. From my day-to-day experience, it was a drastic change, and it didn't really make a lot of sense at the time, all the circumstances that led up to it. But when I gave it a bit of time and I integrated over the few months, that's how long it took for me to integrate into this new timeline. So it's a bit more than like I help people jump timelines all the time because it's basically just a change in mindset. It's a mindset shift, it's a paradigm shift. But this was more than that, and they're getting me to explain it because either you've experienced it too or you're about to. And I mean, I know that you totally know what I'm talking about here, and some other people will. Some other people will be like, "I'm losing people a bit with this," but I still have to just home in and explain it. It's I went through that a few months ago because of my way short. It's so that I can explain what it feels like to other people, and I'm just without meaning to go into the ins and outs of my personal life. With some things I don't want to talk about because I talk about enough stuff in here, like it was uncomfortable, it was confusing, it was upsetting too, the things that took place in my life because I enjoyed some of the things and I was just guided to not do some of the same things. And it was in alignment with Saturn going into Aries. And so what I've found is because Saturn is retrograde in Pisces, they told me before it went back in, they were like, the past is going to pop up and you're going to have to face some of it and close some uncomfortable doors. And some people will be coming with you to the timeline, and other people are staying on the other side of it, right? What it's about is the split consciousness. Some people don't get it, basically. Do you know what I'm saying? I, I have to say it bluntly. Some people don't get it. You get it. Integrity and karma. And a lot of you get it watching here too. You especially get it because I'm a tiny, YouTube channel. I'm a tiny YouTube channel and I'm a tiny divine channel that's clear. I'm only 5'4". My thighs and my ass got a little bit big, I've put on a bit of weight there, but it's kind of like, you know, and what I'm saying is if you found me in this tiny little YouTube land, and you can notice the old soul that I am, and not just the 41 years, nearly 42. I always do that. Does anyone else do that? My birthday's still ages away, and I'm like, it's more than 6 months away, and I'm already telling myself I'm the next age. But it's like, I think it's because I'm always like in the future timelines, you know what I mean? It's like, but that's you. See, everything I'm saying, this is you. You live in the future timelines too. Like you are anchoring, you're anchoring these new earth codes as well. And for a long time, Right, now I'm going to see what you're saying because I was just going with that. I think I did catch the other. I wanted to do the. Wait a minute, actually, before I see what you're saying, I want to do the charms because I don't like to be influenced. So we have. Is that a Bambi again or a deer? Yeah, unconditional love. That's you hold that unconditional love, genuine, unconditional love frequency. You've got the discernment. This is what I just channeled. You've got the discernment, the owl again, to see. So again, you may feel very close to that owl wisdom medicine as well. You can see what other people can't. You can see the dimensions. You can feel it, with whatever clairs you've all got, but you get it. You get the shift that's happening right now. So, it's to be supportive to the people that are confused. There's some type of important message coming your way about something, because there's another bird on a branch. There's a wee elephant. So I've spoke about, that's funny, I spoke about elephants earlier. There's a removal of obstacles is what I'm getting from that, like Ganesh sort of energy happening. But I am just really feeling they just keep homing in on me about how uncomfortable it was when I shifted that much to that timeline. And there are just several things that are coming up about that lately that I've basically not been able to ignore. But until the time is right. So I know that that's going to make sense to you with something. But yeah, something. So just take your time because there's the last one is the turtle. Take your time with whatever that means to you. So again, it's like you could be like me and that's already what's happened to you too, or it's currently happening or it's gonna. So oh, you love elephants, of course you do. Absolutely right. So I'm going to scroll back to see what you were. Oh, I was actually going to pull another one of those cards. Um, Right, so this is where I got to. So I also have an inner idiot that demands equal time. I don't believe that. You're very wise. Um, so Fate and Destiny, that was a magazine here. Well, it might still be, but it was like a UK sort of. Well, that's interesting, the number stuff. Um, Claire, profoundly thanks for the blessing of your talents upon me. You're very welcome. Thank you for joining us. You were called in. My Aries ascendant, 1 degree. Woo, talk about new. Oh, and also the last person I done the session with, they didn't know what their moon or rising were. And they're an Aries rising, right in time for the full moon in Aries. So what are the chances of that when there's 12 signs? Person doesn't know about astrology. Well, they do know a little bit more now. And the empowerment came right at the right time. Gotta love astrology. So you're very welcome. It's not finished. There's one more, and then I'm going on to Connors. But yeah, you might want to watch that shorts after because it's make music. So I don't know if you really connect with music. That's how your clairs come about in quite a big way. I feel you get a lot of musical messages, You've not really seen me in action with that. I've not done that. Ah, that's funny actually. That's really weird. That's what's wrong. I didn't do that tonight. Usually, almost every time I'm live, I've got the music channel on silent, and the basically whenever I'm saying anything, the song aligns with what I'm saying. So, any of the other times you join me, that'll probably be the case. They must have wanted me to have less distraction or something, because yeah, that's quite interesting. Yeah, but make music stand your ground. So yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. There's something you're gonna have to stand your ground with and honor your true feelings about. And there could be some type of song that I feel like tomorrow you're going to hear something that the words really speak to the lyrics. I think it's going to be in quite a funny way. So, it's going to be one of these songs that you're going to hear it and be like, oh God, that's what Claire was talking about. But I'm just going to read this. So, Right, so make music. Express yourself with music. The fairies urge you to sing, play a musical instrument, tap your fingers, or crank up the stereo. Music lifts the soul to new heights. It alters your mood and your outlook. The fairies play music at their celebrations because they know it has therapeutic value, a bit like your voice. And by drawing this card, you are guided to surround yourself with music. Any type of music that will stir your soul is appropriate. The fairies are especially fond of joyful, fast-paced music because it stimulates a festive mood. Like, seriously though, you know when I said that about the voice, because I know you're going to know what that means. Do you have some sort of placement that you've got a healing voice? Because I know that I do. Well, thank you, Connor. Like, I've got, that's quite a cool wee sticker there. Um, like, it's my Gemini 0 degrees Chiron. It gives me like a really healing quality to my voice. But I feel you've got that too. Even if it is just the sound of your voice, which it definitely is that healing. Like just the, people might say all the time, "Oh, I love your voice." Um, I know that that is true though, but I'm just confirming that that's what I'm feeling with this. Um, play music yourself or have music playing around you for the next few days and notice how your mood and energy levels out. You see, I was doing that too. It's not an infinity symbol, but it's two interlocking circles, and there's been a lot of interlocking things tonight. There's been anchors, there's been hearts, and this is two interlocking circles that kind of look a bit like an infinity symbol, which I mentioned in your message. That's interesting. So you might really, I feel very connected to the infinity symbol, but I feel you might as well. And it also says the word love, which I held up the very start of this live stream. Um, so I feel there's an infinite love in your life. I'm not, yeah, however that fits as well. So I'd be interested, you can send me a private email. I'd be interested if you resonate with being a twin flame actually. Because like I said, I'm trying to work out whether some of you new guys that have arrived are here. Basically, everyone that gets drawn to me is a twin flame. That's the point. So, but not everyone is drawn in the same way that others are. So you can tell me privately. Um, Make a note of any songs that you repeatedly hear on the radio. So yeah, it's exactly what I just said. The lyrics or the memories evoked by the song could contain a message for you that will answer a particular question you may have. And I think it's going to be in a really funny way. Deep within my soul, I now accept and experience the healing power of music. So North Node conjunct the Sun, Wide Orb conjunct Algol and Taurus. Voice. Oh, there we go. There we go then. Love it. I felt it. That's what I mean. I feel the energy of astrology. I channel it. So let's celebrate their 10th super. Thank you, Connor. We're going to celebrate your 10th super on a live stream. Go you. Thank you. That's quite funny. Right, so, but yeah, stand your ground or something. Right, so sending all that love to you, integrity and karma. And right, so what have we got for Connor? So they did just want to pull me a word before I send the openness. Yeah, stay open to something. Be open. I think it's open with all the changes. Be open to all the changes because you're going through a bit of that, and I feel you know exactly what that means because you're experiencing it already. Or yeah, but it's again, I think we all need to be prepared if you resonate with that. That's why I've posted that shorts. It's like some of us are more used to it, so look out for the ones that aren't and look like they're freaking out a bit. And but even if I feel there's a humbleness that needs to come about here with everyone. If you think you're used to this, get ready. I think things could, because that's what I'm trying to say about. I've been used to timeline shifts and helping people do that, and it happened for myself. But that one that I'm talking about that happened earlier on this year, that was very uncomfortable and upsetting and actually traumatizing for me. But I do get it now. But it's everything makes sense, sometimes not till later. So this feels like a very cryptic Saturn and Pisces message, and it feels like for a lot of you, some of these lessons won't fully make sense until Saturn moves into Aries in February. Right in time for Valentine's Day. So yeah, happily ever after, Connor. You're headed for a happily ever after. Now, I feel this is specifically for you And this is what's helpful about when I haven't caught up with you for a while. This is about integrating the new timeline that you're in. Now, so for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, I can say this because after me and Connor had done a session, his life changed dramatically. Like never mind the next day, it was a few hours later, but like, yeah. So, we spoke till whatever time in the morning, and then there was something that Connor had on the next day, and really basically not going the whole story of it because I've done a whole live about it dedicated. If we could pin it below if we want to be really geeky about it, but I'm not even watching these back, so at some point I might, I don't know. But it was kind of amazing. But the point is Connor knows what that means. Your life changed so profoundly from what you were having to devote your life to getting yourself out of something that wasn't fair, basically. That kind of sums it up, doesn't it? And now you're having to get used to, yeah, a bit of a happily ever after, a bit of like getting used to a bit more of a peaceful time. And I've already said this to Connor that, like, that's, I think, the main thing that you have to watch is that you don't, because you're used to things being a bit chaotic from birth, from a young age, you might seek it out, and we do that totally unconsciously, basically. You don't feel like, oh yeah, like I mean, I want some chaos, I want some drama. I'm like, no, like and the thing is, if you're watching this right now, and you're like, yeah, I've never been like that. I've always just enjoyed peace, all my friendships. Because again, this is very shadowy, but I'm hearing the echo of what somebody said to me once, and they said it with that touch of that kind of, you're being a bit of a dick, but I'm going to forgive you because I don't think you're actually meaning it to be nasty, but it's kind of coming across a bit condescending. I'll tell you exactly what it was. It was just basically like, it was at a time in my life when I had a lot of change in friendships, right? And it was just someone had said something similar about, I don't have all that drama, right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't, and it was just, and it was kind of like it wasn't helpful. It was kind of one of the things where I don't even think there was a need to say that. But the point is it's like sometimes people say things and they don't actually realize they're in a bit of like things that aren't that healthy themselves. And so it was one of them things where I could either lash back. That person's lucky Mercury wasn't in Scorpio, by the way. That's no far off. Because I could have, even the fact that I've got Pluto 0 degrees conjunct my Scorpio rising and a Mars in Scorpio and a Saturn in Scorpio, it kind of shows you how much discipline, self-discipline, and shadow work and integration I've done because I know I've got the words to heal or to harm. And I don't use them to harm. I use them to heal and empower people. But it doesn't mean that people can't provoke me to, everyone's capable of it. So you've always got to, that's what I always say whenever I'm given these messages the last few days about, beware of jealousy or envy, because it's coming up like the scum coming up to the surface. We do have to be, oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Integrity and Karma. You will be blessed with that integrity and karma rewards for giving me that. But it's kind of like, there's something here really coming in about just to be with me going into that much detail, Connor, it's either about maybe needing to watch out for people around you like that. And I know you're very switched on with this, you know what I mean? But just look out for anything like that. Something a bit condescending or something a bit fucking nippy. And it's like kind of like just like I know exactly what you're playing at there, and I'm just going to choose to ignore it. Like you wanted something out of me, and I'm going to choose to ignore it actually. Because actually, with the example I'm giving it, for once, it wasn't somebody that was meaning to be nasty. I just know the person very well, and it was more just like it was more of like a practical observation, is the way they'd see it. But it kind of was one of the things where it's like you could have thought that in your head and not really said it out loud, right? Because it's one of these things where silently to myself, I was thinking, this is where I could give you a few home truths about what I've noticed about some people around you that are friends, but I won't. It was one of them moments, you know what I mean? So, Connor, I think reading between the lines, either you're reminiscing about past people around you where you have to drown out the noise of their unhelpfulness, or it could be like real time or something future, or it could have even just happened recently, where you could say something back to somebody, but you don't because it's not nice. And also it can be very specific to what I've just said. Like you don't actually feel it's more just like somebody thinking out loud they maybe shouldn't have said out loud, you know. But it's, you know, it might stay with you. So this is what I'm saying. It might have been something long ago. Because like I said, that was years ago that happened, but it stayed with me because I thought that wasn't helpful. You know what I mean? Because it made me feel like there was something wrong with me. But it's like, you know, sorry, but when I've just been backstabbed and betrayed left, right, and centre by people that I thought were my best friends, I don't really need somebody saying something like that. Do you know what I mean? When they're trying to. Anyway, so do you know what I mean? It's kind of like it's because it was like, you know, but in a way there is, but also with what this is very deep, but what they're saying with this too is I take personal responsibility that if I was at a point in my life where there was fires left, right, and centre, dramas going on, you know, that went to do my work and it was my personal life, there was something wrong with that. And it's because I'm used to being that person that's putting out all the fires. I'm sorry, guys. I like not being that person. The thing is, I kind of, I still am. I still am if you think about it, because I do it on here, but I do it in a different way. Now it's my work, it's my profession, it's my career, it's my calling. It's all sorted out in the right way. Now it doesn't mean that I won't ever be helping a friend out with a drama, but it's not an everyday occurrence like it, believe me, used to be. If I wasn't helping one person, I was helping another. If I wasn't helping two, I was helping. It was usually helping more than a couple of people, and it was too much. But I attracted that into my life. I'm not going to blame myself, but I'm taking personal responsibility. And that's when life got shuffled about. And, you know, usually shitty things happen to make you cut totally that out, but, or put boundaries up. So, however, that's all going to make sense to you. But I really do feel it's you deserve this happily ever after. So don't let anybody fuck it up, basically, including you, including your shadow. Don't let your shadow fuck it up. Um, And it's really quite interesting because it's like, you know, I felt quite passionate with it. I felt like I wanted to burst into tears there, but it was kind of like, you know, you were on my mind and my heart, you know, the last couple of days. And I was just kind of, you know, doing like, you know, I talked to all of you telepathically, do you know what I mean? And Connor said that, I mean, Connor feels what I'm praying for and everything. But I was kind of like, you know, that was me not reaching out to you, was trusting that, no, he'll reach out to me when he's ready. It's very much like with like twin flames in your own masculine. Like I'm trusting that my divine masculine, fuck, mind you, he's pushing it. But like, I'm, tr I'm trusting that he will reach out to me when he is ready. And that's a lot of patience. That's called having six retrograde. Anyway, moving on. But you know what I mean? It's quite, I do see it the same with like the people I work with. And because you're your soul family, that's why I say soul family client. I can never just say client or that. It's kind of like, you know, we're all linked and we can tune in and it's about trusting, nah, you know, they'll get in touch when they're ready, they'll pop up in the live chat when they're ready, they'll email me when they're ready, they'll book a session when they're ready. The session will happen exactly when it's meant to happen, kind of thing. Um, happily ever after. This is so there's a lot I got from that card. So now I want to go to some charms. There's just it's something about you integrating your new timeline. Because that's what they said to me yesterday. It was like when you popped in my head, I was like, it's just a bit weird for you to get used to this new life. You know what I mean? I'd been feeling it and hoping you were trusting everything was cool. Yeah, no, absolutely. Because again, you're one of my biggest lessons for that too, along with my own divine masculine, because I noticed some synchronicities where like, you know, that time when, you know, that always stayed with me when you had said that it was something about well, it was specifically, I think that's why I felt all the emotion there. It was like, you know, when your dad passed, you know, you had to take that time for yourself to process all of that, process it all. But there was some, whatever the random things I was doing, like singing, oh, look, that is, see what I mean? Your dad has totally made me wear this. And for some people, it's for Hibs. For other people, it's for Celtic. For other people, it might be for other things in America. I've got no idea. But whatever green, to me, it's the heart chakra too. But whatever this means to you. But because, like I said, I did think I was going to wear my new jumper. It's not a big deal, but it's just kind of, but it's like, I just really strongly felt it was your dad specifically made me wear this. But it's like, it's because it's like I can feel his energy really. I did say that earlier. I felt he was going to go. That's funny because you went to sleep and then you woke up again. I feel he's woke you up to come and get this. But it's like, um, I got it, you know what I mean? Like, I'll never forget when I got your email and I wouldn't say everything that it said, but it was just kind of like, you know what I mean? That always stayed with me, that it's like you don't know who you're helping, you know what I mean? Basically when you're putting stuff out, but it was just about, I don't know, it was something along the lines of, well, it's everything really. I mean, it's just, I think that's why I can't get the words out. Like, I know it's a big deal for you to trust people. And like I'm honored that you trust me basically. You know what I mean? Which is why I'm not going to all your shit here. But you know what I mean? It's kind of like and I also trust you that you've got your own discernment and your own wisdom. And you can handle basically you can handle yourself, you know what I mean? A lot of you can handle yourself out there. So it's just kind of like but it's just like what I've said to you before. It's like when you need me, I'm here kind of thing. You know what I mean? By the way, I'm like actually I don't know if you can see that, but my eyes are filling up with water right now. I feel that is more than me. That is me, Claire, saying that to you. But that is also like me. Oh God, that's creepy. But you know what I mean? That is me saying that to you. But that I can also feel that as your dad saying that through me. There's a lot in this. I'm not finished. It also feels like that is like God, your guides, definitely feeling the Mary Magdalene and energy, the Mary Magdalene Jesus energy strongly coming through. Because that card's still sitting there. I showed it at the start. There's a lot in that, you know what I mean? There's a lot, but it's about, you know, and I feel that's actually to all the masculines that resonate with this. It's about the feminines in general trusting the divine masculine, like, you know, so whether it's me with you guys, like trusting that, like, no, don't, you know, it's not, because it's not like, I don't see it as like bothering people, because it's about caring about people too, but it's just, you know, it's hard to explain. Because sometimes you do need to do that, you know? Like, if you'd left it maybe another sort of week or so, I probably would have just sent an email. But you know what I mean? It's like, usually it is that. I'll start just thinking of someone and then that's right. Then I'm like, all right, that's why I was thinking. It's like I thought that about one of my best friends recently that I just caught up with recently. And I was like, oh, that's been months again. And then she got in touch with me. You know what I mean? Like, we're totally like that too. Anyway, so there's a lot of charms here. So let's see what this is. The Bambi again, unconditional love coming through from your dad. What the hell is that? Is that a wee dog? It's a fucking dog again, isn't it? Have you been fucking helping? Is that a dog? What the hell is that? Oh, it is. It's one of them wee. This is instantly what's springing to mind. Are you helping somebody? Are you helping that? Are you looking after that dog? That looks to me like a wee. That looks like a wee Scotty dog. I don't think it's a Scotty dog. It's specifically, I know what dog it is. What are the wee grey dogs with like sort of long, no, all dogs have long noses. Well, not all dogs, but you know what I mean? It's like a wee, I don't know. I can't remember what it's called. I want to say Scotty dog, but it's not that. It's, I don't know if you can see that. It's a wee dog. A wee dog. Right, so I don't know if somebody had a wee dog in your family, but it's going to be more than likely. Oh, look, you've got the two interlocking hearts there as well. So I think this is just, again, like this is a promise of a union. Like once you've went through your healing and your persons went through their healing, that's what that's what awaits. You're happily ever after. That's all the masculines once they've went through that. That's lovely. Oh, yep. But you know this, you've got the discernment, the fucking owl again. The owl's coming out for everyone. But that is about, look, you've gained that wisdom and that discernment to spot the tricky fuckers, basically, because that's what, you know, you spot the tricky fuckers. Although, I just want to stress, although I'm keeping it anonymous, that story I told wasn't a tricky fucker. It's just sometimes they say things like that's what human beings do. You know, sometimes people, when they're less, I don't know, when their consciousness isn't as evolved, it sounds like a dick either way I'm saying this, but you know what I mean? It's kind of like they don't get that. They don't get it. Like the person I'm talking about doesn't know shadow work, shadow, you know, they're not into all that chat. They're not actually really into a lot of stuff that I do, but they obviously don't disrespect it enough for them to still be in my life. But you know what I'm saying? It's not somebody that sometimes I do, you know, have to be like, hold my tongue. Better to be kind than right, you know. Like I don't need to take on board that person's comment and let it bother me. So there's something there. This feels like this is for you, Connor, but this is for other people as well. That is very important. Like we're saying, it's very projected, it's very shadowy out there. Be careful you don't let something become a bigger deal than what it needs to be. Because sometimes it is like, people projecting their own pain at you and they're going through their own stuff. So it's kind of like when, you need to bite your tongue. I think you're going to need to bite your tongue with something. You've had a moment like that. I feel like you have moments like that every day, to be honest. Especially if you're bumping into people around you. But I feel there might be a story behind whatever I'm channeling here. But yeah, so yeah, just take your time, the turtle. There's no rush when you're healing. And yes, because you will find your unicorn. Now that is really funny, isn't it? Because you're one of the people that I remember when you first. And now it wasn't when you first found me. It was when Connor first reached out. Because that's my point. Is that I know there's a lot of you that could have, been on my radar a while, and then you spoke up. And so Connor's one of them. Because I've said that from the start. I'm glad you did speak that day. And I was like, "What is your name? Are you a man or a woman?" And I was doing the investigative work. But you know what I mean? Because it's like you were one of the first guys to talk. You know what I mean? And that feels important that it's like, that I feel that's just going to be a big thing in your life that at some point you're going to stand up and speak about something and you're going to be speaking about something important, and I feel it's going to be about people's rights actually. It's definitely going to have something to do with that. But you know what I mean? But you're going to find your unicorn. But it's only when you find the unicorn in you. That's really deep. Yes, because you're going through your own transformation, the dragonfly. To peace. Wow. That is the peace symbol, isn't it? It is, isn't it? Yeah. You're finding your own peace. There's some type of important communication coming for you. So either you've got important words you need to share with somebody, or there's an important communication, a letter or something, communication coming towards you. Hmm. Right. I'm fucking digging them. Right, okay, we're going to read this card now, but I'm going to actually see what you're saying as well. Um, uh, did I read? Yeah. I'm totally there. Nothing makes sense. Yes, I felt it was a bit like that. Um, February works. Yes, happily ever after. Connor has that. Yes, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I knew what I didn't want, but what I do want. Um, I just figured this out. Thank you very much for that, Derek Carmer. Yeah, I've been feeling it and hoping you were. Yeah, yeah, I read that bit. Me showing him your videos has totally recreated the movie Ghost. Oh. That's funny. It's super appreciated because I've been right in the feels about him and I know I need a lot of strength to continue. It's quite strange when you know you're guaranteed the strength to continue. Been talking about dogs all day. Well, there you go. Fucking dogs have come up in this live stream. And it is really funny because I've not got her tomorrow, but I've got her on Wednesday. And I'm so excited because the other day, it's like I was thinking the other day, I was like, oh my God, I really miss her. Like, honestly, see, when I spent, that's why I'm not even kidding. I take it so seriously. I don't need to because our owner totally would not care at all, right? She knows what I do. And, because actually it's a favour. It's really my dad that looks after it. But it's like, she knows that it's like, so it's either I've got the wee dog or if he can't do it because he's got other dogs, there's a dog crossover. It's when the dogs don't like each other. Basically, do you know what it is? She's hilarious. She wants all the attention. She's a tiny wee thing, but she wants all. She doesn't like other dogs. She likes other humans. She doesn't like other dogs. And I'm like, it is kind of funny because in Dalmatians when the dog looks like their owners or they're like their owner. I said this before, but that wee dog is like me in a lot of ways because you know that's like I'm great with like um animals and kids more so than other adults, I would say. Um, but again, some would disagree because again, I'm good on. The thing is, I'm good on here, but could I command an audience in the physical? I'm not so sure about that. I wouldn't even want to. Do you know? It's like some people like a lot of mediums' goals are to be a platform medium, like on a physical platform or in churches and shit like that. I'm like, no, no, no thanks. You know what I mean? I've had a taster of it when I've been to mediumship workshops and that. I crack people up. I'm more like a comedian, and I can never make that joke. I fucked up the joke. And actually, that's quite funny because Connor once said that to me, but you should do a stand-up thing. And I'm like, I can't because when I try to be funny, I'm not funny. But yes, it was, everyone did laugh when I done that because I swore, but it was very relevant. I was holding a bracelet and I was like, can I swear? And I was with Gordon Smith, and he was like, "Well, yeah, if it's you do you if it's relevant," and it was totally relevant because this was a long time. This was seriously, this was a not, this is anonymous basically because it was actually like literally 10 years ago next year. I can't believe that, but I'm pretty sure that's right. I think it was 2016. But yeah, it was funny because the person's bracelet that I was, was doing psychometry that I was feeling, I felt how fucked off she was at someone. So it was like I had to say it. I was like, I can remember it now. I was like, look, I don't know how else to say this, but I feel whoever's this bracelet is, you're really fucked off at someone. Like they're really annoying you. And then I said the woman, I actually said the woman's name that was annoying her. Like the other medium was like, so it was quite, but again, it was funny. But I was certainly unique because nobody else swore that day. I don't think they'll forget me anyway. Whether they liked me or not, I don't know. But I always like this is the thing. I never focus on that because that's why I prefer to just. It's a shame, but it always goes that way. That when I find groups that I like, there's always like I get pushed out somehow because like somebody gets jealous of my gift. Remember I said my Black Moon Lilith and Pisces. It's Black Moon Lilith is usually where people are jealous of you. And Pisces is the most psychic sign, so it's like people literally get jealous of how psychic I am. And then because it's in the fourth house, family, the way I comfort people, make people feel like family, soul family. And it's yeah. Just now there's a few, just literally, a few plates, but I'm always just looking out. It's, if I start feeling like, oh, I don't feel comfortable here, it's time to move on. Sometimes things like that happen to get me to move on. But it's a shame. It's just the more and more, it's like they just keep pushing me to be here. So it's I'm always going to be here, but it's just a bit of a shit. But anyway, the point is, so just that some other people could resonate with what I'm saying there. But um, let's just read this. Um, all of that from you saying about the dogs. Um, yeah, been talking to dogs all day, but the one you're describing might be one I know. Hope it's noted. Oh God, sorry for laughing, but fucking hell. Oh my God. Espe- Especially me going on about mediumship and you know what I mean? It's like I fucking hope it's no need as well. Oh fucking hell. Prayers for the wee. I hope you're still alive, wee doggy that was in the charm. Oh shit. Sorry, the way that I just read that I'm in danger of pissing my like yeah. That was funny though. Not funny, but funny the way I read it. So that's a really good message for me right now because I struggle not to let ignorance trigger me, aka racism every day. Yeah, 100%. That's one of my top pet hates. Um, I've not got really any tolerance for that. Although I don't want to go too deep into that. I think that what I mean by that is like, what annoys me about it is like I see how they use race to separate people and stir up drama and trigger people, ancestral wounds and all that. But it's a very loaded topic, isn't it? But yeah, no, that's always my dad's like that too. Racism's something I don't stand for at all. Um, but yes, I did say to myself earlier today, I need to start speaking up again. It's just fucking labor. What are these big words you're using? Does that mean it's a hard task? What does that mean? You're very welcome. I also, oh, look, I knew when I was saying that that doesn't surprise me that it's you, integrity and karma. I knew somebody was going to be feeling what I was saying there. I also have Black Moon Lilith. That makes so much sense to me with what I was feeling about you. I have Black Moon Lilith and Pisces in my 12th. Holy shit. I can see why you even just want to be called your screen name. See that now I'm me and integrity and karma. I feel we're speaking a bit telepathically here, but you can actually just email me too to check with what I was saying. Like I get, you know what I mean? Like that's why I say, I'm talking about cryptically right now, right? So read between the lines, people here. But it's like when I say, you know, I've got very double mission energy, so I can be like that. So like whenever I have spoke historically, whether it be YouTube or anywhere else, I've always had like a bit of another alias, you know what I mean? Like it reminds me of that card, the double mission card in the Lightworker Oracle. Um, and I kind of like it that way. And unfortunately, it's because when people know what I am and what I do, they can treat me differently. And so it's quite sad, isn't it? Because I shouldn't have to dim my light or not be who I am or not share my gifts and my talents to have somebody basically be nice to me, treat me like a fucking human being and not be a wanker just because of their own stuff, you know, projections. But it's just a thing. And actually, I think you will have had that your whole life more than me with having that there. So, you know, that would make a lot of sense to me if you feel very comfortable behind a screen name. And again, that, you know, that, I mean, there's a lot I just got out of that, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel that's a little bit like why I'm like that too. It's the reason why I don't talk on other channels from this channel. I don't like, if I have ever spoke, which is very few and far between, by the way, if I've ever at any point felt comfortable talking on another channel, even from another channel, I've felt very comfortable. And then it's why when however yeah, whenever things happen where it's, you know, can set me back a bit again. You know, I've not, you know, there is one other place I can think of where, well, yeah, there's one other place I feel comfortable just now, but I'm always looking out for when I'm not feeling comfortable. Um, and it could just be, again, I'm extra sensitive now with the sun in my 12th house, so it just might be wise for me not to. But it's unfortunately it's because of that. When people know what I really do and everything, like they can just be a bit funny with me. So and that you see how it's kind of sad. It always lands me back to my own channel where I can, you know, and that's again, it's I can see it's about control. I can control it on here. Do you know what I mean? Whereas you can't, and you know, but it's that. So again, that's not everyone's going to resonate with that. But I could tell I was saying it because somebody else could really feel what I was saying. So, well, that's really deep. Wait a minute, it's kind of wait a minute. I want to check where Connor's is. It's really, how weird will that be? Like if yours is somewhere. Indeed, and it's a reminder to hold my line as best I can, honor integrity, because karma, girl, you probably have it more acute than I do. Yeah. Pluto 0 degrees in the 12th house, I feeling it, especially my loaded 8th house too. Um, prayers for Bud the dog. He was a good old boy. Oh, are we really feeling that the dog is gone? Is there any way of you finding that out? Um, I've been known to pass on messages from deed dogs, as you say, as well, basically, personally, or any animal. Right, let's. Like, I'm not even kidding. Once, when was that actually? Where was? I can't remember when. I can't. It was a few years ago, and I'm just trying to remember where it was. Must have been on here. Must have been on here, and I don't know if it was on here. Maybe it was on. No, I think it was on Facebook. It was on Facebook. It was years ago. God, it was years ago. It must have been like 6 years ago or something. But I remember it now. It was so specific. That day on the beach, I had saw the paw prints of but it was a rock, so it didn't make sense, right? It was a rock and it was the side of the rock, but I saw paw prints on the rock, and then I came on the live stream and I was like, I described it, and whatever I said, I gave enough evidence in that, and the woman was like, my dog's just died. And I was like adamant that it was like, you know, I could just feel that clairvoyantly that dog had showed me a paw print. It's something like that. It's hard to describe. I can't remember now, but because it's not me, I just passed on the message. And so I'm not kidding, I have done that before. It's random. Because it's not me, they just use me as a channel. Um, right, where is Connor hiding in this big list of people? There you are. Right, so sorry. See when I done that, I just randomly you know I've said like sometimes when the handymen come, oh my God, that it's not like handymen in real time, but you know when people come to fix things and that, and sometimes that's my party trick, I'll get it, and I just went past and it's like I've got people on my phone as you know, someone electrician, someone plumber, or like, and I'm like, I really need to delete these people because like, you know what I mean? It's like, but it's just hilarious. It's like, anyway, so plumbers and electricians might be significant around here or whatever. Um, let's just, what was I going to do? I was going to look at where Connor's black moon. Oh no, actually, Connor, I can think of other reasons why I want to look at that for you. Right, prepare yourself. This might hit in lots of different ways, but I'm guided to look. I've lost you again. I need to go to this bit and Lilith. I'm just going to put in, right. I might have told you already where I might have looked at. I might have, but I can't remember. Um, my God. Holy fucking shit. There's a lot, again, this is another thing of astrology doesn't lie. I'm actually gobsmacked at where yours is. Right, so you know enough about astrology from what you've heard me say, right? Your Black Moon Lilith, right? Now, bear in mind, people, everything I've said about this. Black Moon Lilith is, it can often be where people are jealous of you and envious of something about you, but it's also where you can be empowered, right? But sometimes that can come from really challenging things. So specifically, I went into detail about mine. And it's really interesting because at some points, like before I've always been into astrology, but like it was in my dark night of soul, which was 10 years, over 10 years ago now, that activated even stronger in my past life astrology channeling gift just came out of fucking nowhere. And it was like a wee bit more than having, you know, star sign books when I was younger kind of thing. And it's like, where the fuck's all this come from? But, um, that makes sense why I've said that my whole life. Like it's always just like I've always had people projecting a lot of jealousy at me, like for being really psychic. So I wouldn't talk about being really psychic. I collected cards since I was 15, kept them myself. I'd only share them with people I really trusted. And then, that's why when I went out there on Facebook 10 years ago now, I had to just think, fuck it, and do it and ignore all the jealousy that I felt coming at me from people people that were close to home. I had friends in that too that wouldn't they weren't liking the page, but they were watching. They weren't commenting, but they were watching, they were watching, monitoring spirits, watching everything you're doing, right? Evil eye, jealousy, all that kind of stuff. Because some people make out like they don't like psychic stuff, and actually it's total opposite. They're jealous that they can't do what you can do. You know what I'm saying? Whereas it'd be wiser to learn from somebody and be like, can you teach me how to hone my intuition? And, some people go the other way with that. And, we send prayers to people that go that way. Anyway, moving back to you specifically for you, Connor, and this is where I'm saying I might have told you this before because I'm like, whoa. I feel like maybe I did when I was doing something about this is what I actually meant to do on Thursday, and it didn't happen. I just done other stuff to do Black Moon Lilith. Your Black Moon Lilith, right, is in the last degree of Cancer. Cancer is the mother. Black Moon Lilith can also be associated with shadowy mums, basically. Um, And in the last degree of Cancer, also in the 12th house, hidden pain. You know what I'm saying? I don't need you to answer on that one. But it's next to your moon in Cancer too. So basically, what it means is you got the dark side of your mum. And, we know that that's true because you've shared before. And you're not alone there, unfortunately. A lot of people would have got that. But it's just, so although that's like, yeah, that's nothing you don't already know, it's just sort of another sort of wow thing. It's in your chart. So even if I didn't know that. So again, you see when I was saying that stuff about, although I was talking about somebody that had made a nippy comment to me years ago, and it was, I did kind of feel, I wonder if that was something just annoying. I don't know. It could even be like stuff coming up, annoying stuff, or worse stuff that you need to clear from your mum or something. But especially because, wait a minute, let me just check there. Yeah. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Holy shit. That really freaks me out when I'm doing that. Jupiter, planet of luck, expansion. But what do I always say about luck? Luck is there's no such thing as luck. It's preparation meeting opportunity. But this is where it can not be such a good thing. Jupiter is conjunct your moon exactly right now. Exactly. So if you are getting overly so past memories coming up, it could be that energy going over your, because remember the moon is the mother. And it's not your moon isn't conjunct your Black Moon Lilith, but it's not actually it is. It's not really close to it, but it is close enough. You know what I mean? They're both in the 12th house in the same site, so yeah, basically. Um a lot of hidden pain there around the mother. But that could also be feminine, like feelings. Like so it's kinda like, oh yeah, fuck. See I already channeled the energy. Like, it's like, you know, it could take a lot for you to trust women, basically. And because of that, sorry, I'm not calling your mum that, but I don't think you'd mind if I was. Like, seriously, sorry. I'm laughing because I'm wondering when I'm saying that, I feel your dad might be talking. I'm just going to blame your dad. That's hilarious. But I feel like Connor knows because Connor, like, yeah, like there's some people that do, you know, that's so if somebody deserves it, some people do. But I don't, I'm just making it clear. I wouldn't normally refer to a person as that. But I think your dad is. But anyway, so happily ever after. I think it's time to move on to that. But sorry if that went too deep for you, but that did go quite deep. But it was because that all came up from somewhere. Um, but like I've said before, because people can sometimes just be like, oh, you know, can I book a card reading? It's not a card reading I do, it's healing, and I use the cards to back up what's coming through, right? Because sometimes it helps people believe it more, right? And it's just fun. It's just fun. Whether I'm using charms or whatever, busy, it's all fun. But you can see it's very deep and serious too. So I feel, you know, the longer when I talk for ages like this, because I actually can't believe it's nearly 3 in the morning. What the actual fuck? I joked to my mum earlier. I might not be able to walk early because I might be talking till 3 in the morning again. Sometimes there's not a lot in. Sometimes I'm not joking, and sometimes it's literally them saying you're going to be up till that time. Hilarious. Um, but let's hope what I said about the dimensions and blocking off the sound is true. Um, I know it is though. It is as a shaman, it is. But again, if there does happen to be a knock at the door, then I'll trust that. Like, and I mean not an exciting one. I mean like a neighbour saying like, "Shut the fuck up." And I, you know what, I would be like, "I'm sorry," you know, I'll try to keep it to other hours, but let's hope that doesn't happen because that would be shit. But what they're basically saying is like, you know, this is how I can show the ways that I can help people in private sessions because you can see a wee bit of what I've went through and what I help people through, and it's more than just the cards. It's because it's not, you know, yeah, people's twin flame stuff comes into it, but it's usually about you being a twin flame and your calling and your purpose. It's healing. Yeah, right, anyway, so let's catch up with this. I'm still laughing at that comment about the dog. Oh my God. Um, right, indeed, and it is a reminder. Oh, yeah, I read that, but oh no, folks don't know about their pup. Yeah, just kidding. It sounded like my uncle's neighbour's dog, but he's on a bit, to be fair. Wouldn't be surprised. It's deserved, yeah. I thought, okay, sorry, but I just want to explain to other people. I know you wouldn't mind me fucking saying that, but other people might be like, Christ, Claire, that's a bit. Talk about your ma. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's like fucking hell. This might be one of these things where you're like, you can say what you want. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit of a different scenario, really, isn't it? But yeah, in all seriousness, like, look, making new friends, it's like I feel that's about like you are going to attract like new soul family into your life. And again, I feel, you know, that's talking about here as well. Like, you know, people that are more on your wavelength that get you. Peace of mind. Look at this. Peace of mind, peace of mind, peace of mind. Like there's a lot coming through about peace. The peace symbol. And also I said that about peace before I pulled the card, because I just pulled that now. But the peace symbol too, I said that about peace coming through for you before it came out. So, but yeah, look, you're going to get your peace of mind and your happily ever after, and you're already getting a taster of it. But it's not always, you know, it's not always great because, like I've said, when you've been used to putting out dramas or being in a drama yourself, it can feel a bit weird. And again, you know, it's not for anything to say, but like, you know, I think that's why they made me say that about at once upon a time it was my normal to be surrounded by just friends going through dramas. And then, you know, then I was in a drama because I'm helping friends through dramas. And then it was just that one moment I'm having, I don't like, this is not fun. Why am I in this situation? Like, you know, when it's not actually my stuff. Like, but so, you know, and the more basically that's what I mean, the more I healed myself and done my own shadow work and wasn't on the same page with a lot of people, a lot of things shifted and changed. Yes, it changed. And it's uncomfortable because you don't want it to change, but it just does. And sometimes it seems like it's all of a sudden overnight, but it's not. There's a gradual change been going on. So yeah, right, okay, I'm going to read this now. So happily ever after. Miracle healing, I just opened the page up at. So, expect a miracle. You have prayed for assistance and it is forthcoming. The more completely you surrender your situation to God, oh, that was funny when I said that bit about God, the more rapidly you will realize your healing. And then it's got moving forward fearlessly on the next page. Right, so happily ever after. Let's read this. And so if anybody else wants a card, then let me know, because I'm going to start moving soon. I better start moving soon. Peace of mind. There's that. In fact, I'll read that first, because there's that card. I think they want me to read happily ever after last. And then maybe that's a good place to end it. So, peace of mind. Make peacefulness your highest priority. I can't even. How specific are the words? To what I have said to you one to one, but also what I've said on here. This is literally the message. Make peacefulness your highest priority. Commit to taking steps to ensure peace of mind and take those steps without delay. You see how that people might be like, what's that got to do with your. That's got everything to do with the story that I'm telling. Because I cannot believe I was surrounded by absolute unbelievable dramas on the daily at one point in my life. And that was my doing. I was keeping this around me through different people, like, you know what I mean? And, it's, you could be like, oh, that's just, it's just life and it's, yeah, but when you, like I said, when you start to heal yourself more and you're like, I don't want this as my reality anymore, and you do heal more, it is funny how things will change. It really is about you. Like, I was obviously attracting all those dramatic situations from whatever was going on with me, including actually even the shit with, well, definitely the shit with my twin flame, because he's my energy, I'm his, whether he likes it or not, he's mine, I'm his. You know, and it's like, but even with that, and like even what I'm saying about if you're feeling people projecting stuff at you or being a bit shadowy, even that's not your twin flame and stuff, step outside of the ring. Like, this is getting a bit too deep, but when it came to me, my twin flame and stuff like that, especially when it comes to things like social media, I stepped outside the ring by, I'm coming off social media. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see pictures of him. Oh, I'm having such a great time. All these fucking different. Well, you fucking bash on. I'm not watching it. Do you know what I mean? Like, and that might seem a bit extreme because that means I wasn't seeing anything anyone else's. But again, sorry, I didn't really care that I wasn't seeing people's pictures of people's tea and their nights out and the same pictures of them holding the same fucking cocktail glasses every Saturday night in the same place. Do you know what I'm saying? And I would have been these people at some points too. I was always going to the same places. Do you know what I'm saying? But boring, you know what I mean? Don't care. And I wasn't, giving myself more pain that was needed on an already very painful journey. And also, I literally got rid of I didn't delete it, but no, I did. But it's, you know what I mean? It's that kind of thing where I deactivated it, whatever the fuck that means. So, like, I came off of mine literally 10 years ago this year, my personal social media, but that's when I started Crystal Clear Visions. So, the transition was kind of weird. So, can you imagine? Definitely, I was sometimes thinking about that for him. I disappeared on my personal social media, but I popped up as Crystal Clear Visions. And I certainly wasn't like, hey, so and so, do you want to like my page? No, was I fuck? I never done that to anyone actually. I just let people find it. You know what I mean? If they found it, they found it. Um, and but that's the downside about this channel. A lot of people followed me from Facebook. Which you're welcome if you're here and you follow me from Facebook, and a lot of them don't talk basically, but but some people don't talk for a reason because they're watching me and they're monitoring me and they're not wanting me to do well, and that's all right. I feel you too, but you aren't stopping me, whoever the fuck you are. Um, you know what I'm saying? You see how it's coming into it, what I've said about the Black Moon Lilith, because I can't let people like that stop me, whether they're from the past or present or in the future. You're not going to stop me doing what I'm here to do. And that's why I'm here to not let anybody else stop other people letting you dim your light, you know what I mean? Because I've had everything come at me. Not going to happen. Yeah. Make peacefulness your highest priority. Commit to taking steps to ensure peace of mind and take those steps without delay. But for you, Connor, it's specifically recognizing the pattern. If you feel yourself attracting situations into your life where it feels like, I don't know, it's going to disrupt your peace. Now, I know things externally can happen around you for that to happen. And also, there is something I remember saying to you, I was going to do some distance healing. So I am going to do that. I think it would be wise for me to do that. I can either wait until the sun's in my 12th house to do that, or I could really do it with some of the planets that are there now, to be honest, now that's popped into my head. But basically, what I thought about this other day, what I want to do is I want you to make a note even to yourself of how you feel now in your house, right? And whatever you feel energy, shitty energy, basically. Whatever, how it's making you feel. And if you feel the house is affecting you or whatever. And then I'm gonna do my bibbidi bobbidi boo. And we'll see how you feel. Because you will feel the energy. Because I'm not kidding you, that is one of my expertise is clearing houses. Like, so like whether it's distantly like that or literally. So yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that. I'll do it at the right time. But you can email me, and so even just email me and tell me why don't you just do that? Like write it to your set if you want to, like, and tell me all the things that you feel. Well, I don't want you to go into too much detail because I want to see what I pick up actually. Maybe don't tell me. That would be a good thing to do. Write the notes to yourself, right? Why don't you write what you think? And I'm meaning like the dense, heavy energy that might be around in different parts of the house. And but also you could, if you're feeling like the energy of whoever lived there before or that, you could just whatever pops into your head. And then doesn't need to be loads, but just whatever it is that comes, just how you feel, right? How you feel when you're shell, and if you feel that energy is affecting you. And then I will distantly go around the house and I'll clear the energy. And then we'll see if you feel it, right? Because you will, basically. Right, okay, so because I feel that is a lot of what's going on here too. It's like there's heavy, I know that you said that to me, but there is heavy energy I can feel. Um, so peace of mind isn't something you have to earn or acquire, since your true self is already peaceful. Instead, it requires being like a sculptor with a block of marble who works with the material until the inner masterpiece is revealed. If you make peace of mind your main focus, you'll inevitably feel a great sense of relief. And you see, this is so deep, but this is just, I feel it's to do with the Juno and the last degrees of Scorpio. That's what you've been doing to yourself. Like you have been mastering your peace by actually moving away from any disruptive, nippy friends. Like basically what I'm describing, anyone that, anyone around you that could have like planted the seed of doubt in you, because unfortunately I felt you got more than enough of a lesson with that with your mother. Yeah. And notice how it always interests me how when I'm channeling about family and mums and dads, I don't ever, it's not that I ever don't ever, but no, it always comes out mother, father. Because it's like, it just how, I don't know, it's just how, I think it's because it's written on all the cards too, but it's like, yeah, she was your biggest karmic lesson. And I'm saying was because Connor doesn't have contact with her anymore. Um, and people don't do that lightly. It takes courage, and unfortunately, a lot of people in this channel have had to do that. It's not always it's not always it's a last resort, and it just really sort of says how toxic and poisonous someone is if you have to do that. So sorry for anyone else who's dealing with that. Um, Steps you create. So basically, I feel like you're like that peace of mind. You're the masterpiece you're working on. Steps that create peace of mind include being honest with yourself, living according to your inner guidance, being helpful and kind to others. Connor is always doing that. So much so you got to watch that you're not taking on other people's dramas, random people that you meet in the street, basically. I do this too, but that's why I'm laughing. But it's, I don't do, but what I've said to Connor is I don't do it like what I once used to. I don't take what this is reminding me of a few years ago, and I don't regret that. But sorry, this is the funniest story ever. Don't know if I can tell that, but it's not that bad. But I'm just thinking actually back to, I think it even was in 2020, and it wasn't, I hadn't adopted this older woman, but she may actually be that savvy with the internet. She might be watching me, so I'm not going to disrespect the. But anyway, me and this woman have definitely been connected in a past life. Long story short, right? My best pal at the time did find it kind of hilarious that I'd like, made pals with this old woman, gave her my number. I don't know that. Oh my God, maybe she's angry at me. I hope she. My God, that's kind of. I don't know. She wasn't that. Oh God, she. Anyway. Oh my God, maybe that's what it is. Oh my God, I've just thought of something. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to tune into that because I've actually never seen that woman in a long time. And she used to wear very, I'm gonna tune into that, right? Because if I start seeing a certain colour everywhere, I think we might have another one that's on the other side of the veil. because I've just realised with a synchronicity of a name I see all the time. Anyway, so I hope not. I hope she's in good health, but she was older. But anyway, the funny story behind it was, so I'd given this woman my number and she'd wanted to meet me on her birthday, and so I don't know this woman very well, bear in mind, right? But we've got some kind of psychic connection going on, right? Long story short, I was meant to meet her for her birthday and I ended up meeting her a bit later. It was kind of a loose arrangement. And when I did, I made the mistake of taking my pal with me at the time, and that friend is, oh my God, my laugh sounded like, that friend is amazing in her own right. She's not my friend now, but I'm not gonna, that she's amazing in her own right. And obviously we had our ways of parting ways. But all I'm gonna say is that person does not have patience for things, some of the things that I do. Maybe elderly and children being one of them. I can think even dogs. Like, she's not really, you know what I mean? She's more of a people person than me. Anyway, the point is, I'm just laughing because that's no something she would do, right? She was like not getting it, but she knows me. She knew me, and she was like, "Fucking hell," do you know what I mean? So like, but anyway, it was the most awkwardest thing anyway because my pals are really on board with this anyway, right? And I'm like, look, I said I would go and meet this old woman. I still can't remember. Sorry for saying old woman, but I mean she was an older woman. But anyway, it was just it felt like something I had to do, but it ended up being a weird karmic lesson because when I meant to meet her, she was in a really bad mood. So can you imagine? I barely know this woman, and she was being really moody with me, and I'm thinking, hang on a minute, like I don't even really need to be doing this, and I was doing it to be nice, and so basically, I ended up in this situation where this older woman was being quite nasty to me. Like, but she went in a real bad mood, and then it was really awkward because my pal was finding it hilarious anyway. And then it was just awkward because she's sitting on the wall, and I'm thinking, what the fuck? So anyway, managed to get myself out of the awkward situation. I think I bought her an ice cream and it was kind of weird because it was like the woman morphed into her inner child. This is a weird story, but I've started telling it now. So you know what I mean. But I think the whole point of me saying that is these are the things we can get ourselves into. Like really that was a bit of, and it did end up, sadly, it did end up kind of going that way because this woman had my number, it was like she doesn't know now, I've changed my number. I didn't change my number because of her, mind you, but you know what I mean? It was just boundaries, a little bit of boundaries. It was kind of like I'd taken on a bit of shit that I really didn't need it. Trust me, I really didn't need that at that point in my life. I was not in good living conditions. I was not feeling great. Uh, it was all about shit. So it was like I could have done like that, and it was something that nice I wanted to do. But that's what I'm saying, Connor. Take from that funny. Oh, apart from the fact you'll probably find that story kind of funny. Believe me, if I tell you more of it one to one, you'll find it even funnier. Especially what her name is. But and don't guess because you could probably guess pretty easily right now. I feel you'll get, but it's really easy. Put it that way. Put it this way, Connor. Don't say what it is, but it's think your wallpaper. Think close to home. I don't know why I said wallpaper, but think close to home. That's all I'm going to say. And basically, but there's a lot in that. Think carefully before you get involved with someone, what it could bring to you. Because it did, even like when I moved house, like she had my number, and it was like one day she was asking if I could go. Became a bit much because I think like, wait a minute. I was very close with my nana. She was my best friend, and towards the end of her life, she became very difficult, and it was, yeah, very difficult. And I didn't want to kind of adopt somebody else I didn't really know, and yeah, it was kind of all a bit challenging, really. But anyway, it was fine. We closed out that cycle in a nice way. And I hope, watch this. I might randomly bump into her again now. But I don't know. I haven't. That was a few years ago now, and I haven't seen her. So it might be that unfortunately, in the weird times that we live in, she was. I was quite surprised she was out walking like that but anyway, she was a very mystical lady. There's definitely a connection there, but like I said, it was. But it's the whole point is just, don't take on too much because that was a bit too much for me. So, but because I'm very sensitive, you know what I mean, and it was just weird. Weird interaction. Funny, it is funny too. Right, so let's read this. So let me see what else you're saying. I will do everything. Everything's about the house at the moment. If anything goes wrong, it's because I feel the energy like crazy. Yeah, yeah. I thought. I think that's also why you kept popping into my mind. It's my guides and your loved ones and spirit being like, you need to do something to that house. So yeah. I don't know if you've done this, right? Because I remember saying that to you before. I don't know how keen you'd be on you burning sage in the house, because people might start thinking you're smoking something else, but um I don't know how much of a big deal that. I mean, I often think when I'm burning the sage, people might just think that I'm smoking weed all the time, but it smells kind of similar. But um that would help. Um think it's the yeah, think it's the Midnight Gardener. Yeah, I did think it was maybe her. And she reminds me of my mum. Yeah, yeah, I know. That's not a good thing, is it? Yes, that's not a good thing. It's when I get the synchronicities with people that I can't help but dive in. Yeah, I know. But I'm praying that, that she can just keep herself to herself. And if you're going to do some midnight gardening, keep it on the down low. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, being helpful and kind to others, practicing meditation or yoga, eating only healthful foods, avoiding toxins, mainly healthy sleep habits. Well, talking to me on the internet, talking to the Soul family at 20 past 3 in the morning. Connor's normally an early bedder. He was clearly just pulled to come here because of his dad, so this isn't that normal. Avoiding negative people in media. Well, negative people might be the gardener there. Surrendering your problems to God, communing with nature, simplifying your life, and saying no when you need to. Oh God, that's a big one. My mind is now peaceful, and I know that all of my needs are automatically taken care of. I could rest easily and assured that all is well. Right, now let's read Happily Ever After. Right, so I'm telling you, it is the Juno last degrees of Scorpio. So again, if you are noticing that you are all having a very intense day today, even if it was just me that brought it tonight, but notice your day like that tomorrow might be like that too, because Juno moves into Sagittarius on Wednesday, on the 1st of October. So basically enjoy, lap up the intensity of tomorrow, whatever tomorrow may bring. For me, it's bringing a lion. And then I'll have another walk on the beach when I do eventually surface. And I do want to film some stuff tomorrow. She had the paramedics at her door at the weekend. Oh my God. Was it needed? Like, was there a need for it? Or was it, nah, I probably should. Sage won't change the smell much. Yeah. All right, yeah. Well, that's quite funny. That's probably why I said that. That's hilarious. Um, well, just do it then. Yeah, burn the sage. Or intentionally, that's the thing about tobacco. If you've got tobacco there too, you can intentionally burn tobacco, and that is also very shamanic as well. It's all about your intention. Like I'm even talking about if you're having an actual fag, people, like before you light the fag, like set the intention, I'm burning this to do this, to ask for, to put this intention out, to pray for this, do that. You know what I mean? At 8 a.m., so doubt I've heard the last of it, but it's been okay other than the energy. No idea what happened. I went out. Oh God. Right, okay, so let's read this now. Meditate on your heart's desire. Follow your dreams. Oh no, I'm reading the wrong card, but do that too. Rearrange. Rearrange your schedule so that you're spending time in ways that are truly meaningful to you. So you must have needed to hear that, but it's actually this card. So listen up, everyone, because I'm probably going to go after this. Although I will shuffle. We'll shuffle something else. I don't know what. Happily ever after. A happy outcome is assured. Release any anxiety and feel secure that everything is resolved in the end. This is the reassuring card signalling that the movie you are currently starring in has a very happy ending. Situations that appear sticky are miraculously resolved. Or maybe she'll move house. One day you'll be like, where is the Midnight Gardener? And then someone will be like, oh, she moved. You'll be like, my prayers were answered. Misunderstandings are forgiven. Mistakes are forgotten. This feels like it's for way more than Connor. This feels like it might be for some of the twin flame dynamics out there too. So listen, however the words land. Your urge to stop worrying about the future, as your fears could be self-fulfilling in a negative way. Yeah, so that's extra important for some of you that are not used to things going your way. You're not used to a happily ever after. You're used to one thing after another, dramas happening, shitty things happening. Just when you think your luck's changing, something else happens. You know, I hear you. I experienced a lot of that in my own life. But always leave that little bit of room open for a miracle, because I've got something in my kitchen that's a sign that, not because of this, but I have got a kitchen in my sign that they don't pull my eyes to it every day, because I'm not always like, basically I've always got clothes. I try not to. I moved them today for me, my mum, to talk and do something on the laptop, and I was like, oh my God, this is where I need to use the laptop when I'm doing other stuff that aren't work, which isn't a lot, to be honest. But even like when I'm fiddling on there's stuff, like linking these end cards to the videos and that, and I could, rather than when I'm doing that in my bed, like, or because I like doing stuff. Well, sometimes I'll do stuff here, but not really. But you know what I mean? It was just quite nice sitting at the table. But I've usually got clothes to put away on the table. Or sometimes there's a big mountain of clothes basically. And then I took them off to sit and I thought, oh, this feels way better. That's one of the things I'm tackling in a week's time. But my mum was like, can we not just start tomorrow? And I was like, no, I'm off a week from tomorrow. And then I'm very specific about it. But really, strictly speaking, yeah, we could do a little bit. Do you know what I'm saying? My mum's just dying to fucking, like, I need to tidy this up. But um yeah. I just, yeah, basically I know where that's going to fit for you, Connor, and it'll be, with more things than what I know about, but it's just about, it's like what I said to that day, I know how things have went in the past, but even just always leave that little bit of space for a miracle, because that's what can actually open it to happen. Oh yeah, so anyway, the thing in my kitchen says, I, I can't even fucking remember. That's hilarious. I knew that was going to happen. What does it say again? Never stop believing that miracles happen. It's something about miracles happen every day. It's more wordy than that. Never stop believing. It's something, it's a mixture of like, or is it something like every day is another, maybe it's something like every day is another chance for a miracle to happen. It's something along the lines of, like, because I love anything like that. Like, the one I love about romance is right in the middle of an ordinary life, love gives you a fairy tale. So it's, but there's something like that, like historically things have not went your way in many areas of life. Make space for things changing, because it's already happened. For in your case, it has already started changing. Um, your urge to stop worrying about the future, as your fears could be self-fulfilling in a negative way. You could literally sabotage heaven's happy plan for you if your worries are excessive. Now that's kind of challenging, because you've got your moon in Cancer in the 12th house. The 12th house is your deepest fears. It's your deepest desires too, though, which is important to home in on. But it is your deepest fears. And Cancer can be a worrying sign. And it can be like sadness, depression, and well, family stuff too, because it's the mother. But it's like, but it is also soul family, and it is tuning into your intuition. Connor's intuition's freaked me out many a time when I am helping him. He has said things to me that are for me. Um, and like, yeah, you know what I mean? So like, lean into that, lean into your intuition, and the quiet stillness of that placement as well. And that's why a lot of the time I would be guided not to disturb you either, because it's like, that's a very still, you're doing some important healing work. And you've already got the interruptions of the Midnight Gardener. So, um, you could literally sabotage heaven's happy plan for you if your worries are excessive. So go outside in nature and ask your fairies to help you rejoice in the perfection of creation. Change fairies to whatever, guides, loved ones in spirit, whatever. Or fairies, if you like the fairies too. Your joy renews your faith and ensures the happy outcome that is in store for you. The affirmation, everything is in divine and perfect order right now. And there's a 29th on it. And I started this on the 29th, so worth noting. The next page is, wait a minute, what's on page 30? Higher consciousness, which I've spoke a lot about tonight. You're receiving guidance from your true self, your higher consciousness, which is one with divine universal wisdom. You're listening to love rather than fear. Yeah, totally. Affirmation. I easily hear and understand the inner voice of spirit. So again, that feels like a lot of the masculines are really at that bit. Like, you're being isolated from everyone to hear the voice of your inner spirit. Now, Connor, you've been in that place for quite a while, so you've got a bit of a head start on a lot of people. But it's like, as well as lots of other people, but I just know that's where Connor's been at. But it's like the people that interrupt it are like the noisy fucking neighbor, well, her in particular, noisy neighbours. And when you venture out in the world and you adopt people to help. But so just be mindful of what I said about the lovely woman that yeah, she is a lovely woman. She's very mystical, magical, but it was too intense for me. It was almost like a glimpse of how it could be for me if I'm still on my own at that age. Kind of depressing, actually. A little bit like the story I told earlier, somebody meeting the love of their life and then dying. Sorry, there's no way to put it, that's what happened. So you should treasure every day, because every day is a gift, and you don't know what's round the corner. And that is really sad what I heard today, that somebody had literally just met somebody in later life. Life had been brought back into them, and then they popped their clogs. What the fuck? You know what I mean? But let's hope that whatever time they had together, that they had some, I don't know, I don't know the person, but some great sex and some great dates and. But it's very sad because it's the person that they were going to be moving in together. And again, I'm keeping it anonymous, and it's that deep in it. It's not Matt. This could be fucking anyone basically, and but it's leaves a bit of something. It leaves you feeling a bit of something. You know what I mean? Like you just don't know how much time you've got left. And it is very Juno last degrees of Scorpio. It's depressing, but it's like we could look at it like that's tragic that they were about to start a new life and have that time together and it was taken away. Or you could be like, at least they got to reconnect for however long it was. I don't know how long it was. All I know is it was they were about to start a life together, living together, and it didn't happen. And I did when I was told that story today, I was like, you were meant to tell me that because I'm meant to share that. Um, we can't leave it on that note, guys. That's not a happily ever after. I need to shuffle the cards. But who knows? Again, I don't know that they're that. Maybe you know what I mean. I wouldn't like to think so, but that could be one. What if that's going to be one of these situations where maybe that person that they'd fall in love with, maybe they're not far behind. That's quite sad, isn't it? I wouldn't like, I don't know them. I wouldn't like to, but maybe God's got other plans. Like, I don't know if it's ever going to be a scenario where I'm going to hear that. Well, actually, maybe. If that happens, fuck, I hope that's not true. But, like, like, I actually will. Because that would be really weird. We're praying for that person. Notice I'm not saying the genders either way, because it doesn't matter, to be honest. I really highly doubt people are going to be watching it. Doesn't matter. I'm keeping it anonymous. But prayers for anyone grieving for, that whoever they are all out there. Working hard or hardly working. Miracles sometimes occur, but one has to work incredibly hard for them. Where's that from? Yeah, I don't know. That's true in some circumstances, isn't it? Don't know about all. I'm trying to think. That's a deep one. No idea what happened. I went out. What do you mean? Did you fall asleep there and wake up again? Is that what you mean? Or working hard? I like the fairies. I've had. Oh, there you go then. See, that teaches me. I like the fairies. I've had amazing dreams of fairies. Well, there you go. I'm glad you said that, because after I said that, I thought, I did kind of have a feeling you might. Yeah, I'm glad you said that. Never lose hope. Yes, exactly. Absolutely. That is literally one of my favourite sayings, because that's my favourite word. Because it's definitely my saying for the twin flame journey. Because I've never gave up hope that mine will speak to me again one day. Might even be because maybe he's just randomly going to bump into me. We didn't plan it or something. I think he'd still run away though, but anyway. So, nah, he wouldn't. Well, he maybe would. Depends on the circumstances. I think we'll move on. Let's get a card. Let's get a card. What are we going to end this on? Laughter. Yeah, because that's how I transmute energy. With laughter and music. With my singing, never claiming that I am a singer. I just like to sing. Make music and laughter. I don't really think we need to read them, but I'm going to read it. Laughter. Let's see. Also, because we're in Capricorn Moon right now, that can feel very heavy and serious. It's often when I've sat on here for fucking ages, like, how long have I been on here? Oh my god, by the way, have we broke a record? I'm never trying to, but yeah. I just got guided to look. It's 7 hours, 5 minutes. Whoops. Whoops the daisy. That's really funny though, because 7 years seems to be. Oh, now I'm hearing noises in my. 7 years. Sorry, not 7. Well, 7 years might be significant actually. That could be one of the only reasons why I've been led to stay on here. 7 years is a karmic cycle. So maybe there's a 7 years of what might appear like bad luck is ending. Yeah, I don't think I've went past 7 hours that I can remember. Maybe I did. I think I maybe done 7.5 hours once on here. I definitely don't think I've done 8. I don't know though. That doesn't 8. I don't think I have. Again, I must stress I'm not trying it just happens. But what it means is there's a lot of heavy energy that people need company, and transmuting the energy. So anyway, I hope you got a laugh, and a lot of it was very intense. But every cloud, no, and again, if you do, oh, that is, look, I can see what it's starting to say. Every cloud has a silver lining, and that's so intense. But that's kind of like what I just said about that couple. That person had been really unhappy, and then they met, reconnected with a childhood sweetheart, and then I don't know how long they got together, and they were going to live, they were going to start a life together, and it was cut short. So you could be like, that's really depressing, that's really tragic, or you could be like, that's really lovely that that person got that little bit of time before, before it was cut short. So I don't know. Maybe that's just my Sagittarius moon always looking for the positive. It's a little bit like when I'm like, if mine never comes back into my life, at least we had a lot of fun when we were younger. But, that's one way of trying to get around it. I'm not always like that every day, guys, but we'll go with that tonight. So, every cloud not every cloud not only has a silver lining, but it also has a humorous side. Try to objectively stand back from your situations and find a humorous twist. Oh, remember I said about dark humour earlier? Like, laughter will help you see your life from a new perspective so that you can receive creative insights and solutions. And again, you'll notice I do that all the time. Because if I didn't find the funny side in the twin flame journey and every area of life, I wouldn't be me. Like, I've got a Sag moon, the humour, and I've got a Scorpio rising. That's the deep, intense bit that's been coming through tonight with this. And the Aries is the warrior, you know what I mean? So anyone with an Aries Sun, Scorpio rising is going to face quite a bit of challenge. But also they pulled me up to that thing up there that says, when it rains, look for rainbows. When it's dark, look for stars. That's me all over. So some of you might resonate with that too. When it's raining, I personally love the rain. That's my favourite. Like it was raining today on my walk, and my mum was like, "Oh, we better head back. It's getting heavier." And I'm like, "No, I'm wanting to go deeper. I'm wanting to go, I'm wanting to keep walking in the rain because my coat is built for the rain." My mum's coat, however, wasn't, so I didn't think that was fair. Especially because we needed to come back and she needed to help me with some paperwork, so it wasn't really fair to drag my mum through the rain when her coat was. She's like, "If I don't go back now, I'm going to be sitting in your house in the. So I was like, okay, we better turn around. That's too hardcore. My mum's, I remember the moon was in my mum's 12th house, so she did seem to have a lot of energy for that. I only saw that afterwards. Otherwise, because sometimes, sometimes when the moon is in my mum's 12th, I do notice she's either like more like, not moody, snappy more. She's my mum, it's not like, yeah, she's not always like that, you know. So I know when there's something up. Like I know when my mum's like that. I know when my dad, like I just know when I know when all my family, I know when there's something up. And yeah, she didn't seem to be like her moon was hurt. It's not always like that, it seemed more like peaceful, quiet time. But um, but the point is, I love the rain. And so I don't need to look for the rainbows. The rainbows find me everywhere because I carry that rainbow diamond frequency that a lot of you will connect with too. And I see the rainbow. I'm part of the rainbow prophecy, so like I feel the Hopi prophecy energy. So I always the rainbows follow me wherever I go, because also that's what I connect with the word hope, is rainbows. So fun fact, if any of you connect with that too. Um, but yeah, Sag Moon can always find the light in the dark. It's our gift, as well as telling a story. You see, I like to tell the stories. Um, It's a bit like, remember I said before, and again, I always like to keep things anonymous because I just do. I think it's fair all round. But you'll know because that guy's got quite a big channel. But that there's somebody that does tarot, they're a Sag Moon, and they tell a wee story when they're doing tarot readings. I don't always watch that guy, but whenever I do, I really connect with it. And it fucks me off when people are in the comments like, stop telling stories, like just read the cards. And it's like, get yourself to fuck. That's that guy's soul. That guy's sharing his soul. And I can tell it took a lot for the person to do it. Like he was encouraged by his partner, and and I love watching I appreciate the way anybody does something when they're being themselves. And I've said this before, but it annoys me because he's got a Sag Moon like me, and that is a part of Sag Moon's gift, telling me stories. And the people that love it really love it. Um, but basically, if you ever get people in the comments metaphorically in your life telling you to change, get them to fuck off. Go and watch them, especially when it comes to tarot. Think about how many fucking people. That's why, even though I'm saying, oh, some of you might know, I'm not, some of you might not. There's that many fucking people doing it. Go and watch somebody else. Fucking cheeky. That's why you don't get people doing that on my channel, because if they did, I'd be like, fuck off then. I wouldn't really. I wouldn't really. I'd probably just fucking hide the comment or something. And also, by talking to comments, I'm so sorry. I only found some comments from like, it didn't go back any further than 2 months, I don't think. I think it only went back a month. But basically, remember when I said, this is how psychic I am? Like, God was telling me. I was like, this is weird. We never get comments. Like, really, we never get standing comments. And when we do, it's always the same people. But every now and again, it'll be people from outside from not people that talk this, because everyone's welcome. I must stress, it's not an exclusive club. Anyone could talk in the chat. I can't help it, it's always the same people. Find your voice, people, and talk. You're welcome. But it's kind of like what I'm trying to get at here is um I was like, this is weird. I feel there's comments, why am I not seeing them? And then when I went on the laptop rather than the phone, I found all the comments. So if you're wondering why I was replying to things from a month ago, that's why. But yeah, so if you do want to leave a standing comment when it finishes, that is very helpful. But you don't need to. Like the video, hype it, because we get the hypes on a Monday. If you want to use one of your free hypes that you get, you scroll along when the video's ended and it'll say it, and you just fuck knows if it's making a difference. But and anyone that you like, not just me. But um right, let's get to read this because I've only got a wee bit through. Try to objectively stand back from your situations and find a humanist twist. Laughter will help you see your life from a new perspective so that you can receive creative insights and solutions. So, and again, so look, right, here's a really deep thing to say, and that feels very significant with Juno in Scorpio in the last of Scorpio, because I love Scorpio energy and I love intense Scorpio energy, And my twin flame is the last of Scorpio energy. That is, this is literally his energy in the sun. So it's like, um, but it's quite funny that this card's called laughter, because also not everyone will see that about him. I don't think it's hard to see that about him, but I mean, it's but again, that's different because it's me saying it. But see, you know what I mean? It's like he's got a total Joker side that, but see what I mean? See, whenever I start describing him like that, I'm like, I can see that about me too. You see how that really is my twin flame that I'm describing? And I'm like, that's me too. Um, but I found creative solutions to my own pain on this journey, back to back 7-year karmic cycles. A medium told me that round about, yeah, 14 years ago, 15 years ago, you're going to go through 7 years bad luck and love back to back. Mostly psychics and mediums don't tell you things like that, but I'm sorry to say she was fucking spot on. So she was obviously breaking some rebellious rules, but it was true. But me and her are also very connected, so it was kind of like me with that woman I was just talking about. Like me and I've never seen that woman, and like, I've never seen her since. That's actually kind of crazy if that's true, but that's got to be. Oh no, I did see her in passing once because she's a medium too, but like I was, yeah, anyway, long story. But the point is it was true what she said, so I kind of am grateful of it. I didn't always keep it in the back of my mind, but every now I'm then I'm like, oh my God, that's kind of nuts. Because again, I always say that it's like 15 years consciously this year I've known exactly, with no doubt in my mind, who he is to me, and I've known him 22, 22 years. But so I've got a lot of experience on this journey. But I know that there's gonna be something. So that's, yeah, they're not letting me move to read the next bit. Like, you know what I mean? I transmute my own pain and help others through what I've went through and what I've helped others through for 10 years now. I can say 11 years when it gets to next year, but and it comes from my own experience and now, helping all these other twin flames too, of all different ages, I might add, some that have been on the journey ages like me and some that are more new to it. And it's but also the funny thing, see, I'm adding a bit of humor. The funny thing that I've said loads of times, well, not loads of times, I've said it a few times, these cards wouldn't be like these ones, right? Like, let's do it now. These, oh God, are you fucking shitting me? Oh my God, I think it's bedtime. They all just fell on the fucking floor. Would it? We only need one. We only need the one that fell upright. All the cards, don't worry, I'll tidy that up tomorrow. Look what it fell on. I kind of like that just fell slightly after I'd mentioned my twin flame. I'm in love with you. I'm not saying a word. I'm not going to comment any more on that, but that was quite interesting synchronicity. So, I love the word on that. I'm in love with you. Now, some people might just be realising that right now. I want to kiss yous on the floor. People know that's my favourite one. I ran away because I wasn't ready for you. So all the other ones are actually, I'm angry, but that card's actually about being angry at yourself. So all of those cards are a message for a few people out there, or it's a message someone wants to give to you. Um, or it's a message you need to get in touch with yourself about. However, oh my God, this is so Juno. This is so Juno and Scorpio. But my point being, these cards wouldn't hit quite as deep if I was in union with my twin flame, would they? They wouldn't come with the same intensity. And it's more these cards, these ones. And that's not, let's get a deep one. I need to see this one, look. I need you. Your love and powerful light guides me home. Thank you for sending it to me. I do need it more than ever. You give me hope that I can be happy again. You see how that actually kind of fits with everyone, especially like, because I just read Connor's cards there and it got really deep too. Like a lot of, whether you're a man or a woman, all of you, particularly if you resonate with being the divine masculine, are going through this. And people that may be watching that you aren't a twin flame, you could be in a dark night of soul. We're all going through something, including me. Don't think that just because I'm helping people, I've not got my own stuff. Of course, I'm going to have my own stuff going on at some points. Being fully transparent, though, I can think of a few niggly, annoying, triggering things that are going on just now, but nothing I can't handle. But it's more like things coming up from the past to sort of close doors on. Saturn in retrograde Pisces that I was expecting. But like, thank God, like my life is mostly very peaceful. And if drama pops up in my life, I'm going to close the door on it. You know, if it comes up too much, I can't be arsed with it. So that's what I mean about don't step inside the ring. But when drama comes a knocking, you don't need to answer the door kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Um, that could be literal for some people, but I feel it's metaphorical. But um, it's like, where's my cards? Where are they? The ones that I channeled when I was feeling a certain type of way, and I feel that always comes across. Let's just pick one of them. I don't, what's going on? I'm not going to be thinking I heard the buzzer at 2 in the morning. My door is always open to you. Sorry, that's getting a bit too creepy now. That's getting a bit too creepy. I'm in love with you, and the feminine saying my door is always open to you. Well, I wrote the cards, but that does always stand with me too. My door is always open to you. They don't ring. Well, actually, I was going to say don't ring the buzzer at 2 in the morning, but you can ring the buzzer at 2 in the morning. Don't get me a bit creepy though. You can be careful what you wish for. That would be a bit creepy. But anyway, moving on. That's the Juno and Scorpio talking. Um, so let's move on. I'm going to read the rest. I'm going to read the comments and then. So pleased that you're here doing brave work and bringing your crew together to embrace the changes into evolving experience. Thank you very much, and we're glad to have you. And right, now I'll read this, and then I'm going to go because it's late. It's almost nearly 4 in the morning. Notice how I said I was going to read a card, and I've taken ages, but again, it is what it is. I don't judge it. I'm in New Earth time. I'm in New Earth frequency. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Sometimes I still wake up not that late. Like that's why that was weird that I woke up at. It just depends. What are we in? Something tells me I might kind of still make up kind of early because I want to get shit done so that I can just chill out on the when I know I can rest. It's like when the weekends come in when I know I can rest on the Wednesday with the wee dog. But I'll just, I'm not going to set an alarm because I don't think there's any need for that. But it's, you still just sort of wake up at the time. So maybe some of you need to be a bit kind to yourself too and get more rest. So you are much too serious about life, according to the fairies. Capricorn moon can be serious, so that's what we're in right now. They aren't asking you to neglect your responsibilities. Capricorn is also responsibility. Let go of the sacred reverence for life or defend your emotions with jokes. Instead, you're asked to see the humour that runs through the thread of life. Like a brilliant comedy, our lives become more enjoyable when we can see them through the eyes of a humorist. Laughter helps us to stand back and see ourselves and our situations more objectively. When we laugh, we relax. And when we relax, creative solutions and renewed energy course through us more easily. So take time today to laugh. For instance, go to see that funny movie or play, buy a book by your favourite comedy writer, or exchange silly jokes with a friend. Well, I think we can tick the last one. Affirmation. I find the humour in life and I laugh easily. Beautiful. So thank you everybody for joining live or on the replay. And thank you for your donations. And I'm just checking, double checking. Yep, I did do all them. And yeah, and honestly, I'm doubling down on the thank you for that because I've not said this a few times now. But I said not that long ago, I was like, God, if we could just manifest that I'm not needing to wait months to get the, not very much that was trapped in YouTube land, that would be great, right? Because you need to hit over a certain amount, which is 60 quid. I'll just tell you the secret there. But it's kind of like, but now it's like, it's went way past that. So that's great because at least that's paying my mobile phone bill. Do you know what I mean? But it's, you know what I mean? And that's really what it's about for everything I put into this and anyone else that does this. That's at that bit, you know what I mean? It's like I appreciate that because it's yeah, I shouldn't be needing to wait months and months and months, and I'm not having to do that now. So, except they did make me wait 2 months. I don't know why I didn't get it this month, but anyway, whatever. Grateful all the same. It's coming to me at some point next month. But right, so I'm going to get going. So why can't I go yet? Let's pull some words. Let's just pull. I think I tried to end it on humour and then I pulled it. Look, grace. Yeah, there we go. That always makes me think of that Lewis. I nearly called it like Liam Lewis Capaldi. That's a standing joke round here because I always have to think, but it's Lewis Capaldi. That grace song. So you need to give yourself grace, or maybe someone needs grace from you. But forgiveness is what it's all about, guys. That's again very Juno and Scorpio at the highest degrees. So peace out for the Juno and Scorpio at the highest degrees. Say goodbye to it in your own peaceful way tomorrow because we'll be in Juno and I knew you said Juno and Gemini, that's for minus. Juno and Sagittarius midweek, and then I will pop up again on Thursday, I think, to do some galactic messages because it's Aquarius moon. Unless I decide not to, but that's my plan. But yeah, just remember that I am available for sessions all of this week. So every day this week I'm around. Even if you want to do the day that I've got my wee doggy pal, we can do that too, because she'll just, she'll just hang out beside me. But also she goes about tea time, like 5:30, 6. And sometimes her mum or owners later. But yeah. So yeah, just if you need a session, just book it and then I'm around Monday, Tuesday next week, unless if we go ahead, oh that's what I didn't do. If we go ahead with the power animal workshop, there's a chance I might not be. Oh, look at that, otter spirit. This keeps coming out. That's sorry. I've said that in the one for tomorrow too, but it's just funny because there's a crystal company called that. So you're never alone, but it's more about twin flames. So um it's just so funny because that is what they're called. Um yeah, Power Animal Meet Your Warrior Guide workshop. If you want to do it, I'll put in the link below. Or it's in the community tab right now. I'll run it if there's 3 or more people, but I did say, depending on how I feel, if 2 people want to do it, I'll do it, I think, but I'm not totally going to stick to that. It just depends. I'll tune in because there would be a reason for it, you see. Um, One person. I'm not doing it one person, right? That won't happen. I'm pretty sure if it's so. Basically, if you want to do it, I would book it, right? And not because they're going to run out. It's because it lets me know that I can get in the mental head zone for doing it. Otherwise, I'll just go into full on holiday mode. And yeah. So basically, if we're running it, it's 9 o'clock UK time for a couple hours. Um, And yeah, so mainly teaching you about boundaries, and even if you know who your power animal is, another animal will come through. It doesn't even need to be an animal, by the way, but it's your warrior guide. But it's quite funny actually. That's quite interesting. I'm just thinking, one of you that inquired. I remember specifically pulling a card for you on your session that said warrior guide. So that's not a coincidence that that person has actually said something in an email to me about that. So I'm going to reply to them. Well, not after this, tomorrow. But yeah, so just like you said, so if you do book it and for any reason it doesn't go ahead, I can just easily transfer you that money back. Side note though, I think it might take 3 to 5 working days to go back to you. I don't know. I don't know if it goes. I think it does take 3 to 5 working days. So think about that before you send it. But really, what people end up doing is I'll just do you like an unlisted video instead, So maybe just take that on board if you're going to book it. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see near the time. I'll know. We'll check in again when I come back on Thursday if anybody's booked it or if anyone's inquired. People do tend to book last minute to me. I think it would be cutting it fine. I'd probably put a post up in the community tab on the Sunday and be like, we're not doing that. I'll just be on for the live. That happens a lot. So, and also if we do the workshop on the Monday, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to come on and do a live stream, a short mediumship Monday, and then I'll go off for the workshop with whoever, and then that'll be that. But I think if we do that, I could see me coming on and doing a live on the actual full moon on the Tuesday. So, but we'll just cross that bridge when we come to it. But anyway, what power animal wants to come out for the end of this? Give me a power animal for the feminine, a power animal for the masculine. It's a fucking total random. Sorry, I haven't even read the words. I've just looked at the card and I'm pissing myself. It's a bird. There might be messages coming towards you. White Raven Spirit. Ah, look what it says. Trust in the magic. That guy looks like a funky wee dude. A wee little hairy bird. That's for the feminine. Trust in the magic, feminine, and masculine's feminine side. Ah, and the spirit of the bee that came through a lot tonight. Bee spirit, sweet results await. Ah, I feel these are both for the feminine. Trust in the magic, sweet results await. Abundance. Be in your Empress energy. You're attracting. Use the last of Juno and Scorpio in the alluring last degree. That is my twin flame too, it is. He's, wow. Pulls you in. Should he pulled more than me in? But anyway, moving on. I don't want to think about that too much. It's, you know, use that intensity tomorrow, however you will. Use it wisely. Use it with integrity and karma. Because if you don't mind your integrity and karma gonna get you. So I hope karmic rewards are coming you more than a slap in the wrist, especially because it's Capricorn moon and that is karma. Karmic rewards or karmic debts. Careful what you're accruing. Right, but give yourself grace if you did make a few mistakes. One of the cards already said that I read earlier. I think it was Connor's one about the happily ever after. Yeah, I think there's something you can still have a happily ever after fudging things up a little bit. We've all done that somewhere in life. Right, okay. Lord knows I have. But I'm not going into more stories. What's the ones for the masculine? And then I really am, this time, saying goodnight. Do you know what though? It wasn't 3 in the morning. I actually think I specifically said to my mum, it depends. Don't text me, I'll text you. Because I might be up till 4 in the morning again. And I'm literally looking at the clock at 4 minutes on the dot on my clock over there, and it's 3 minutes to 4. Fucking hell. Rabbit. So basically, masculines are feeling horny. Sorry, there's no other way to put that. The rabbit came out earlier. Rabbit spirit. Now's a lucky time. The masculines are looking to get lucky. But it feels like with the feminine. That's also Juno spirit. That's also Juno, the last Scorpio. But also look, dragonfly spirit, trust. Well, do trust, but truth transcends illusion. How many times has dragonfly spirit come out tonight? And do you know another fun fact that loads of you'll know this because I say it fairly often? Dragonfly spirit is one of my energies at my heart. I've got a lot of energies that work with me at the heart, and that's one of them. And look at all the green on that card in my top as well. But look, dragonfly spirit, truth transcends illusion. Masculine energies, there's a lot of desire in there, but also be careful about fertile energy, however that comes in your, well, with the obvious one with what I'm talking about. But it just can talk about new beginnings and that too. But especially because there was a lot of sacred sexuality chat tonight, and you know, it's at certain points. But masculine, you're seeing through the truth. You're seeing the truth beyond the illusion. Saturn, some people have learned the Saturn and Pisces retrograde lessons before it comes out retrograde. They see the illusions with all the owls that have come out tonight, and trust me, 3 owls in the video that's going out later today. And if I'll probably watch that before I go to sleep, and I'll schedule it for 1:44, which quite frankly might be before I even wake up. I'll wake up for that, but I don't mean in the morning. Well, obviously not. We're way past that. Truth transcends illusion. That's the masculine seeing the truth, whatever that means to you. But the masculines, this group of masculines see the truth beyond the illusion. Whatever the illusion might have been, spellwork, black magic, witchcraft, there's a bee spirit again. Sweet results await, they're telling you. Sweet results await. There's a bat again, how weird. A rebirth is assured. Last degree of Juno and Scorpio. That is rebirth. That's quite weird that the bats come out too when that's come out. Vulture spirit, nothing is wasted. Oh, right, I'm ending on this because that's what came up in the last session that I done, and that's what the review that I posted to encourage you to come and join, because that person's review beautifully exemplifies the power of getting in touch with your powered animals. Reclaim your power, panther spirit. So wait a minute, because that's very in line with shadow integration. But yeah, so I think we've done the Juno 29 degrees. The intensity has been a huge time of shadow integration for twin flames. I think we've done it justice. And we can now welcome in some lighter, brighter, optimistic lessons that Juno and Sagittarius brings. And again, I go on about Juno fairly often, more than probably most, because love is my calling. Ah, my God. I think it's understandable that my foot... Oh, you fucking bastard. Sorry. Has went to sleep. Oh my God. That hurts. Wake up, ankle. We need to walk through the bedroom. I need to have a bit of toast first to ground myself. Anyway, I'm sure that gave people a wee bit of laugh. I think I might have actually put some people to sleep because it is very late, so probably quite a lot of people. So sleep well if you've fallen asleep, because it is very late here in the UK. If you've fallen asleep, I hope you sleep well and wake up when you intended to wake up with your alarm or whatever. And if you've not fallen asleep, well, I will just see you the next time. I'll be seeing you. Oh, that's from the notebook. I'll be seeing you in all of... Oh my God, see how that ties in with the story I told, right? I can't seem to fit. What does that say? Supers and highlighted membership message show up here. All right. I can't seem to end this on a high, really. It's like showing you the brutal truth of some of this energy. Right. Night though.